at the quarterback battle in a year where it seems like there's so much uncertainty at the quarterback position. I mean, the favorite for Heisman has barely made any starts. Yep. Arch Manning, favorite for Heisman. He's barely started games.
Yeah, it's all
in college football. It's all based off of the name here. You can never bet that in my eyes. But you're talking about two of the few known commodities at quarterback squaring off week one. I think it's part of what I enjoy personally about the expanded playoff is you get games like this week one. You get this entire slate that we're looking at week one. In prior years where it's you lose one game and your season's over, you don't necessarily get games like this. I'd rather have this from start to finish in the college football season than the week one slates that we're used to getting.
Yeah, I also think there's something really kind of nostalgic about seeing Clemson at night. They ran that promo. I don't know if you watched on Thursday on ESPN. They ran a promo for the more things change, the more they stay the same. Where as much as the landscape of college football has changed, and I don't love most of it. Ohio State still wins the national title. Michigan's still a power. Alabama, Texas, you name it. Things remain the same. These moments like Clemson at night are the moments that remind me of what this sport used to be when it was about the pageantry and it was about the tradition. You're still going to get the Tiger Walk. You're still going to get them rubbing Howard's Rock on their way into the stadium. And most importantly, Clemson is like a archaic piece of college football history because they don't have some exodus of transfers. They don't have 50 new players. This is a team that Dabo built over 3 seasons. He's retained so much of his talent, and it's part of why I'm rooting for them to win the national title this year. They remind me of what the sport was, where if you're a fan, those kids care about being a Clemson Tiger. They don't care necessarily about the paycheck that got them to be there.
For sure. And it's one of the things, like, we talk about it all the time with Dabo, right? He's got the lack of adapting to the times, and it's something that can be frustrating at times, but now you're seeing the payoff of it. You're seeing what it looks like to not have guys leave your program and to go out and still put a heavy emphasis on recruiting. You're seeing all those guys now who have stayed at Clemson, stayed loyal to the Tigers, stayed loyal to Dabo here. Now you're seeing what it looks like on the field, and I think Dabo Swinney reminding everyone a little bit of, hey, I can recruit still. And you're seeing all of these guys. You're talking about traditional Clemson wide receivers. You're looking at guys who are going to be first-round picks in a year on this Clemson roster.
They are the college football version of what Purdue has become in basketball, where Matt Painter recruits at an incredibly high level and keeps all of his guys, and it results in them being a top 5 team in the preseason. That's what Clemson is becoming, and I didn't really buy that it was possible anymore with the way the transfer portal took over college football, but I'm rooting for this Clemson team because they've built it from the ground up.
Yeah. On the other side of this game, LSU, it looks like it's going to be a lot of the same from what we saw last season with them. Offense, going to be there. Weapons, going to be there. Defense, I don't know, Shay. Like,
it's their identity, man. This is what Brian Kelly's been. This is kind of what LSU has been.
Isn't that so funny? Like, Brian Kelly coming from Notre Dame, where it was always defense first. And I get that Marcus Freeman, the architect behind that, and you're seeing that still translate with the way that he coaches Notre Dame in the present day and getting them to the national title last year. But it's just so funny to see some of these Brian Kelly teams that they can't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah, it's insane. And last year, obviously, in the documentary that came out on Netflix a couple weeks ago, you had the infamous moment of, it's the same damn things. It's the same damn things we're talking about. Why should I believe any of that's going to change with LSU this year? It's one of the few reasons why I'm not as high on them is every season you attack it the same way. Last year, who was the kid they got from your school? Deuce Chestnut?
He's back at Syracuse.
Right. You pull a 5-star transfer, this elite corner, one of the best in America, and you bring him to LSU and sell everybody that we fixed the defense. They brought a kid, I think, from Ohio State, too, last year. Those are both gone because they weren't good. And you do it again this year, and you expect me to believe this time you'll get it right? He's still the same coach. I don't like him personally. I think there are good reasons for it. Google him. Like, it's just, I can't. I would love to root for LSU because I love the brand. And I talk about the college football traditions. There's nothing better than the Bayou at night. I just hate Brian Kelly. And he's it's funny, like, compare where Brian Kelly came from and how much I hated Notre Dame then to Marcus Freeman making Notre Dame cool and Brian Kelly making LSU kind of lame.
Yeah, the shoes are on the complete opposite foot in that regard. Real quick, let's get to the number 1 versus number 3, and we'll expand a little bit more when we get to the picks a little bit later on in the show. But Texas going on the road to take on Ohio State. You're talking about first-time starting quarterbacks. I know that Arch has started a couple games over the course of his career, but both of these programs flushed out a lot of NFL talent. And I think a big reason why Ohio State won the title last year was because of their ability to retain guys who should have been day 1 and day 2 NFL picks. Well, all of those guys were day 1 and day 2 NFL picks. They just happened to go a year later than a lot of people thought they would, and helped Ohio State raise a banner, and you're going to see that banner go into the rafters today. But looking at this matchup here, Texas still brings an elite defense. Ohio State has big-time turnover at both coordinator spots. I just look at this game. There's so much uncertainty in it. I guess the most known commodity in terms of what you're looking at offensively is Arch Manning, and he doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of known to him. And then on the other side, it's Jeremiah Smith.
Can I argue the most known quantity is actually just Steve Sarkisian? Like, straight up. We know what he is. He's an incredible play caller. He might be the best in America. And I know, like, I've criticized there are big moments where Sark will shove his head into his rectum. But generally speaking, you won't find a better play caller in the country. And I think he's the number 1 known quantity. Because the Ohio State side, yeah, it's Ryan Day. But it's a new offensive coordinator in Brian Hartline, who's been with the program but never had this gig. It's a new defensive coordinator in Matt Patricia. It's a totally new defensive front. Like, the only things they're bringing back really are Caleb Downs, who might be the best defensive player in the country, but also David Igbinosun, who I don't think is very good at corner. Their offensive line lost a bunch of talent. It's a new quarterback. It's new running backs. Jeremiah Smith is still there, but they're breaking in some new wide receivers after Ibuka left. So I think uncertainty is the best way to frame this game, because for everything we know about Texas, we pretend to know a lot about Arch Manning. We really don't. And we know next to nothing about what this Ohio State team is.
I think any outcome in this game would not shock me. Texas could totally go in there, march down the field first drive, silence that horseshoe crowd a little bit early on, and Arch Manning is everything he's built up to be, and you see Texas walk out of there with a 14, 17-point win. I think you could see this game be close on either side, and I think you could say Ohio State rides the momentum from pregame and still brings back a few players from that national championship team. You see too much new on the Texas defense, and maybe they're still sorting through things, working things out. And maybe Julian Sayin is just that dude, man. He was a former top 5 recruit in the country, transferred up from Alabama, and he lives up to his billing on his side of things. And you see Ohio State win this game by 17, 20 points. Like, nothing in this game can really shock me.
I think the key, if you're Ohio State, is hit them early, because we know if there's anything I'm pretty certain about with Texas and with Sark, and I don't know how Arch will handle it, but I saw it last year in the Georgia game. If you punch Texas first, you will rattle them. Sark will freak out. Maybe you'll get Arch to freak out. They'll make some mistakes, and then it's in your house with your crowd. Like, the key is to get out to an early start and throw the first punch. If you let Texas dictate terms, I think you're in trouble.
It was the recipe for both of the Georgia games last year against Texas in the SEC title and in the regular season. Like, once Georgia got out to a little bit of a lead and got a little momentum, they took that and ran with it. And you can even argue, like, in that Arizona State game, the only reason Texas won was because they got out to the early start and were able to preserve it from there. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how this game plays out. We'll get to the picks later on. I have a lean in the game, but I don't feel uber certain about anything that you're going to see in this game. All right, when we come back, we will go through all of the national title contenders with our friend Rob from Sugar Land, Texas. It is Shay and myself versus Rob. Our national champion draft is coming up next. It's Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
The wait is over. Week 1 is finally here, and Waddle and Sylvie kick things off live from Twin Peaks in Oak Brook Terrace for the very first football Friday of the season. Grab your crew and enjoy ice-cold 29-degree draft beer, scratch-made food, and wall-to-wall TVs. Waddle and Sylvie break down all the matchups for a huge opening weekend of football. It's a Football Friday live this Friday with Waddle and Sylvie at Twin Peaks, Oak Brook Terrace. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name. AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting Tuesday, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Cap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Yurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with the Rich Eisen Show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie Show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches Tuesday. Be there.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate on this glorious, glorious week 1. Tyler Rocky, Shay Norland. We talk college football with you every single Saturday throughout the college football season. And Shay, a couple weeks ago, our friend Rob in Sugar Land, Texas, gave us a call and said he wanted to do a little competition, a little head-to-head. You and I are teaming up here.
Yep.
And we are going to go head-to-head against our friend Rob on a national championship bet. And we bring in now Rob on the Yuengling guest hotline here. Rob, Sugarland, Texas, what's going on, our man?
Good morning, gentlemen. Great to be with you on this Saturday morning for the first real weekend of college football. I'm excited for our draft.
Nice little appetizer we got last week, but this is the nitty-gritty. We've got 3 top 10 matchups today, so let's lay out exactly how we're going to do this. We did something similar last year with you, right?
You gave us 2 teams or the field. I think if I'm remembering it correctly, and Tyler and I landed on Oregon and Texas, and you mopped the floor with us.
Well, we did it late in the season, and in fairness to you guys, you had 2 teams in the same bracket, so I had a head start as it was. So to make things more fair this year, we're going to start before the season. We're going to go 4 teams deep each, see if we can't get...
Rob, I thought that you said 6 teams deep each.
You're right.
Okay.
6 teams deep each, see if we can't each get all 12 playoff teams.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, you could the CCT plus Rob playoff parlay. Just all the teams that we draft, you can take to make the playoff, and you'll probably get your head taken off. But hopefully, at least one of us picks a national title. So to be clear, you are picking for yourself, Rob, and then Tyler and I are picking together.
Correct.
That's the way it's going to be.
I like it.
Whoever does successfully pick the national champion will receive a bottle of our choice. And if none of us correctly select the national champion, there's no action.
Correct.
I feel like there has to be a dueling punishment. If we go 12 deep on this and none of us pick a national title winner,
how could we all be punished?
We could each buy ourselves a bottle and drown ourselves in it.
That sounds like a great idea. All right, should we kick this off? Now
yes, and I'm giving you the first pick of the draft. So with the first pick of the draft in CAA championship draft, Team ESPN will select...
Tyler, it does not work without music. And to make you happy, I'm going to play that terrible effing song.
Which one? Oh, yeah.
Stupid ass peacock.
This is an incredible.
It's
nothing
so
has big game feel like this.
No,
All
it's
right.
so bad. We are pretty lockstep on who we think is going to win the national title and who the best team in the country is. Should we just fire that as our first pick?
I think we do. Clemson, number 1.
There we go.
We're taking Clemson.
Now,
what a surprise after listening to last week's show.
Rob, is this a snake draft? Like now you pick twice in a row?
No.
Okay.
We'll just alternate.
Standard order.
To make it fair. So, my first pick is going to be the Texas Longhorns.
All right. Going with the hometown team there, Rob.
Well, I'm actually a Manning groupie. I'm old enough to be a member of Archie's Army back from 1969 when old Grandpa was up for the Heisman. So I'm going
you're a Manning family season ticket holder.
No kidding.
Correct. And I happened to live over in Louisiana when the Mannings were going through high school over there. So, like I said, I'm a Manning groupie, and for that reason only, I'm picking Texas.
All right.
This is tough for Tyler and I to talk through our picks and not tip our hands. So we have to use telepathy.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
We want to go with a Big Ten team here.
Yeah, that likes to roar.
Our favorite Big Ten title team will select Penn State with our second pick.
Yes.
Boy, after the way you dissed James Franklin, you're going to pick him, huh?
Hey, Rob, it just means if he lets me down, I get to be angry at him again.
Okay. Well, after that, then, I think I'm going to have to go with the Georgia Bulldogs in honor of Mr. Hoodie.
All right. A lot of SEC so far from Rob.
Tyler, we can be mean and take a team that I know Rob has a close affinity to.
Don't do it.
I know he'll want to draft them. They are near the top of the odds boards. Or we can take a team that both of us think might just F around and win the SEC.
I think we go with the team that might F around and win the SEC.
Roll Tide.
We're on the same page here, Shay.
Yeah, I like this. This is a good feeling.
All right, Rob, floor is yours, my friend.
Well, I'm not going to give you another chance to steal my team. So at 6, I'm going with the Fighting Irish, Cap's favorite team.
You know what? Like, Marcus Freeman has done a number on all of the Notre Dame haters. I don't think a lot of people hate Notre Dame as much as they used to, and I'm one of them. I used to despise them. Marcus Freeman has made them cool.
I agree completely.
They were kind of easy to hate when Brian Kelly was there. So now that's shifted over to him and his family at LSU, so he can deal with that. So,
well, we've taken off in the first 6 picks. We've taken off the top 6 favorites. No shock there. But now's where the waters get a little murkier because we got to go with teams we don't necessarily love. I'm going to let you take the lead because I don't know where you want to go next.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board here.
Do we want to take the quarterback that we love but with a coach that we hate, or the quarterback that I hate but with a coach that we love who needs to get over the hump?
I'm trying to think of who your second team. I know who your first team is there. I don't know who your second team is.
Quarterback I hate because he stunk as a freshman, but now he's at a new school, a little bit of a happier place with a coach who desperately needs to win some big games.
I got you. I was actually looking a different way.
Okay. Well, we'll just quiz each other so we don't tip our hands too much. What do you got?
I kind of trend towards let's go with one of the teams that you laid out there. Let's go with the quarterback you hate, but the coach that needs to get over the hump.
The coach that we want good things for, but he's just got to prove it.
Yeah. Quack, quack.
Oregon.
Yep.
Okay. That leaves me with the Ohio State Buckeyes.
All right. That was the other team I was alluding to there.
Yeah, I'm just very low on them. I don't think they're winning a national title. Repeating is near impossible. I hate their DC. Like, I could go through the whole list of things. Yeah. I don't need to do it here, but I'm happy that we didn't end up with Ohio State. Sorry, Rob. Well, then, Tyler, do we want to take the quarterback that we love and the coach that we hate?
Let me just real quick peruse through what's available on the board.
I think I know our 6th pick will be the fun dark horse candidate.
Yeah, okay. All right, we're on the same page here. All right, LSU.
Yep, I'm in.
LSU.
Okay, Brian Kelly and Nussbaumer. He didn't look too good towards the end of last season, their quarterback. So hopefully their quarterback...
they gave him Mock's number. The most important thing here is LSU let Nuss wear 18, which NFL talent evaluators are going to take seriously, whether it's stupid or not, which I take seriously because of the tradition at LSU. They believe in Nuss. The Nuss bus is rolling.
Okay, so for my next pick, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer, and I'm going to pick Oklahoma.
Oh.
No!
That is close to Shay's heart there.
My darling comes off the board.
Sooner.
We weren't going to draft them
Rob.
anyway, but
we weren't.
That stings because I'll be thrilled if it happens, but I'll have to buy Rob a bottle about it.
There you go.
Well, you've got your future money that you can send that way.
Exactly. I'll just dip into the coffers.
All right. I think we're on the same page for this last team. Are we chomp-chomping?
We are chomp-chomping with DJ Lagway and Billy Napier and the Florida Gators.
Boy, if they win a basketball into a football title, Gainesville is back. It is like 06-07 down there.
It wouldn't be the first time. Robbie, you got the last pick.
So in the last pick, I think I'm going to take another flyer here on the best team that money can buy, Texas Tech.
Reaching into the oil money. All right. So, Rob, your stable of teams here, you've got Texas, Georgia, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Texas Tech. And then Shay and I have Clemson, Penn State, Bama, Oregon, LSU, and Florida.
Yep, and you heard it here first. Miami wins the national title. No action. We're all idiots.
Well,
South Carolina, come on down.
They better not, because that doesn't bode well for the first game of the season for Notre Dame.
That's true. That is true.
Rob, I got a pretty good feeling about Notre Dame against Miami this weekend. I'm not too worried about it.
Well, I was thinking that we should come up with a 3-team parlay for this weekend, which I already did. All money line.
Oh,
okay.
Rob, go ahead.
Notre Dame, Texas, and Clemson. All money line.
Notre Dame, Texas.
All right, so there is a dog in there. We are putting a dog in this.
Yeah, but it's not really a dog.
It's a 1.5. Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I think Clemson's going to win. I actually am kind of more on the Ohio State side of things in the OSU-Texas game. Not to spoil the picks, but
I would probably lean Texas. So,
okay.
You know what? I like where we're at, Rob.
If we're throwing a little friendship parlay together with Rob, I'm cool with that parlay.
Yeah. All right, let's lock it in. Let's lock it in, boys.
And we can always take the points with Texas, too, if you wanted to, instead of money line.
That's a 1.5.
Yeah, no, I would
Exactly.
yeah, let's juice this thing up a little. I like it. I like where your head's at, Rob.
Okay.
All right, so bottle on the line.
Bottle on the line. I'll be following it weekly. We'll have a little banter when I call in on Saturdays to see who's in the lead, so to speak.
I can't wait till all 6 of our teams, Tyler, are out of the top 25.
Yeah,
Clemson's going to be totally derailed.
Just bloodshed in the first 4 weeks of the season.
I'm just realizing having both Clemson and LSU, and they play each other tonight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Yep.
Well, apparently you have been keeping up on the news. Now you saw where their quarterback was in this major car wreck over the weekend off campus, and he may not play all season.
Ooh, Klubnik?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
What is this?
I think he's trying to get us right now.
Oh, no, it was all over the internet.
Okay, I'm looking right now. CBS
Google
Sports
it.
has an article, bogus car crash rumor.
Oh, no, Rob. Oh,
Rob, you got.
Fake news.
Yeah, exactly. This is a lesson.
Mom came out, but I just thought I'd get a rise out of you.
I love that this was this got spread from Message Board Geniuses, the Twitter account, which is one of the funniest follows.
Tremendous.
All right, Rob. Best of luck this year, our friend, and we'll talk to you throughout the season.
We'll be in touch. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the show.
All right, Rob in Sugar Land, Texas. When we come back, we'll get into more breakdown for week 1 of the college football season. That's up next on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Escape the heat. Head to True North convenience stores and get any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards. Cool that thirst with any of your favorite Pepsi fountain drinks for 89 cents. As a free True Rewards member, pick the perfect size for you. No matter if you're craving a big drink or a small sip, it's just 89 cents. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Save big on your next painting project at Menards. Get long-lasting color with Pittsburgh's Grand Distinction Exterior Paint and Primer in one. It's highly dirt-resistant and provides a mildew-resistant coating. Save big on Grand Distinction Paint. The perfect combination of strength and beauty. Visit us in-store. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
What do we have here?
What a bed.
Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, and we are dancing into some Week 1 picks here on the show as we do every single week. Get you all of our top picks from the top 25, and we'll sprinkle in some other stuff in there as well. But let's just go, man, because we've got a lot of games to pick because this Week 1 slate is as good as you're going to get. All right, let's start with the big one. Big number 1 Texas on the road to take on number 3 Ohio State. The Longhorns are a 1.5-point underdog. Where are you sitting on this one, Shay?
I don't feel good about it, but I feel like the number opening at 3 and moving down to 1.5. I tried to explain why it's happening with so much unknown, specifically at both quarterback positions, and I believe that Texas is better in a lot of the position groups. But I still kind of feel like Ohio State should be a 3-point favorite at home. People talk about Julian Sayin like he's some nobody that they've just thrown into the fire to be their quarterback. He was the number 3 quarterback in his class. Mm-hmm. He's as likely to be good as Arch Manning is to be good. And I get the home team as a really short favorite where it's just basically a pick. I'll take Ohio State. I don't love it, but that's the side I lean.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly on it either, but I actually lean the other way. I'm going to take the team that has a little bit, just a touch bit more continuity to it. Arch's first start took place last year. This is Sayin's first start. Preparing for that is not going to be easy, especially when you take on Texas. I'm going to take the team that has had a little bit more continuity in terms of the quarterback and the coach. I'm going to take Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns to kind of send home the Buckeye fans who are raising a banner unhappy. So give me Texas in this game. Next up in the 11 o'clock slate, my Syracuse Orange on a neutral site, but going to feel like a road game in Atlanta to take on number 24 Tennessee. The Syracuse Orange currently a 13.5-point underdog.
This moved off of 14, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm happy that it did because now I feel more comfortable taking Tennessee. And it's no offense to you. It's just, I think there's a lot of points in this game. It's two offenses that are going to want to throw the ball around. I get a Heupel offense. And if you're asking me which of these two teams gets stops, Tennessee is the one I would lean to actually force the opponent to come up empty. I don't think Syracuse is very good this year. It's a new quarterback, the kid from Notre Dame. I'm going to take Tennessee.
I'm going to ride with Syracuse here, even at the number getting below 14. I just think that there's going to be a lot of points in this game, and Syracuse is going to have the ability to get through maybe via the back door. I think there's an outside chance they can win this game. If the defense plays a little bit better than what we think they can be, I would give them a chance to win this game. I think the offense is going to be just fine. Even with some of the changes at quarterback, at receiver, you're still bringing back a number of talented players, especially along the offensive line. So I'm going to stick with Syracuse here. I'm going to take my alma mater. All right, next up, Alabama, a 13.5-point favorite on the road, taking on Florida State.
Florida State, I think, sucks. Gus Malzahn is the offensive coordinator, and BC's Thomas Castellanos as the quarterback. Oh, Tommy Castellanos. I'll correct myself. He's going by Tommy now. I don't like any of that in Big 2025. And if you're putting American dollars on Mike Norvell after what happened last year because you believe the anomaly 12-0 is more what they're like, I'm good. I think Bama's got the best defense in the SEC. I think they might win the SEC. Roll Tide.
I think that it's going to take an offensive effort for Bama. I think they can get there. I'm going to roll with the Tide here. I'm going to stick by my friend Adam Abdallah. This is either going to be a Bama blowout or a very low-scoring game. And, hey, 17-3 still gets you there. And I think there's a chance that's the type of game we could be looking at today. So I'll take Bama and the 13.5 in this one. Next up, we're fast-forwarding to 6:30. ABC, a game that you and I have talked about a lot so far. LSU going to the other Death Valley to take on Clemson. The LSU Tigers are 4-point underdogs on the road.
What did Brian Kelly call this? He said it's like the mini Death Valley or Death Valley's little brother or something?
Oh, jeez.
It was some bulletin board thing that never should have been said. Clemson, I just think, is better. Clemson, I think, is the best team in America. I'm going to lay the 4. I don't care. I'm laying the 4 points with the Tigers. With the Clemson
you give me
Tigers.
You give me that environment late at night. I've been down to Clemson before. It is one of the best sporting environments I've ever been a part of, and that game was at noon. This game is going to be played at 7:30 local time when they've been out tailgating. They've been out getting liquored up. Give me the Clemson Tigers to cover the 4 here. We move to Sunday. I love these Sunday games, by the way. Virginia Tech going on the road to take on South Carolina. This is a neutral site game at Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta. Virginia Tech taking on South Carolina. The Hokies getting 7.5 at the Mercedes-Benz Superdome.
I'll let something else do the talking for my pick here. Virginia Tech is back, baby, plus 7.5, and they're winning the game.
They can probably play a little bit of this during the game, right? Because it's neutral site.
I would hope so. Let the Blacksburg faithful get a little crazy.
They can let a little bit of Hokie flair into that stadium there. I'm going to side with you on Virginia Tech when you give me the 7.5. I don't love it. I won't be actually playing it, but for the purpose of our picks, I will take the Hokies plus the 7.5. South Carolina losing so much from that defense that was so good last year. So I will roll with the Hokies. All right, on to the nightcap on Sunday. We've got Notre Dame, the reigning runners-up of the college football playoff, going on the road to Miami, and the Fighting Irish, a 2.5-point road favorite.
I hate Mario Cristobal in big games. I think he's a total loser. I will ride with Marcus Freeman, who has made Notre Dame cool.
I'm going to, too. There's new quarterbacks on both sides, and I don't love Carson Beck. I didn't love him last year. I certainly don't love him this year. Going to Miami, listen, they put a lot of money into that roster, and good for them. I just don't know if they allocated the funds properly at quarterback. So I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. It's being reflected in the total that's sitting under 50 right now. But I'm going to go with Notre Dame. I don't love the play, but I like it enough to ride with the Fighting Irish. All right, we are on to Monday, Labor Day, as we get the first taste of Bill Belichick in college football. UNC hosting Sonny Dykes and TCU. The Tar Heels are 3.5-point underdogs at home.
Yeah, it's your gym teacher and your English classmate getting married. I am fading everything that has to do with North Carolina this season. I don't like them at all. I do like TCU. I love Sonny Dykes. I think TCU's frisky in the Big 12, could potentially win it, or they're at least on the list of teams that it wouldn't shock me if they win it. I'm going to lay the 3.5 with TCU.
I think TCU is going to have a pretty good offense this year, too. Josh Hoover back at quarterback. And in a season where we've talked about it, it's kind of been one of the themes of the show. You either have a very experienced quarterback or one with next to none. And TCU is one of the few that has an experienced quarterback. So I will roll with the Horned Frogs here, given the 3.5, even on the road. I just think there's been too much turnover at UNC. When you go through the new head coach, you get Belichick late in the cycle, might I add, too. And on top of that, he's got to go out and recruit a roster of about 90 guys. It's not easy to do, and you saw a lot of people leave UNC. You saw a lot of people go into UNC. It's going to be very similar to, I think, that first year that Dionne had at Colorado. So I am going to ride with TCU, and those are all of the picks for the weekend here on Chicago's College Tailgate. I can't believe we're picking this many games week one.
I know.
I don't think we've ever picked this many. This is our third year doing the show.
And we didn't pick a single spread north of 20. Like usually the week one picks, we're doing Michigan laying 37.5 to Bum Bleep State someplace.
You know what's funny? I saw Hoodie in the office the other day. I was like, who do you like this weekend? He goes, Marshall in the points. And I'm like, oh boy, there's a lot of games that are not like 30-something point spreads.
Already no faith in Gunnar Stockton.
I mean, George is one of those teams that they're a real wild card in what we're going to look at in college football this year. All right, those are all of our picks for the weekend. When we come back, we are going to salute our caps to a college football legend who you will see on the screen for the last time on game day this weekend. That's all coming up next. It's Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yuengling.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The Rich Eisen Show is coming to ESPN Chicago.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
Starting September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
The wait is over. Week 1 is finally here, and Waddle and Sylvie kick things off live from Twin Peaks in Oak Brook Terrace for the very first Football Friday of the season. Grab your crew and enjoy ice-cold 29-degree draft beer, scratch-made food, and wall-to-wall TVs. Waddle and Sylvie break down all the matchups for a huge opening weekend of football. It's a Football Friday live this Friday with Waddle and Sylvie at Twin Peaks, Oak Brook Terrace. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate every single Saturday morning with you right here on ESPN Chicago. Jake Santos, thank you to you for producing today's show. He is among the producing staff, the only former college football player that we have, a one-time quarterback at the University of Hawaii. So looking forward to more of his insight throughout the season when we have Jake with us. Again, if you miss any of our picks, if you miss any of our podcasts as well, check us out on the Pick a Side podcast. Now on YouTube, search Pick a Side ESPN and you'll find us, subscribe, all that good stuff. And you can watch our shows there. We get you college football picks throughout the week. We get you NFL picks throughout the week. All things football, 3 days a week. So look for that on the ESPN Chicago app, wherever you get your podcasts, and on YouTube. All right, Shay, college game day has been a staple in both your life and in my life over the course of our lives. And just seeing Lee Corso on that set has been it's like riding a bike. College football starts up, and you know Corso's going to be there, and he's going to have his headgear pick. It's one of the most iconic things in all of sports media. And having his final show today, his send-off on College Game Day, and you could tell towards the end of last season and even probably in a season or two prior, he wasn't the Lee Corso we were used to seeing out there, but it's good to see. It's also been good to see the way that kind of Kirk Herbstreit has brought him along as well. But this is going to be the final game day with Lee Corso.
I am glad that they're not playing out the string, so to speak, and just letting this go forever, because it's a bit like you want your favorite TV show to end at the exact right moment. You don't want it to go forever and let it get bad. The last few years have been not great. It's been like when you hang out with Grandpa at the end and he's not all there anymore, and it's like a little sad. I haven't had as much fun watching Lee Corso lately as I did when I was a kid growing up watching College Game Day. So I'm glad that ESPN's doing the right thing and giving him a send-off. I think it's great. He's earned it. The headgear stuff is fantastic. I also, frankly, hope that they let the headgear bit die. Don't have somebody else do it. Yeah, don't let Pat McAfee start putting helmets on. No. Just let it be Lee Corso's thing and leave it where it was.
What if it's Saban? I think I would give the pass.
Saban, yeah, it's Indiana.
Good luck getting him to buy in.
They call him Alabama Jones, just popping hats on.
Yeah, no, I mean, like the headgear picks, like that I'll always remember those. You talk about some of the most iconic moments. I see like these TikTok compilations. I'll see them on YouTube. I'll see them on Instagram, Twitter, all that stuff. But no, it's a cool send-off that ESPN is doing. And not that he would be a villain per se, but it's the whole narrative of like die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. And I think this is like the perfect endpoint for Lee Corso on game day. And I don't know if they're going to infuse new blood in there or what, but I think that if you kind of keep the set the way that it is, like Herbie, Desmond Howard, and McAfee and Reese Davis and Nick Saban, like I think you got a pretty good crew there.
Yeah, it's been good, and I think it needed a little bit of a rejuvenation because, frankly, Big Noon, I know people don't watch as much as Game Day, but Big Noon has probably been the better product the last couple of years. They actually do break down the game. I think Urban Meyer's been really good in that booth. Yeah. They don't have Desmond Howard, who I think doesn't research anything, just shows up and says, go blue. That's been a little bit of a detraction, at least for me. I'm sure Michigan fans love it. But, I'm glad they're giving the send-off that Lee Corso deserves.
All right. That's going to do it for us here on Chicago's College Tailgate. Again, you miss anything, find us on the podcast, Chicago's College Tailgate, and also the Pick a Side feed on YouTube, the ESPN Chicago app, or wherever you get your podcast. That's going to do it for us. The CDGA Golf Show is coming up next. This has been Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Performance-based materials are a given these days. But if you're after the stretchiest, most lightweight pieces that say, I'm here for a good time, then take a walk on the Swanee side. With fabric sourced from recycled plastic and styles designed for on- and off-course versatility, Swanee's brings you sustainably made, intently designed, and affordably priced golf gear. From polos to layers, it's gear that looks good, feels better, and plays everywhere. Upgrade your game and your closet at swanees.co.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
It took me a long time to admit I was dealing with more than just stress. Going to VA and confronting my PTSD is the hardest thing I have ever done. And telling other veterans to go is the most important thing I'll do. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
The foundation of Little Village is working every day to support small businesses and entrepreneurs right here in Chicago's Southwest Side. From cultural neighborhood preservation to bilingual entrepreneurial workshops and resources aimed at helping local businesses begin and thrive. The foundation of Little Village is building a stronger, united Little Village and beyond. Get involved or donate today. Visit lvcfchicago.org and be part of the path forward for local business.
No school means no lunch for millions of kids in the summer. Let's come together, food banks, families, and generous individuals like you to make sure no child goes without food in the summer. Together, we can make a difference. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/summer.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts Mike Yelligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. It's all brought to you by our friends at Glenview Park Golf Club. Tyler Rocky alongside Mike Gilligan. We talk golf with you every single Saturday. And Mike, this may be the newsiest Saturday that we've gotten ever since we've been doing this show. Between a Ryder Cup team, Tommy Fleetwood finally gets over the hump. I cannot wait to talk about Tommy with you. And then also we've got a couple guys that we're talking to on the show today. Sam Bettinardi of Bettinardi Golf is going to join us at 9:35. You are out at the Bettinardi Studios today, Mike, and we'll also be joined by PJ Clark from the Fried Egg to get a little bit of insight into the Ryder Cup team. But, boy, what a week it was, wasn't it, Mike, in the world of golf?
It certainly was, Tyler, and good morning to everybody in Chicago, and happy Labor Day weekend, everyone. Hopefully everyone's getting out and playing a little golf, but it's so good to have you back in the chair there, my friend. I feel like
good to be back
with my best buddy here. It's good to have you back in the saddle. But no, I thought about you the entire weekend as Tommy started reeling this event in. And you know, it's funny, last week Jack and I talked about it, and I said, wouldn't it be so ironic that the one win that he gets is the most lucrative in golf history? And he did it. And I got to tell you, it was interesting listening on Sunday morning when they introduced him at the first tee. That roar of that crowd, you thought you were in his hometown. He had the whole world rooting for him, and it was so exciting to see how well he started, which, you know, it gives you pause, but at the same time, you're starting to increase that lead, and eventually a lead gets so big, there's no way you could give this one up. And it certainly helps when, you know, Patrick Cantley and a few others simply just can't get it done, and Corey Connors plays a round of golf that was like no other, but he was far enough back, so it was like almost like the perfect storm for Tommy to finally get the win. It looked like he might have a hiccup on 5, 10, and 15 when he had his only bogeys of the day, but he was bouncing back. He got it back, and I think he was able to take a lot of what he experienced, all those bitter pills he had to swallow, and he finally put it together at East Lake. And I think there was a collective sigh and relief from the entire golf world on behalf of Tommy Fleetwood. Good to see, and I couldn't be happier for the guy.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so cool just to see the entire, I won't even say golf community, because it transcended that. I mean, you saw LeBron James tweeting out his support of Tommy Fleetwood. You saw Caitlin Clark tweeting out her support of Tommy Fleetwood. There was no bigger Tommy Fleetwood fan on that course than Justin Rose. I mean, the amount of guys that were rooting for this guy to finally get across the finish line. And I don't want to hear anything from the people who are saying, oh, are we really counting this? It's an asterisk on the event because there's only 30 guys playing. No, like, he went out and dominated that event. And you have a hard time selling me that outside of the top 30, someone's taken that away from Tommy Fleetwood after the 4 days that he put together at East Lake. It's not just that it's a 30-man event. It is the top 30 players on the PGA Tour, and he went out and took that thing. It was a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to see all the support that was coming through across the sports world. Like, who would have thought LeBron James, who has all of a sudden got the golf bug with him now, who would have thought he would be live tweeting through Tommy Fleetwood's rounds?
I mean, that just goes to show you the power and the popularity of the game. I mean, all those people you mentioned, I'll be interested in 3 weeks if they're still sending out a lot of love towards Tommy Fleetwood, because I think he's going to turn into a real pain in our neck for a week. But nonetheless, we deserve it because he is playing some really, really extraordinary golf. But it was just really cool to see how the sports world took to this, because, again, we're always battling up against the big NFL and trying to get, front news, front page news and get the game out there amongst the, the common man, the common athlete. And I can't think of anything better when a fellow from the other side of the pond has some of our most iconic athletes in America literally pulling for him and making no bones about it. That's how endearing Tommy Fleetwood can be. And his personality, I think a lot of us learned a lot going through the journey with Tommy, and his attitude towards overcoming this week after week, failure after failure. And I wouldn't even call them failures, just finishing just short, because he's still winning and being uber successful in what he's doing. But to get over that hump, to get it over the finish line once and for all, to get the monkey off his back, it was really interesting to see and feel his side of the equation mentally and how he was approaching it. And it was more of just like, hey, I'm just going to keep putting myself in this position, and eventually it's going to happen. And he did. And he's got a unique family situation, and I think how he opened up himself as somewhat of a pretty private guy, I think he really let us in on a side of his personality that I don't know that a lot of other people going through the same journey as him would have been as open and as pleasant about it. And I think Tommy Fleetwood earned a tremendous amount of American following by going through this and coming out the other end of it, better off than he ever has been. So now watch out for Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little ride for him as he kind of hits the runway into the Ryder Cup here. Before we do get into the biggest news of the week, and that is the captain's picks from Keegan Bradley for the U.S. Ryder Cup team. Real quick, your thoughts on not having the staggered start and just the new playoff format that we experienced for the Tour Championship this past week. No staggered starts, so you didn't see Scottie Scheffler out to this 10-stroke lead. It kind of was in the back of my mind the whole time. It's like, Scottie's so far back, but if he had the staggered start, he would be tied for the lead right now. As I was watching it, is something that I kept kind of going back to here. But what did you think? Did you like the way it played out? Would you want a tweak to it? How would you handle it going forward?
Well, honestly, I think they did a much better job with it without having the staggered start. I think for a lot of people, they could easily follow what the heck was going on. Your casual fan just knew that Tommy needed to win. We didn't need to add in, well, Tommy's 6 shots back because Scottie got a 10-shot lead, and it just becomes chaotic noise, confusion. And quite honestly, it doesn't necessarily, for me, make it a fair fight. And from the very get-go, I mean, by all chances, Scottie's probably going to win with a sizable lead like that, because he really now took a field of 30 and shrunk it down to about a handful. So that's why when people get on the fact that, oh, well, Tommy's win, only 30 people. Yeah, 30 of the best in the world, and they all started even. So it wasn't as if it was Tommy Fleetwood with a lead of X, even though he still trailed by maybe a couple. See, to me, then that would have been the asterisk. But because he won this thing against the top of the world, for the biggest purse out there, so anything and everything mentally that would be weighing on your mind would be the fact that there wasn't another 70 or 80 players in the field. Nobody was touching Tommy Fleetwood. I'm sorry. If you were 31st down to 100, you were not playing that golf course as well as these guys were. Because if you were, you would have been there. I mean, it's just that simple. And so these guys are the very best in the United States on tour, and for that matter in the world. And so, yeah, he beat a world-class field in what he did. So I truly think that this notion of, it wasn't, a pure win, it's an asterisk or whatever, is hogwash. I honestly think that, having the start in the way that they played it this past week is the right way. The only tweak I might make, Tyler, is next year you get everybody in, but then as soon as that first event is played, the top 70 of that event at St. Jude's moves on to the BMW.
So you get rid of the points.
The 70 in these points, you get rid of the points. Because now, to me, it's one and done. It's just like, hey, if you went 14 and 3 in the NFL, you draw a bye, and then all of a sudden you're playing a wild card team and you lose, you're out. It's not, oh, well, you won 14 games, so we're going to give you a second lost opportunity. It's going to be a double bracket for you. No, I think if they truly want to marriage this thing up to true playoffs, like the team sports that we're accustomed to seeing, I think you got to take the the results, much like the President's Cup in hockey. You award the team the trophy, which, okay, it'll go in the trophy case, but they're really after the big one. And I think that's what they need to do, because then that's going to prohibit a guy like Rory from not showing up. Because if he doesn't show at St. Jude's, well, he's not in the BMW and he's not in the Tour Championship. So I think it's one minor tweak that if they make, I think they've got the thing wired for sound.
It's funny you say that, because I've been seeing all these different things floated out there, like, oh, maybe you turn the Tour Championship, so when you get to East Lake, you turn that into like a bracket style format. And I think that's a little gimmicky. It strays really far away from what the rest of the events that these guys play in all season long is. But I do kind of like your thought philosophy there, and I didn't think I was going to be all on board with eliminating the points once you get in there. But you're right, it does get you back to a more true playoff form, and it does prevent some of the big names like a Rory McIlroy from sitting out, because, hey, if you want to advance, you got to play your best golf. You got to be among the top 50 guys to get to the BMW. You got to be among the top 30 guys, and if you don't show up one weekend, then all of a sudden it's just like in baseball or basketball or football or any other sport, hockey, where if you don't show up one week when it's playoff time, your season's over. And I think that way it is the best way to most closely mimic the type of playoff format that we do see in a lot of these other sports. So 312-332-3776. We want to hear from you. Coming up next, let's get into Keegan Bradley's picks for the Ryder Cup. And we want to hear from the people out there as well.
Yes.
Did you like what Keegan did with the U.S. team, including not picking himself? That was the big newsy ordeal of the press conference when he unveiled everything and the final 6 captain's picks. So all that coming up next. 312-332-3776 if you want to get your voice heard on the matter. This segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, welcomes you to the 2025 football season. A battle for the NFC North marks this season's start. This is your home for the play-by-play with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. And this is your home for the most in-depth pre- and post-game coverage. Here comes Game 1, Bears and Vikings, Monday night, September 8th, on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality, with over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois. Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve, right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Hey, Chicagoland, play the best golf course the western suburbs has to offer. Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book tee times at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan. We're talking Ryder Cup with you. You want to join us? 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Now, Mike, we can get to some of the snubs maybe later on in the show, but I want to stick with what we know. The guys, the 6 guys that were the captain's picks made by Keegan Bradley. We can discuss Keegan not selecting himself here too. But we knew the auto qualifiers, Scotty Scheffler, J.J. Spawn, Xander Schauffele, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Bryson DeChambeau. Now we've got the 6 captain's picks as announced on Wednesday by Captain Keegan Bradley. Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, a first-timer, Cameron Young, Patrick Cantlay, and Sam Burns. So those are the other 6 that will be accompanying the auto qualifiers out at Bethpage Black. What did you make of the 6 names, and did you sense any common themes there?
Well, yeah, and I mean, I guess overall, on certain levels, I was very impressed with, first and foremost, the way Keegan handled himself in the press conference. That may be one of the best captain press conferences announcing your picks I've ever been around, and he's clearly had a lot of time to think about this and really has put a lot of emotion and just a lot of strategery into this in terms of how and why he picked the people that he did. Let's start out with JT. I mean, if you don't pick a guy like JT and you look at the cast of characters we don't have a real loud cheering in your face to really get things going, either to get the momentum going or if we fall behind to get the momentum back. And I think JT fills that role better than any of the 6 that he picked because the rest of them seem to have a personality that's a little more subdued. Not to say that they're not tough mentally. Obviously they are. But I think JT is going to be the spark plug of anything that the United States is going to be able to muster up in the way of success. So I look at him as a twofold player, a cheerleader, a leader of sort without being the captain. But I think he's going to play a prominent role if the United States are going to be successful. And it may not necessarily be just with his golf clubs. It may be just his presence in the team room, locker rooms, and all that. When I start shifting down to the next 2, Colin and Ben, this is where, for me, I thought we might see some change. I felt strongly about Cam, and I felt strongly about Patrick, because to me, Patrick Cantlay, or it was going to be our left-handed friend Brian Harman, because to me, you got to take one antagonist You've got to take one that the Europeans just don't like. And one of them shuffles their shoes, the other one hitches a bunch of times, but we can't have two of them there. You can only have one. So
yeah, I mean, you got 3 days for
this
event.
Right one. Yeah. So, yeah, you can't have them both because we do have to get this thing done in time. But at the same time, Patrick Cantlay has an unbelievable Ryder Cup record. He has an unbelievable singles record. And I think he's just a guy that nothing bothers him. And I think when things get even tighter, more stressful in an environment like that, I think actually a guy like him responds better than most. And so I think he's a logical pick in that regard. And I think it also helped Keegan out a lot to see Patrick Cantlay playing much better golf down the stretch as well as a few of these others. So it took the pressure off of him to pick himself. Sam Burns, I think you got to pick him because at the end of the day, you got to start looking at, well, who am I going to put Scotty with? And if Scotty says, I want Sam Burns is going to be on that team because anything that makes your number one feel good and feel comfortable, then you want that to happen. So Sam Burns' pick doesn't surprise me in the least either. The two, though, that leave my head scratching a little bit are Colin Morikawa and Ben Griffin. And Ben has had a wonderful season, don't get me wrong. But I guess it comes back to how are we going to set this golf course up? Keegan really hasn't been demonstratively open as to how this is going to be set up. Is it going to be deep, deep rough, penalizing rough? Because Bethpage as a whole is a extremely difficult, challenging test of golf, tee to the green. However, it is a municipal golf course. When you do get on the green, they aren't going to be like Oakmont and Winged Foot. They're pretty flat because, again, if you make those things, all kinds of undulation, your average player at Bethpage is going to be playing in 6-7 hours. They're never going to finish. So that is going to be the part where I think is going to be interesting, where I think your average putters in the Ryder Cup could ultimately become great ones, and the great ones even better than ever. So I think we may see a putting exhibition like no other by both teams, by a lot of players, just because I think the greens are going to be easier. They're traditionally a little slower there, again, because it's a municipal golf course. So my point about Ben is he's not a long hitter. In fact, he's one of the shortest on tour. And, yes, he did have a couple of key wins, but he didn't finish in the top 30 very much at all this year. And so I just wonder if a guy like Ben Griffin can now take off a few weeks and get himself ready as a rookie to take on this beast. I almost think a guy like Ben Griffin would have been a better pick 2 years from now going over there because they like to play short, tight, golf courses. And I think Ben Griffin would be better for us if we went on the road than he would be here. So then I go back to the question, if I ask you before we had this conversation, who would you pick? Forget who's captain, Keegan or Ben Griffin for your Ryder Cup team?
It wouldn't even be close. It would be Keegan Bradley.
I know.
I know he said.
Of course it is.
I know he said that, hey, I made this decision a long time ago that I'm not going to take myself. Dude, you're one of the 12 best in America right now. There's no reason why Keegan Bradley should not be on. If anyone else was the captain, Keegan Bradley is on this team, I think, comfortably. Between the mix of what he did this year, the way that his game has been trending, how his game fits for the Northeast, his familiarity there, everything about it screamed Keegan Bradley needed to be on this team. And I can't say I'm shocked he didn't take himself. I'm a little baffled why he didn't, if that makes sense. I get it's a difficult decision, but I mean, when you look at this, the Ryder Cup team that has been constructed here, it doesn't inspire a whole heck of a lot of confidence. I get that maybe there's some tinkering that needs to be done to make sure that there are guys that mesh well together. But the Ben Griffin, and this is nothing against Ben. I think he's a wonderful player, and I think that he should be a part of these teams moving forward. But I think you hit it on the head. His game may not suit the course that they're playing. And then on top of that, he's really a boom or bust player. He's either finishing inside the top 5 or getting cut at a lot of these events. So
exactly,
he finished the year strong, but if we get the Ben Griffin that doesn't make it to Saturday and Sunday on Ryder, when we get to the end of the month in the Ryder Cup, America might get smoked in this thing.
Well, there's always that chance, of course. And I think when Keegan made that comment about, I've had this decision made more or less long ago, I'm guessing that decision was made the moment he dropped from being in the 10th spot on the Ryder Cup standings down to 11. Because if it would have been the old version when the top 10 make it and then there's only 2 wild card picks, I think he then felt, as long as I'm in that inside the 10 and below, I'm going to pick myself. Because originally he was saying, if I finish 6th, or 7th or 8th, I'm definitely picking myself. And then he started to fall a little bit. I think that's where he genuinely made up his mind. I think when he dropped from 10 to 11, then he goes, I can't pick myself, because then there could be that criticism of, doing what happened to him the last go around, he'd be doing it to somebody else. But what I was hoping he would actually do, I just think Colin Morikawa is not the same player that we know and love so well. He's had a very odd year. He's turning over caddies. He's, at odds with the media at times. Do you take this as an opportunity to say, okay, Colin, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm not going to pick you, but what I am going to do is I'm going to make you another vice captain, and you're going to be the young guy that's connecting with everyone while I play. And I put Colin as part of the team so that he can spend a year and almost get ready to be a captain in 10 years or 20 years from now. But you've got to remember, this Ryder Cup was not supposed to be Keegan Bradley in the captain seat. It was supposed to be Phil Mickelson.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be either Tiger Woods. But this was supposed to be Phil Mickelson's time. It's just Liv screwed it all up. And I think that's where Keegan's getting burned again because of the Liv thing, because he is still such an accomplished player. And more than that, he's an excellent match play player. So it's not as if we're taking just an average player, stroke player, or a normal stroke play player and saying, we don't need him at match play. No, this is a guy that's awesome at match play, and we're not using him, and he didn't pick himself. That's the thing that scratches my head, because I think he's probably, if not the best match player we have, he's among the top 3, and yet he's not going to be having a golf club in his hand all week. So I just find that is, I think, our Achilles heel with this team. We're going to need the back end of this bench to do quite a lot of heavy lifting if we're expecting to win this. I mean, you can expect your Scotties and the top guys to do their thing, but that still doesn't get you enough points.
Right.
So I think that, the Ben Griffins of the world are going to have a lot of pressure on them to come through at a time that, if you thought trying to crack the top 30 was some pressure, wait till you get to the first tee come Friday. And let's see how dry your mouth is then, because there is no tee shot like in the game. Not at Augusta, not at the U.S. Open, not at the PGA, not at the Open. At the Ryder Cup, it's so different. And the guys will all tell you that, either historically, but it is the guy who does not want to hit first is the guy who's hitting first an alternate shot on Friday. It's an intimidating tee shot with the whole world watching, and I mean the whole world.
It's at least it's on home soil for some of these guys, and I think Ben Griffin certainly falls into that category. Getting back to your Colin Morikawa thing, I wonder if maybe that was part of Keegan's plan, but he had a fear that Colin would say no, or maybe Colin straight up told him no. And maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but I can totally see Colin Morikawa saying no to that. Just the way that this year has been for him, and how he's just had a weird way of acting over the course of the last 12 to 18 months. It would not have shocked me if Colin said no. And maybe that's why Keegan Bradley felt like his hands were tied, and he couldn't do anything. So it was either put Morikawa on the team or don't.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think, you know, the guys will all tell you that, either historically, but it is the guy who does not want to hit first is the guy who's hitting first an alternate shot on Friday. It's an intimidating tee shot with the whole world watching, and I mean the whole world. So I think that's where Keegan's going to have a lot of pressure on them to come through at a time that, if you thought trying to crack the top 30 was some pressure, wait till you get to the first tee come Friday. And let's see what Yeah, I mean, it may be just that simple, and I'm sure we're going to find out after the fact about all of this, and like we did the last go around when we found out, hey, there was actually a bunch of our players that were ill, and nobody wanted to say anything, and all that good stuff. So it'll be interesting post Ryder Cup to really get the truth out of Keegan in terms of how he really went about making this decision. Obviously, for the reasons of the matches haven't started, he's going to, be kind of coy about that. But eventually, I think the truth will come out as to why this happened or why that didn't happen. But I would just feel so bad if we get blown out, and this was going to be his, he'll be known as this was his captaincy, and he elected not to play himself. And I would hate to have him going around, well, what would have happened had you played, Keegan? What would have happened? And to a certain degree, you look at the European team and how deep and how good they are, and then you look at our team, and I've got concern. But Vegas is putting us up apparently as a slight favorite at this point. I have a funny feeling after the money goes down, I think the odds may change a little.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we will be joined by Sam Bettinardi, the president of Bettinardi Golf. Mike is on site at the Bettinardi store in Studio B in Oak Brook. So if you're in the area, go swing on by, say hello to Mike, check out the show. We'll be joined by Sam Bettinardi coming up next. The segment's been brought to you by Golf Elgin.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert care team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment with more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland. They offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago, and this segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort, up North Michigan golf without the drive. Mike is live on site at the Bettinardi store, Studio B in Oak Brook, and we're joined now by the president of Bettinardi Golf, Sam Bettinardi, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. Sam, thanks so much for joining us today, and appreciate you hosting Mike as well.
I appreciate you guys very much, and Mike, nice to be with you here.
Yeah, it's really good to have you on, and we just wanted to find out a little bit more about what the latest and greatest of what's going on here at Bettinardi. What's that? Okay. Oh, he's not on. We're not getting him on.
Test.
How about
there
now?
we go. I think now he's coming through loud and clear.
Great.
Okay. Sorry about that. So Sam, it's so good to be here. Thank you so much for allowing us to, open up a little bit early to get in, because for me, this is like a toy store. It's a candy store of sorts. I mean, there's got to be how many of these putter covers that are behind us?
You got about 650 head covers behind us.
That is
going
absolutely
through the history of Bettinardi. Absolutely.
So the Bettinardi, for folks who don't know Bettinardi, then you must be getting new to the game. But the Bettinardi family started this company years ago. Tell us a little bit how it got started and how the family legacy and influenced the company culture and the products and the direction that you've gone.
Totally. Great question, Mike. So my father started a business in 1998. That was when Bettinardi Golf was born. But to back it up, even prior to 1991, he walked into a golf shop, Payless Golf in Payless Heights, Illinois.
Oh, my gosh.
And he saw an ad on the wall for a putter that was milled on a Bridgeport milling machine, which were old-school manual machines. And he said to himself, why in the world are they making this putter, this Bobby Jones Billet Series putter, by hand when there's such a thing as computerized machines? And at the time, he owned one CNC, which stands for Computer Numerical Control. So he calls Callaway, didn't think they'd ever call him back. 5 minutes later, they said, hey, Bob, the vendor we're using is no good. The quality's terrible. Delivery's late. Coming out to California, and we'll show you what we're looking for. So he went out there, learned about what they were looking for in terms of a putter with the top line and the neck and the muscles and the radius, all these different things, took that know-how back to Chicago and figured out how to make a putter out of one solid block of steel. Wow. At the time, they were forging them. They were casting them where they pour the metal in the mold. And he was the first guy. It took him about 2.5 months, made it. Other OEMs in golf started calling, Zebra, Teardrop, Scotty Cameron. So he was the go-to supplier in the golf world in the 90s for one-piece milled putters. And then in 98, he started his own business, Bettinardi Golf. That's where we're at, Studio B by Bettinardi. And I think to the second part of your question, family, I mean, I joined the business in 2013. I've been around the business since I've been 9 years old. My son Mateo's over here putting right now. It's a big part of who we are. I think it's amazing that my father and I both can walk from our offices onto the factory floor, talk to our employees, our different craftsmen that are making product, whether it's head covers, polishing, finishing, welding, assembling, paint, the engineering team. It's so cool to have that all in-house right on the south side in Tinley Park.
Yeah, this place is absolutely phenomenal, Tyler. They've got a workshop in the back. They've got studios that make, a typical studio just look like an outhouse. This thing, I could live in that one fitting studio that they have.
You could take a nap over there on the couch.
So if somebody comes in here and has a fitting and whatnot, everything is built here, or does it go over to Tinley Park? Because I know you have a workshop.
Yeah, the putters are machined in Tinley Park,
Okay.
and then if a consumer comes in here and books an appointment or wants to buy off the rack, they're leaving the same day with a putter. For wedges and irons, those do have to be built in Tinley. They take a little bit longer drying process, inspection process to be able to get to a completed product, but all putters you'll be leaving same day.
So at 11 o'clock, when we go off the air here, one of your fitters has told me, I'll take you through a putting fitting. So there's a good chance I might be walking out.
You should be leaving unless you decide to go something custom and you want your initials on, or you want your alma mater on the putter, but high chance you're leaving with something and going to go make some birdies this afternoon.
Well, that's what I hope, and I hope my wife's not listening right now. So
that's true.
But no, I cannot wait to go through this. So when somebody goes through a putting fitting, and I've heard people say, is it really worth it, Mike? And honestly, I can't tell them because I've never done it myself. I'm going to do it today, but what am I going to find out?
Yeah, it's 1,000% worth it. The putter category this year in the world of golf retail has skyrocketed because I think people are now waking up to the fact that your driver's only going to get you an extra, 1 to 3 yards, maybe a little straighter. You're hitting it 10 to 12 times around. Your putter using 25 to 40 times around. So if you can get that fix immediately, and there's so many people that come in, we're like a doctor's office. They come in, hey, I'm pulling my putts. Well, you need to be more upright. We need to make that putter a little bit higher lie angle. We need to change the loft. They leave. Send us an email a week later. Hey, you're not going to believe it. I shot my best round ever. So there's a true art and science that goes into fitting, and I think that's what we do best here at Studio B Oakbrook.
Sam Bettinardi, our guest here on the CDGA Golf Show, president of Bettinardi Golf. So, Sam, I played this week with a guy who had a Bettinardi putter, and it's almost like when you see the Ferrari pull up to the valet. It's just the cool thing in the golf world. When did you feel like your putters and your putter covers and all that kind of became the thing in terms of golf, in terms of putters and putter heads and club covers?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I've been immersed in this business since, again, I've been 9 years old, so I always thought what my father was doing was really cool. Back to some of his limited putters like the 38 Special, the 44 Magnum, the 50 caliber, these one-off runs, and he started doing some really cool head covers in the late, 2008, 2009, but I feel like we really started hitting our stride 2016, 2017, getting on a great cadence, consistency, really strong quality, great designs, and I think it's taken off. We have a really strong collector community, not only in the United States but around the world, and it's something I'm really proud of. And again, like you said, you can see the art behind us. Take a walk down to the Hive and check out the latest and greatest of what we're producing, and that's a big part of the Bettinardi brand.
I think you guys need to have one of these putter covers totally lit up at night, way up above the roof that's looking at I-88.
And challenge someone to go on the roof to buy it?
Yeah, but honest to God, the people that drive by this studio don't know that it's here, but with these putter covers, it's unbelievable. I want that double bubble one.
That was actually the first head cover I ever designed, the double bubble. So
is that really?
I know you're a Chicago guy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So we used to play a lot of Scotch games, still play a lot of Scotch games. So 2 points low ball, 2 points low total, 1 point procs, 1 point birdie. If you get them all, doubles to 12, and if your partner makes a birdie, it's a double bubble. There you go.
Some people call it an umbie, but I like the
double
double
bubble. Or a miracle,
bubble.
yeah. I like the double bubble, no doubt.
So when we do go through a fitting, do you get to pick a head cover that is a collector, or does it automatically just come with that, and then any of the collectors, that's a whole different purchase?
Yeah, if you're coming in and you have an appointment, you're going to get fit for our production putters, which are $400 to $450 retail. We sell those putters around the globe, 45 countries, 2-year product cycles. If that production putter, you're looking for something a little bit cooler, something more limited or a one-of-one, our fitters and our concierge will take you into the Hive. And if you purchase from the Hive, that limited or more rare putter cover will come with that putter. If you don't want to buy that, $1,500 to $3,000 putter, you can also purchase that limited head cover separately, all by going through the Hive and our amazing concierge team that's here with us today.
Tyler, they talk a lot about Hive and bee and all that. And there's a technological patent, I guess you guys have, and it's called the honeycomb face. Can you describe to us, because everyone goes, why is it Hive and bee and all that? I think the honeycomb has something to do with that as well.
That's the big part of it.
That's the big part, huh?
Yeah, so when we were milling all those putters for those different golf companies in the 90s, what the traditional face is called a fly mill face. It's a fly cutter tool that goes around in spirals, big ovals across the milling of the face. And when my father, being that he's a mechanical engineer, one day was rubbing his thumb down the face, and he noticed it was concave. It had a little dish in the middle of the face. And he said, why in the world would you want to have a concave effect on a putter face when you're trying to get a little golf ball in a 4 1/4-inch hole? So he came up with a face that not only was completely flat, but looked like jewelry. And that was the honeycomb face.
Wow.
So, again, the name came because the face looks like honeycomb. It was jewelry. And that was pitched to some of the other people he was making putters for. They had no interest, and that really was the light bulb that went off in Bob, my father's brain, to start Bettinardi Golf. Hey, I got something here with this honeycomb. It's flat. It looks incredible. It performs. Let's take this to market.
That is absolutely amazing, and as is this Studio B. Tell me, tell the people where this is located, because it is centrally located here in Oak Brook, right next to Michael Jordan's place.
Yes, we're right at 1225 West 22nd Street, right across the mall from Restoration Hardware, directly next to Michael Jordan's. They shut down in January. There's a new amazing steakhouse. I don't know if I can say which one. It's coming in next year, spending a lot of money to renovate Michael Jordan's. But, centrally located. Our studio, Mike, was in Tinley Park, above the factory floor from 2005 to 2023. And I really wanted to showcase the brand on a more premium level, better location. There's a lot of Northsiders, Lake Forest people that would say, what's Tinley Park? Is that Indiana? And wanted to entertain them, coming a little bit more centrally located, the western suburbs, close to downtown, O'Hare. That was 1. 2, we had no more space for a simulator for our wedges and irons. And 3, now we have retail. The studio at Tinley was all by appointment only, one person every hour. Now we can have parties up to 150 people. We have retail foot traffic, buying apparel, buying putters off the rack, and then the expanded putter bay. So we went from 1,300 square feet to 7,000 square feet. Been here 2 years. It's pretty much 2 years this August, and so happy to be here. We thank all of our Chicagoland customers that have come in, supported us, and all those from around the country and around the world for that matter.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that about Lake Forest. I've got family up there that think that if they just go across the Edens, they've gone into Iowa. So the move here to Oak Brook is an excellent one, and I'm sure being more centrally located here has proven to be the best play for you all. Tell me, with the people that come down from the north, are they coming down with the mindset, okay, I'm just going to get a putter, but now I'm walking out with wedges and a whole set? Or when you come in and you're making that appointment, it's just for what it is, and if you're interested in the set, that has to be a whole separate, different appointment?
It depends on the schedule and the availability, Mike, but I think a lot of people, after they go through the putter fitting with our amazing team of fitters, we have 5 PGA professionals on the staff here, which is amazing. They'll go dial them in, and there may spark some curiosity. Hey, I want to try those irons. I saw you launched irons. Or, hey, I've seen your new HLX6s are rated and reviewed very highly. Can I go hit them? And they may hit them and then eventually book an appointment. But it all depends on the schedule, and the fitting processes are by appointment only, where, again, you can walk in, anybody can walk in off the street, roll our putters on the green, they can shop apparel, make an appointment for the Hive. And, again, just so happy to be here. It's been a great move, and, planting a big Bettinardi flag here in our backyard.
Yeah, I mean, a big one at that, and what a place this is. I mean, what a place to throw a party, for that matter. But if anyone's out there going through putting woes or chipping woes, or it's just, frankly, I'm tired of my irons. I want something new. I want to just start over. I still have a good part of the season left. What is the technology? What is it about Bettinardi that's going to make them go, whoa, this feels different, or this looks and plays differently? I notice it right away. What is the technology behind what you do that makes it just a little bit better than the rest?
Yeah, I think a big part of our technology is our craft, right? Everything's made in-house in Tinley Park. We have super tight quality control standards, so you know when you're buying Bettinardi, you're buying quality. And then to take that up a notch, when you come to Studio B, you're going to be getting fit on the best putter fitting technology in the world. It's called Quintech. And our team of fitters are going to dial you into a putter that best fits your stroke. They're not going to say, hey, we think you should be playing this. We think you should be playing that. You're going to find out very soon.
That's what I can't wait for.
You're going to go in the bay, and they're going to say, hey, pick 3 to 5 putters that look good to your eye, Mike. You're going to go, hey, I like a blade, but I think I'm a mallet guy. I'm not sure. I've heard about the zero torque trend. Let me try these. And then they're going to get you on camera, and they're going to say, hey, Mike, based on the data, look at the numbers of how you're rolling this new putter. It's 5x better than what you were gaming before. Here you go. Here's the final result. And, again, to speak to our product as well, you have 5 families of putters. You have the Antidote, which is our new zero torque putter. Really, really, really hot right now. It's used by Francesco Molinari on tour, Matt Kuchar on tour, among others. You have our Queen Bee series, which is your aesthetic charm line, your Studio Stock, and your BB series, which is more tour-inspired. And then lastly, the Innovate, which stands for innovation. It's your high MOI mallet style. And I think 50% of the top 50 players in the world right now are using mallets. So big trend, going away from more of the classic blade with a lot of toe hang, going to something more forgiving, and that's where mallets make a big part of that.
Yeah, and when you start nailing it, that's exactly what is going to be me. I'm going to go in with some blades, some mallets, and do just what you said. No, looking forward to that. One last question. It's Ryder Cup season, and you've got to be pulling for Matt to get picked, right?
I don't think there's a way he can't get picked.
Right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, is there anything special that you'll do with him with Ryder Cup in any way, whether it's a cover for just his putter?
We're going to make him a special head cover, and we got a couple other tricks up our sleeve, so stay tuned. But, yeah, special cover for Matt. He's 11th in the standings right now. I think he's got a great shot. He struggled last year, but this summer, since the U.S. Open, he's been playing phenomenal. A lot of nice top tens. Scottish Open, he played great. The Open, before Scotty took off, was playing great. I think he was in the lead or second place for a while. But Matt's our guy. He's been using our putter for 9 years. Love him, one of the best putters on tour. And believe it or not, he just
Didn't
switched.
he make a change?
He just switched Thursday to a mallet.
Wow.
He has not switched since 2016.
So do we have a special mallet cover in the process now?
Well, now that he switched, we may have to change our design a little bit to make sure it fits his putter. But no, he's rolling right now our BB48. It's a symmetrical mallet. It's got a really smooth transition from the top line to the back flange. And again, a guy like that, who's used to having 3/4 toe hang on his putter, all of a sudden working with his putting coach, Phil Kenyon, and says, hey, you should be rolling something face balanced. That's a big change.
That is.
So, again, that's why putter fitting's so important. He spent a lot of time here. A lot of our tour staff spent a lot of time here getting dialed. And really, at the end of the day, it comes back to confidence. If you can get dialed in here and your fitter, your coach is saying, hey, this is the best putter for you, don't question it. You have a confidence to go out on the green and start making putts.
And you bring up that point about the confidence. And, in fact, I was telling one of your guys when I got here this morning, for me, whenever I played sports, hockey, baseball, golf, I always had to have the best equipment so I could take that excuse out of the equation. And I feel like that's what I'm going to do today a little bit here. So it sounds like you did that with Matthew Fitzpatrick. So is it safe to say if Matthew Fitzpatrick makes the putt that ends up beating the Americans, we can blame you?
You could blame us. I might have to root for the Euros a little bit. Of course, I'm a diehard American at heart. But just one quick story to that. Francesco Molinari in 2018, he was ranked 35th in the world. He was using a mallet that was face balanced. He comes in here and gets fit right around the time of the John Deere to a blade with a top dot. Finished second at the John Deere, wins the Quicken Loans, wins the Open, 5-0 at the Ryder Cup. So back to fitting. It's so important to get fit for something that works for you.
Well, it sounds like it. I look forward to going through it because hopefully I can get a senior championship win next month with a new magic wand in my hand. So for you folks, you may not be going to a Ryder Cup or a U.S. Open, but chances are your game's going to get a heck of a lot better by coming here to Bettinardi for the experience, learning, but also it's just really flipping cool in here. So if you've never been, come on out to Oak Brook, 22nd Street, across from the mall. And if you're not, you're only hurting your own golf game. Sam, thanks so much for the hospitality here today.
My pleasure.
Best of luck to you. And let's have Matthew Fitzpatrick putt extremely well, but just not well.
We'll see about that.
Back to you, Tyler.
Mike.
Thanks so much.
Sam Bettinardi, president of Bettinardi Golf. The CDGA Golf Show. When we come back, we'll get into some of the snubs from the Ryder Cup team on the United States side. All that coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Fox Bend Golf Course is a proud CDGA member club. Fox Bend offers country club conditions at public club prices. Fox Bend is just 45 minutes from downtown. Check out the best kept secret in the western suburbs. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. The segment brought to you by Tour Edge. You want to join us, 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Talking Ryder Cup with you. As the United States team has been finalized, we knew the auto qualifiers, Scotty, J.J. Spawn, Xander, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Bryson DeChambeau. Now we've got our 6 captains' picks, and it consists of Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Cameron Young, Patrick Cantlay, and Sam Burns. But that also means that there are a number of players who maybe deserve to be on this team that are not. And, Mike, I think it's time to get into some of the snubs here from this team. Now, I can't call Keegan Bradley a snub because he is the one that is constructing the roster. So he not picking himself, I can't call that a snub. Both you and I think, agree that he is one of the 12 that should be a member of this team and certainly should have been one of the 6, but I can't call you a snub when you're the one that is making the picks here. In terms of some of the other guys, and I'll say this, just looking at what the team looks like, I don't think any of these guys that were left off the team are going to be the difference between winning or losing. I think that, you know how I feel. I think the Europeans are going to come out on top. I just think they have the better team as a whole here. Now, maybe the chemistry is a little bit off. Who knows when we finally tee it up at Bethpage. But some of the notable names that were left off the team, no Brian Harmon. He was 12th in the Ryder Cup standings. He will not be participating. Maverick McNeely, who finished 10th in the standings and was playing some really good golf, including a third-place finish at the BMW, but he will not be participating. Andrew Novak was hanging around that 12th line. I believe he finished 13th in the standings, and he had some good finishes down the stretch, but he's not a part of it. Wyndham Clark, just a really strange year for him. Obviously, the stuff that took place at Oakmont with the locker room incidents, maybe that was a reason why he was left off the team. And then Akshay Bhatia, another name that was left off. Anyone else do you think that I'm missing here who you could put into that cloud of players who were snubbed from this team?
I think I would add to the equation Chris Gotterup because his name did come up as – what's that?
No, well, I was going to say, that's another good one.
Yeah, because I think Chris, started to appear on everybody's radar at the Scottish Open, and then he takes a third at the Open, and then, he comes back, travels across the pond, and has a nice showing at the 3M. But it goes back to what you and I talked about when he took that week off. And I said, I think he's going to rue the day that he did this because he's going to break his streak, his momentum. I know he's tired, but everybody's tired. I mean, tell me who's not going into the playoffs beat up in the NFL, taped, disguising injuries. Same in the NHL. It's the same thing. So I just think Chris Gotterup, hurt his chances when he decided to take that week off. And, yes, did he get things going again? Eventually. But I think he showed enough inconsistency to have Captain Keegan Bradley leave him off the team. And I think it's just his inexperience. It would have been his first team's appearance, if you will. But, he's still average on the tour when it comes to approaching the green and, around the green. He's 87th in putting. And so, you got to have a good putter. So I think Chris Gotterup, while, he was left off the team, I think he's someone that I think a lot of people thought he'd be there just because of his length. Now, if he was playing hot, this is the kind of guy that I think could have helped us because he is 87th in putting. But because the greens are so flat, I think he would do okay, because guess what? They're also pretty flat when they go over to Europe too, over at the Scottish Open. And so I think he would have flourished had he played better. I think we all wanted to see the likes of a Ricky Fowler or a Jordan Spieth come into the equation, but with their rankings of 30th and 32nd, you got to leave them off the team. I mean, Fowler hasn't won since 2023, and his Ryder Cup record is fairly dismal at 3-9-5, and with Jordan Spieth, he just didn't qualify for the second leg of the FedEx playoffs, and he's been working his way back from that wrist surgery performed last year. So, this is probably just a year he has to sit out, and hopefully he'll be making the travels over to Europe when we play this thing in 2 more years. But other than that, I think you pretty much nailed who was left off. But I think the guy that got the biggest snub, aside from Keegan Bradley, but he knew he was doing it to himself, is Maverick McNeely. I think he was the highest ranked player on the Ryder Cup team to be left off. But unfortunately, he won his first PGA Tour event last November at the RSM Classic, and he's played steady golf, posting about 7 top 10 finishes this year. But I think he was just simply left off the team because he's never played in a team event. And he's also ranked 122nd on tour this season in strokes gained around the green. And so, again, it's interesting as we look at these players and we look at all the data based on 72-hole stroke play competitions throughout the season. But we're making a pick to play an 18-hole match play, and you better play good today because you don't have this afternoon or tomorrow to make up any shots. It's a completely different type of format and a different type of mindset, but yet we're using a lot of the stroke play 72-hole statistics and data to determine who we're going to put out there in a match play format. It's just kind of crazy how that happens, and I think this is also why we get snubs. And I think Maverick McNeely, aside from Keegan, is probably the biggest snub. But you kind of have to look hard and far for that. So it tells me that Keegan probably did as good a job as he can putting the team together that he has. It's just I sure wish he would have been on it.
It seems like Keegan was afraid to put too many first-timers on this team because, I mean, you've got Ben Griffin already. You've got Cameron Young already. And if you're going to throw in a Chris Gotterup or a Mav McNeely, I mean, you're talking about another first-timer. And I get if you're going to kind of groom some of these guys to be the future of what the American team is, you'd rather do it at home as opposed to when you're on European soil. But I felt like, and that's probably why someone like Colin Morikawa was on the team, even though his output this year, his performances this year probably don't warrant a spot on the team right now, but it's the experience that he has in this event in prior years that is ultimately what has him on the team. And I just wonder if Keegan Bradley was a little too afraid to put a first-timer, or I should say put 3 first-timers onto this team, because that you never know how that goes. Because if you fumble it on your own soil, then, boy, you're going to be in for a world of trouble, because this European team, even though it's not finalized yet, but we have a pretty good feeling, it's going to be no joke. And if you go 1 through 12 and you match them up, the European team is going to run laps around what the U.S. has on their roster right now. But I just feel like the inexperience factor maybe led to a guy like Matt McNeely or some of these other guys that we've rattled off here from being off the team. And it's part of why maybe I'm a little surprised Brian Harman didn't get in over maybe a Ben Griffin or something like that. But it's tough to take away what Ben Griffin did this year.
Yeah, and I would agree with you with Brian Harman. Again, not another long hitter, but you would be at least putting a little more experience in lieu of Ben Griffin. But Ben did have a better finish, if you will, than Brian. But to your point, I think that's why an Andrew Novak gets no look. Again, he's never played in a team event. But again, he's also ranked 111th this year on tour in strokes gained approaching the green. So I think, what Keegan really wanted, if we could inject some truth serum into him, I think he wanted a Tony Finau or Ricky Fowler or Jordan Spieth to be in those places, because if they were playing their regular game with their experience and I think the intangible of their personality comes into that locker room, and that means a lot. And I think not having a Ricky or a Jordan or a Tony Finau in there and having that experience in there, because, again, Tony could have been a guy that could have been considered. But, again, here's a guy who hasn't won since 2023, and, he's got rankings that are in the hundreds of, short game, strokes gained, putting, all the rest of it. So I just think the rest of the ranks, if we know some of the staples and the guys that have been in this in the past, just didn't play up to their standard. And I think that's who Keegan was counting on being able to pick, was hoping he could pick, and unfortunately was left no decision to not be able to pick him. But I'll go so far as to ask you, could you imagine what our team would look like if Liv didn't exist?
Yeah.
Think about all of the names, because I don't know about you, but I would love to have a guy like Brooks Koepka in full form going into that environment in New York and just feeding off of it. You got to remember 4 years ago, Dustin Johnson walked off of Whistling Straits 5-0. He was a golden child. He could do no wrong. He was the best player on the planet, basically. And now, Dustin Johnson, please check in if you're still on the earth. I mean, it's like, what happened? I mean, but if you had a full board Dustin Johnson, Patrick Reed, Brooks Koepka to take, the Ben Griffins and, some of the others out of the equation, now I think we have a fair fight. But unfortunately, Liv has created this environment where we have a captain that was considered playing and probably should be playing more than he should be a captain, but it wasn't his fault. So I think Keegan's done the right thing, because I do think it would be tremendous distraction in terms of trying to play and make key decisions. I mean, I think he would just have to basically turn everything over and he'd have no say, but I just don't see that in Keegan's DNA. So I think Keegan did a good job in getting out of the way of himself on this one, but is the team better for it? I doubt it. But is what he did was what was required and needed? Yeah, I think it was, actually.
Well, and not only is Liv taking away the opportunity for some of those players to get on the team, like you mentioned, like it would be great to have a Patrick Reed. It would be great to have a full form Brooks Koepka or Dustin Johnson if he could get back to the way that we know that he can play. But maybe the biggest thing that Liv is spoiling for the whole U.S. Ryder Cup team is the fact that Phil Mickelson isn't the captain right now. And that would pretty much lock in Keegan Bradley as being on this team.
That's 100%. And it's too bad Phil didn't, exercise different behaviors throughout this whole journey with Liv and Piff and the PGA Tour, because what amazing olive branch could you have extended in repairing all of this with PGA if you would have said, he calls up Phil and says, look, I want you to be the captain right now. I'm going to go play, and let's bring this thing back together. Let's get all the best players in the world together, and it starts with Phil acting as the alternative captain so that the United States can put the best team out there, and then we go out and actually win. Oh, my God, that would be just utopia. But unfortunately, to your point, we don't have Phil. It's New York. I mean, we just, unfortunately, really took what could be an absolutely incredible weekend. They've just tarnished it some. It's still going to be an amazing week, don't get me wrong. But, gosh, I would really like to say we truly have our best going against their best, because I would really like to almost take the team from Whistling Straits and go against the team that they put up last time, and now let's play.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we will be when we come back, we'll be joined by PJ Clark from the Fried Egg, get his thoughts on the Ryder Cup team, Keegan Bradley's selections, and how he thinks the United States is going to fare out at Bethpage Black about a month from now. So we'll get his thoughts on that when we return. This is the CDGA Golf Show, and this segment has been brought to you by Tour Edge.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news.
Carmen and Yurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches Tuesday
on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Geneva National. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you on the CDGA Golf Show. Let's head on out now to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above, and that's where we find PJ Clark from the Fried Egg, and he is the president as well. I don't know if you know this, Mike, but the president of the Cameron Young fan club as well. He joins us now as he is feeling victorious that his guy made the team. PJ, good morning and welcome on in, my friend.
Thanks for having me, guys. PJ. It's been a good week. It's been a good week for the Cameron Young fan club.
Mike, I gotta have PJ send you a picture of the custom shirt that he made when Cameron Young became the 1,000th different individual to win a PGA Tour event. It was hysterical. the shirt that it looked like he made this thing in his mom's basement or something, but it was incredible. And he broke it out during one of the shows that he was working on that day. But PJ, just looking at the 6 that we got selected from Keegan Bradley here, what was your biggest takeaway?
Well, the biggest takeaway is that Keegan didn't pick himself. I think as the year went on and you saw a strong performance from him in Memphis, kind of stalled out on Sunday, but had a really good Saturday and Friday at the Tour Championship in Atlanta. I think a lot of people were maybe expecting Keegan to pick himself, but I thought, the main takeaway for me is I find it really admirable that he decided to just be the captain and take the role that he was given and trying to get this cup back for the United States. And I think he made the 6 correct picks for where the Americans stand as of right now.
So thinking that through as you have, do you think that the hot hand or the team chemistry room is the way to go if you're the captain? I mean, do you think that it's going to be the hot hand, the guy that can stay hot? Or, what do you think is going to be the key in the room that's going to make the Americans overcome this formidable roster that the Europeans have?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, it's going to be a lot of course fit. Cameron Young's a good example of Bethpage is a long, kind of brawny golf course that you're going to need a lot of distance for. The Americans have some guys that can bomb it. You have a Cam Young, you have a Bryson DeChambeau, but you also have some lighter hitters and Russell Henley and Colin Morikawa. So it's going to be interesting how they set up, especially for alternate shot, to try to get those guys who are great iron players in Henley and Morikawa with, guys that can give them a little pop off the tee. So I think trying to find the good pairings for alternate shot is going to be really important for the Americans. But, the Europeans are obviously, they take this a little bit more seriously than the American side. They have a lot of data analytics, not that the Americans don't, but they put a lot more effort into the team chemistry and the camaraderie. But I think what Keegan did by kind of motivating the bottom of this roster, guys that he could have picked himself over, now have that extra level of motivation because they understand that their captain could have achieved, his lifelong dream of playing a Ryder Cup at his favorite course in the world. And he picked a Sam Burns, a Cam Young, a Ben Griffin over himself. So I think that's going to be really important. That's another extra layer of motivation that maybe the Americans don't always have.
PJ Clark from the Fried Egg with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. It's an interesting point there. It kind of lights a fire by instilling confidence. And usually you sometimes see a fire being lit from being spurned. But it is an interesting point there. Keegan aside, is there someone who is not on this team that you believe should be?
Honestly, no. I think he made the 6 right picks. When you look at that, Ben Griffin's season, he was rumored to be kind of the last guy in. I would have had a really tough time picking one of the 10 best players in the world and since, the middle of March. And you look at what he did, top 10 in 2 majors this year, won twice, beat Scotty Scheffler at his home event in Dallas. I think that's a really important guy to have on this team. So I would have been upset if Ben Griffin got left off. You take Sam Burns, who came on pretty late, but one of the best putters in the world. That's a weapon, a guy that's been there before, a guy that has been in the team room, good team chemistry. Cam Young, I think, is a perfect course fit for this place, and the play on the week-to-week basis is finally kind of caught up to that after a strong showing at the U.S. Open. He finished out the year really strong. If you want to look at one snub, probably the last guy out, I would imagine, was Maverick McNeely, who had a great year, started off the year really, really well, and kind of sustained that through the Tour Championship, but just didn't get enough to get across the finish line. So I think it's the 6 right guys. It's the 6 right guys that I felt better about than even Keegan picking himself, even though I don't think anybody could be mad at that based on the season he had. But to me, I think the correct decisions were made.
So, PJ, would you, and not the rest of the folks, but you, rather have a playing captain with Bethpage in his veins, or purely tactical Keegan Bradley behind the ropes as a leader this year? And assuming you say that, hey, I want him as the leader so we win, who does he put with the Ben Griffin? Because Ben Griffin is the one that puzzles me of the six, and I just think that who do you put with Ben Griffin, an alternate shot or better ball, in your opinion?
Yeah, I feel good about Keegan just being the captain. I mean, as he said kind of on Wednesday during the announcements, this is the job he's been given for the last 2 years now, and working everything through that. And he said it made him a better player because it allowed him to focus on the Ryder Cup off the golf course and kind of just let him relax. And he had one of the better years of his career this year. So you couldn't have gone wrong picking him, but I think having that extra layer of motivation, giving something at the bottom of the roster can kind of rally around now, guys that made the team over Keegan. I think that's going to be really important. That's something that the Americans don't often have. And on the Ben Griffin aspect, I think when you look at it, there are guys that haven't been around. There are plenty of rookies on this team, but I think a Bryson and Ben Griffin pairing could be interesting if you're playing, especially in best ball. Something that you have to look into with these, especially an alternate shot, what golf balls these guys play. Ben Griffin very famously plays a Max Fly. Is one of the only players on tour to play the Max Fly. He swears by it. He loves the thing. But nobody else on this team plays a Max Fly. So that's something to keep an eye on if Ben Griffin does get into an alternate shot. So I think you're going to see Ben Griffin play mostly best ball. And I think Bryson's a pretty natural pairing, a guy that can bring the electricity on his own. Ben Griffin's a really cool dude. He's going to be fired up and ready to go out there, but I think he's sticking with the lightning rod of Bryson in best ball, and that's a good pairing for the Americans.
Yeah, just easy on the creatine, man. Like we can't have the shaky hands when we get out there on Bethpage.
I think Bryson will control the creatine intake, I think.
Can you imagine telling someone 5 years ago, or what was it, probably 3 or 4 years ago, that Bryson was going to be playing and paired up potentially with a guy who had some shaky hands because he overdosed on creatine during a match or during a round? That to me, it just writes itself. It's tremendous stuff. Looking at the European side here, PJ, what are you expecting to see from that team, and any surprises that you think may make the European team, or do you feel like it's pretty much already set?
I think it's already set. After last week, when Rasmus Højgaard kind of locked up that last automatic qualifier spot at the DP World Tour event over there, I think it's going to be set. I think it's going to be 11 of the same 12, and you're just subbing in Rasmus for Nikolai Højgaard from that team in Rome. I think that's, honestly, it's kind of unheard of to carry basically the same team. I've said it for a while that this is a team that does not have a distance disadvantage. Usually the Americans, they play the bigger, brawnier golf courses better, and you see the Europeans play a little bit more finesse. But you look at the top of this roster, and Jon Rahm, Rory McIlroy, Ludwig Oberg, these guys can bomb it just as well as anybody on the American side can. So when you kind of even the playing field on a course that is long, is penal with the rough, but the greens are not much to write home about. It's going to be a distance. How many wedges, how many short irons can you get into your hands, and who can, it's going to be a putting contest at the end of the day. And the greens at Bethpage are not anything to write home about. So I think this sets up well, considering the carryover. Rasmus Højgaard was with the team in Rome. He was one of the last guys out. They had him in the team room. He was driving the captains around in the carts with his twin on the team. I assume they're going to do that for Nikolai again this year now. But a guy that's been there before, adding that to the 11 guys that were on the team last time, and at a course where I feel like the Euros are not necessarily at a disadvantage like they maybe were at Whistling Straits when you look at that roster, and you had some older guys on that team that didn't have as much pop in the bat. I think this sets up about as well as you could ask for if you're Luke Donald for a road Ryder Cup.
So, PJ, if you're Luke Donald, do you have any reservations about Sepp Straka and the way he played coming down the stretch here, and you leave him on? And I guess what you're saying is you're going to substitute Matt Wallace out for Jon Rahm. Is that about this long and short of it?
Well, I think you take Rom for sure. I think you're taking the same team as last time, and the only swap is going to be for Rasmus for Nikolai Højgaard. So I would keep Rom on there. I would keep Straka on there as well. This is a guy that won twice this year, won a signature event at Aronimink for the Wells Fargo. Obviously has kind of faltered down the stretch. He skipped the BMW. He's got some personal issues going on right now. So I think maybe you throw out the last couple of weeks. You take the season as a whole. I think it's important that he's been there before, is familiar with the team room, and was part of the winning team in Rome. I would be really, really surprised if they left Sepp Straka at home. And based on his performance earlier in this year, would I like to have seen something from him in the major championships this year? Absolutely. But I find it really hard to leave a guy who won twice on the PGA Tour at home, no matter, what's going on with him down the stretch right now.
PJ Clark with us for a few more minutes here. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no, I was just going to say with PJ being a president of Cam Young's fan club, Charlie Bevins is a huge Sepp Straka fan.
That's right.
I'm sure Charlie wants to see Sepp there. So, yeah, no, but good point there, PJ.
Yeah. So, PJ, looking at both of these teams, and again, the European team not finalized, but for all intents and purposes, feels like it is. Who would you deem as the one X factor on each team?
I mean, I hate to say it because it's just going to make me sound like a homer, but I think if the Americans can get a good week out of Cam Young, I think that's really going to help. This is a guy that has always had the distance, kind of lost his swing for the first half of this year, but found it in the second half. You can see that in the results. The iron play, if you look at the season-long strokes gain totals, they're not going to be good. But if you take them for the last 3 months, last 4 months, they're better than they were at the start. He found something halfway through the year, and the most important thing to me is guy's an elite putter now. He's one of the 10 best putters in the world, and that's something that you've seen. He was in 115th place on the PGA Tour last year. Now he's one of the 10 best putters in the world. So at a golf course, obviously, he knows well from New York, local guy, won the New York State Open as a 17-year-old and set what at the time was the course record at Bethpage Black. I think he's going to be motivated for this. This is a guy that got snubbed in Rome last time, was the highest player on the points list, not taken. So I think he's got plenty of motivation and has now found himself in the last 3 or 4 months as one of the better players in the world. So I think you can kind of ride that hot hand if you're Keegan. He pairs well with a lot of the American teams, so you have some versatility there. I also think J.J. Spawn is I'm pretty bullish on J.J. Spawn after what we saw in Memphis and kind of getting that bounce back from the U.S. Open and taking Justin Rose to the limit there. And this is a guy that I think is mentally ready for it. So those would be the two I'd say for the Americans. For the Europeans, I think Tyrrell Hatton is always a guy to watch. This is a guy that is a routine, first page of the leaderboard, major championship kind of guy. Had a pretty bad year on LIV, honestly. Finished outside of the top 24 in their standing season long. Didn't get a win this year, but, had a chance to win at Oakmont coming down the stretch. Always in the mix at the major championships, no matter how much he voices his displeasure with the golf courses that maybe they're being played at. He always finds a way to play well. So Tyrrell Hatton, and then what can you get from Ludwig? I think is a huge question. A guy that I think everybody would agree kind of a disappointing year, was in it until the last 2 holes at the Masters, had a chance to win there on Sunday, won the Genesis at Torrey Pines in February, but that's a long time ago now. So you take stock of what Ludwig showed you through the playoffs, but when you look at this next generation of Europeans as kind of the Rory Lowry generation gets older, Ludwig and Victor Hovland are going to be your 2 best players for the next 10, 15 years, you think, and got to show me something here. So I'll go J.J. Spawn and Cam Young, and then Ludwig and Tyrrell Hatton.
Okay, because, I was going to say last year the last time it was Victor and Ludwig. So you're saying Cam and JJ are going to be the 2, because we are going to need some production out of some big surprises, and that's exactly how we lost last time. So you're making the call, JJ and Cam. So who is the MVP at the end of the day when the Americans win? Who are we saying we won because of blank?
I mean, I feel like it's a cop-out answer, but I feel like it's got to be Scotty Scheffler, right? It's this is the engine, the straw that stirs the drink, the engine that's going to make this go. You don't see, maybe Tiger's Ryder Cup record is not great. It's not something that I think he's necessarily proud of. He won a ton individually, but his Ryder Cup record is not as good as you would think it was. If we can get Scotty Scheffler on the American side off to a hot start, you saw the Russell Henley pairing at the President's Cup last year. They were lights out. I think that's a pretty natural pairing to send out in the first couple groups on Friday morning. I think this team goes as Scotty goes. It's a total cop-out answer, but if you want to win against a European team that genuinely believes they can win a road Ryder Cup for the first time in 14 years, I think Scotty's the guy that's got to lead it.
PJ, awesome stuff. Look forward to listening to you on the Fried Egg and all the stuff that you're doing, and keep up the good work, and enjoy the Ryder Cup in a month from now.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
PJ Clark from the Fried Egg with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. All right, when we come back, Mike, we got to talk a little bit of putting, because you've got a putting fitting coming up in a little bit. And also, I want to tell you a little bit about a change that I made with my putting. So we'll do all that and more when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Peggy and Dionne, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's OrthoAccess Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries. No appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, OrthoAccess provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for OrthoAccess locations and hours.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Golfers, go north. to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf Country Club. As we roll along here on the CDGA Golf Show, Mike's live out at Studio B, Bettinardi in Oak Brook, and you've got a putting fitting coming up in probably about, half an hour now?
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. I've never done this. All the years that I've been involved in this game, I've never been fitted for a putter. And for about 20 some odd years, I putted with literally a broomstick, and I've gone back to the short putter, but I've never been officially fitted. It's just been the weirdest thing. So I'm really looking forward to this because I have a tendency to, when I put my hands on the putter and put my hands down, I tend to put the heel down and the toe up in the air, like almost like Issei Aoki back in the old days. So I have to remind myself to put the putter up. So I'm going to be interested to see what they think, if I should have a flatter putter or, hey, it's the operator. You need to change. So we'll see. But the quality of the equipment here, Tyler, is unbelievable. So I'm really looking forward to this and some of the innovation that they have and the newest stuff that's coming out. And, the Antidote is the new hottest thing, and I think that's exactly what Matt Kuchar's been using. And I'll be able to at least put the putter in my hands that Matthew Fitzpatrick's gone to. So we'll see if any of that works any magic. But more than anything else, I'm just going to be interested to find out what you have to do to, when you go through the fitting, and what I'm actually going to learn and how much better I'm going to be as a putter per se, just in my setup. So this will be interesting. I'm really looking forward. I think I'm going to learn a lot. And again, hopefully my wife's not listening, walking out of here with a new magic wand.
So take me through this, Mike, because I feel like you've done everything there has been to do in the world of golf. I mean, shy of playing Augusta, it feels like you've kind of done it all, but you haven't done a putter fitting before. You've obviously been fitted for irons and drivers and stuff like that, but why have you done those fittings but never a putter fitting before?
Well, I think mainly because I thought, how do you fit a broomstick? You just put it in your hands and you sweep,
Yeah.
And so when I went now because back before I went to the long putter, and this was in the early 2000s, they really weren't fitting for putters. You were just going to the rack, pulling one off and saying, yeah, this looks pretty good and feels good. Does it fit me? Nobody was asking that question back then because we didn't know to. So I guess I come from that old school. It was working for, a couple of decades when I had the long one. And now that they've changed the rules and the anchoring and all that good stuff, I've always made it a goal of mine to switch back to the short putter. And I've now been able to successfully do it. And I'm actually putting a lot better. I realized I didn't have my eyes over the ball. My eyes were short of the ball. So it would be like trying to aim a pistol, but put your arm way out right of your head and then try to shoot it. So I think just for me, getting back into the proper stance and having the basic fundamentals back together, but I'm looking forward to having an expert tell me that, again, what Sam said is I'm going to pick out a bunch of putters that I think look good and right for me, but then based on the data that they collect on whatever I'm about to do in terms of rolling and cameras, and I'm going to learn a lot about my stroke. I tend to think my stroke is more straight back, straight through, more like a pendulum. So I'm going to guess that I need to be more perimeter, center shafted, or with no toe hang. So, but I could be totally wrong. I could be walking out of here with the heaviest toe hang putters. I just don't know. But it's going to be interesting. I look forward more than anything to see what my stroke looks like in super duper slow motion. And, am I, the video's not going to lie. So I feel like if nothing else, I'm going to get better today without even really practicing. But I think I'm going to learn a lot, and I hopefully will be able to transfer this over to the real green grass when I get out there.
You know what's funny is what you were initially saying there about putters and how it's just like, it used to be you just take one off the rack and you go out and you hit. And it's like, it reminds me of something when Casey Richards did his Quick 9 series with Matt Eberflus, former coach of the Chicago Bears, and he asked him, what's the best club in your bag? And Eberflus said a putter. And I was kind of confused by it because I always view putting as more of a skill, not a club. And I guess you could say that too about the other clubs in your bag, but it's just something about, that you, no matter what, when you are on that surface, you are pulling out that club. And it doesn't matter if you're within 2 feet. It doesn't matter if you're 40 feet away. You are pulling out the same club every single time. And that's why, to me, I guess it would have never really crossed my mind either for a putter fitting, because it's like you go out there, you hit it, and it's more of the skill that you're working on as opposed to the tool that you have in your hand there. But yeah, no, that is interesting to me. So I actually made a putting change myself this past week. Back when I was down in North Carolina, my buddy that I was playing with down there, Tim Leonard, who's probably the most talented player that I have played. And this is no slight to you, Mike. This guy is just incredible. When we were down there, he shot a 62, and he was just firing on all cylinders. But he convinced me while we were down there to switch to a claw grip on the putter. And he said when he switched to that grip, it really helped him with his tempo, and especially everything like within 10 to 15 feet, he put everything close. Now, he's been practicing with it a little bit. And then I decided to make the switch. I got out to Glenview Park this past week and saw our buddy Ron Cassidy and the crew out there. And I decided, you know what, I'm gonna break this out. And I probably had one of my best putting days. Even my misses, it felt like everything was within a rotation or two. And I'm excited to continue to practice with it, and I'm excited to continue to use it while I'm out there on the course as well.
Well, I got to tell you, you are not the only one that's gone to that claw. In fact, when I was using the broomstick, I too used the claw, and that's something I actually started to experiment when I was just up in Tullymore last week, because the great Eric Ciotti also uses the claw, and it does do something for you. And I've noticed from about 10, 15, 20 feet in, it corrects things and does keep your tempo in a spot that allows you not to get too fast, because when I get a little too quick with the putter, I start pulling and yanking everything off to the left of the hole. So what the claw grip does also, for those that are very dominant right-handed, it basically takes it out. But it does make your left hand more in charge of bringing it down the line in a much cleaner way and a much purer strike. So trust me when I tell you, I'm gonna put on video both a claw and a regular grip, and I'm gonna let Bettinardi tell me which way I should go. So that's why I can't wait to experiment with all this kind of stuff using their equipment. And I may be walking out of here with a new putter and a claw grip but it's all said and done myself. But no, there's a lot of players that have gone to that claw, and I bet you are going to be a good putter going claw. I'll bet you'd be even a better putter than you used to be.
It felt unnatural as hell when I first started with it. And anytime you do a grip change on any club, it's going to feel super weird and awkward. But I got to tell you, once I got out there on those greens and started, like, you hit that first one from about like 10, 12 feet, and it just, it gives you all the confidence in the world. And all of a sudden, that awkward feel that you had with it no longer feels that way. It feels more natural once you see the ball finding its way inside the cup, like I was the other day. So it was a change that I'd never really considered until my friend talked me into it, and I'm glad I made this switch. So maybe someone else out there, maybe experiment with the claw grip and see how it feels for you. If you hate it, hey, you don't have to take it. It's not for everyone. There's a thousand ways to skin a cat as you play the game of golf. So, all right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open weekend. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Thank you to Jake Santos for producing today's show. This segment brought to you by Republic Bank and French Lick Golf Resort. All right, Mike, at this time, every single show, we go around the CDGA. What's going on this week?
Well, a few things. Kind of some highs, some lows, and some in the middle. But first and foremost, did you hear, and we first off got to say congratulations to Allie Wordle, an Oswego High School sophomore. Get this, your friend shot 62, huh? Get this, Allie fired a 59 at Whitetail Ridge, shooting a new course record, and she finished eagle birdie to do it, and she hit it to 6 feet on 18 and knocked it in. But here's the weird part about it all. The IHSA does not consider it their lowest round because they don't consider any dual meets when they hold their record. So it has to be shot at the IHSA Girls State Meet. And the record currently is 65. So Allie is going after that record in just a few more weeks. So I mean to tell you, a sophomore girl shooting 59, and this is a legit golf course. It's Whitetail Ridge in Yorkville. So it's not like it's some par 3 course. So the kids just continue to get better and better as we go. It's kind of a bit of sad news if, in fact, it pans out this way. It was announced this week that Liv is going to Louisiana. Apparently the state of Louisiana, get this, is giving Liv $7 million, $5 million going to Liv, and $2 million to renovate and restore this municipal golf course that they're going to be playing. As such, it looks like our 4-year run might be over for Chicago. Now, some of it is due in part to that we will be hosting the 2026 President's Cup next year, but I think that this market is far enough, big enough to host 2 events like that in this community, especially when they're on opposite sides of the end of our Chicagoland communities of sorts. So sad to see. We may be saying goodbye to Liv, and it could be goodbye for quite some time because we'll have the President's Cup next year, and then we're going to wait for the announcement. The WGA has got to be coming back with that BMW, and our hope is 2028 or 30, and it's just a question of whether it's Olympia Fields or Medina. So if you're listening to us, WGA, we're now, Chicagoland is waiting for when our next professional golf can come to Chicago. But right now, it won't be coming through Liv. And then lastly, and I think you and Shay mentioned it, I too want to shout out to legendary college football coach and ESPN game day announcer Lee Corso, who's going to be appearing on his final college game day, probably literally as we speak. And like you guys, I grew up with this guy, and it is going to be a very emotional day. And that guy was one of the best. He put college game day on the map. And if you get a chance when you get home or you're listening to us, flip it on and salute Lee Corso. A great, great career and just a great man. And that,
absolutely,
my friend, is it from around the CDGA.
No doubt about that. Good stuff there. All right, that's going to do it for us. We'll be back with you next week. Peggy and Dionne is coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank and French Lick Golf Resort.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
College football is in the air. Boy, if it did not feel like college football today, when you woke up, windows open, nice brisk air coming through. I took the dog out this morning and it was like 58 degrees. This is college football Saturdays, and today is a big college football Saturday. One of the biggest, people are saying, with the Texas-Ohio State game. Speaking of that game, I have to give a little tribute to an old colleague of mine, Lee Corso from ESPN. Yes, I actually know Lee Corso. He and I worked together back in the late 80s, early 90s in Bristol, Connecticut. We would work on College Game Day, and we'd get up on Saturday mornings, often quite hungover from hanging out, all of us, on Friday nights. And it's like one big college campus when you work at ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut. And Lee Corso on Saturday mornings was always so full of energy and life and so much fun. And he used to call me Trojan because I wore this hair clip. I had very curly, I had a perm in my hair, and my hair was very curly, and I would pull it back, and he said I looked like the USC Trojan. And so his nickname for me was Trojan. And he was not only the best, the nicest, the greatest, down to earth, treated everybody the same, whether you were Chris Fowler or whether you were a production assistant like myself sitting at the desk. So today, when Lee Corso says his farewell to college football game days, of which he has been a part of my entire sports career, I want to give him a little toast as well, because when you're starting out in this business and the on-air personalities treat you as good as they treat the president of ESPN, it means a lot to you. And this is how ESPN paid tribute to Lee Corso on the air today.
The man of the hour, the great Lee Corso.
This is my final show. I'm wearing this tuxedo. Coach. For my final show, I'm wearing this tuxedo as a way to go out in style. Nice. With gratitude in my heart and deep thanks to everyone who's been a part of the journey.
Now, I did not know this about Lee Corso, and I don't know if I'm just, falling to Google and Wikipedia, but his bio online says that he was born in Cicero, Illinois. How about that?
Yeah, I learned that the other day. It was the Immaculate Carm, and he was saying how it was timely. And he mentioned some of the places that he coached at, played at.
Indiana.
Yeah.
That's how I remembered him, Jake Santos on the other side of the glass here.
But he started with a Cicero native, and Yurko couldn't get it. And I think it took a bit for some people, but that was news to me. But it was very cool to be able to see this morning. I've just been following along. So
fun.
It's awesome. It's part of, everybody's childhood who loves college football. So.
It's the fabric of your Saturdays.
Absolutely.
Like you get up and the first thing you do, the first thing I said this morning, I told my husband, turn on College Game Day. I want to see everything that they do today. Lee Corso is the same age as my dad. He's 90 years old. I mentioned that I started my career as a production assistant at ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut, working on all of the studio shows in Bristol. And one of those people that I worked with was Chris Fowler, and Chris Fowler was reunited today on Game Day as well.
Thanks for having me. This is a moment in TV history, and look at this. I want you to take this in. Look at this scene, man. This is because largely you built this.
Well, I doubt that, but let me tell you one thing. When I was on television, I always try to bring a smile to everybody's face. Bring a smile.
I just loved it. It brought back so many great memories for me, my early days in television and in sports television when I just took a big leap and packed up my car and drove to Bristol, Connecticut in hopes that I was starting a sports career in television. And my family, I don't know what they thought. I know my best friend Jill just thought I was absolutely crazy. I didn't know anyone. I had nowhere to live. I had, you take those chances in life and in your career, and people just take you in. So whether it's the producers that take you in or the on-air personalities like a Lee Corso, you never forget that. And so to my old colleague, Lee Corso, a tip of the cap to him today as well. And what a great college football weekend it is to be able to say goodbye to Lee Corso in College Game Day. Let's bring in Dionne Miller, my co-host, who is here today as well. This is Peggy and Dionne. We are back together again on a Saturday. Okay, I knew you would be wearing your Buckeye shirt.
Yes, I am wearing my Buckeye shirt.
I am not wearing my Longhorn shirt.
I was really counting on you wearing that as well. I thought we were going to be here like dueling. Like we could do like a house divided kind of a booth divided, radio booth divided. Can I just admit, first of all, thank you for your grace this morning. 2 freight trains derailed.
It
literally
happens.
Derailed my morning.
It's listen, no one even knew.
I know. Well,
no one knew. No one knew that you weren't here. Don't worry.
Did.
All good.
Anyway, no, I've been watching Game Day all morning, College Game Day all morning. Did you see the 80-pound cake they brought out of Brutus' head, which was tremendous? I'm excited.
Did he end up picking Ohio State today?
I didn't even see it.
We will have that.
I'm
getting it right now. I'm getting it right now.
Because Ohio State is the one team he has picked the most.
Yes.
With the helmet picks. And the funny thing is, the coach he has picked against the most.
Was that the best moment?
He was sitting next to on set, which totally cracks me up with Nick Saban.
Okay, so it was hilarious because they asked the question on set this morning. They said, do you know which coach you've picked against the most? And they were all like thinking.
Right.
And all of a sudden Saban goes, was it me? Which is so great.
Right?
It was such a great moment. Yeah,
I know. It's really
cool.
fun. I mean, and I was telling Pat, the designer yesterday, PTD yesterday, Dionne, that.
Is that what we're calling him now?
Well, I just called him Pat.
Oh, okay.
Was that, I ebb and flow with college football. And the reason is because Chicago is not considered a college football city, right?
Yes.
And so, we've got pockets of, you got your Purdue fans, you have your Indiana fans, you have your Wisconsin fans, you, of course, have your Illinois fans, you have your Michigan fans. So every Big Ten school has a bar in Chicago that people gather at to watch their games. So there isn't one school in Chicago, even though Northwestern likes to claim it, that Chicago calls their college football team. But this year, I'm more into it than I have been.
Really?
Yeah, and I think it started when my son was at Texas.
Yeah.
And, we started going to the games in Austin and followed Arch Manning and all of that. I started getting more into it and back more into it because I I just kind of lost it while I was here in Chicago all these years.
And our focus during this time of the year is Bears. I mean, that's everything. They sneeze up there and we have to talk about it, right? So it's like that's where our brains are. And so Saturday is kind of like we don't pay as close attention. I mean, I loved college football. I love covering it. I loved being on the sidelines for it. Loved all of it. I just think it's such a I don't know what it is. There's such a nostalgia to it. It seems a little bit it's just such a tradition. It's such a tradition. I mean, you look at what Ohio Stadium today, it's just a sea of red. I mean, it's just what everyone in that town is doing. Places like Nebraska and Iowa, like this is their Super Bowl. It's every week, right? Like everybody's so tuned into it. I love that.
I was talking when we started the show how when I got up this morning, the weather added to it.
Didn't it?
It feels like a college football day. When I was driving downtown, I felt like I was like back in the day. I did sidelines for ESPN. They called it back then ESPN. What was that? Regional. Okay. It was called ESPN Regional. I did West Virginia games. I did Ohio State. Kirk Herbstreit was the quarterback at Ohio State.
Amazing. That's
when
amazing.
I remember going in and sitting in on meetings, and here was this, fresh-faced All-American boy, quarterback for Ohio State. And so I spent a good part of my career doing sidelines for college football.
Yeah,
and I don't know what it was. Maybe it's the buildup this week, but it felt like I really, really had deja vu this morning driving in. Like I felt like it was a college day that I was going to cover a game. It was so, so fun.
I will tell you that sidelines for college football was my favorite job, my favorite little job that I had over the years, like getting to where I was going to go. My very first game for Big Ten Network was Happy Valley with Joe Paterno. And I will never forget it. It was a whiteout. I was on the sidelines. I was like, how in the world did I even get here? It was so cool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it was so cool. And I was working with people, Glenn Mason, who, of course, coached at Minnesota, and he knew Joe Pa. So afterwards, Joe Pa and his wife invited us over to just hang out. Like, it's a different energy when you're on that broadcast team and you're having meetings in the coach's office a few days before and you're getting to talk to players. Every week I would call just I would get some random player on the team. This is something I don't know that people know, but when you prepare for sideline reporting, you do as much research as the color analyst. You could sit in the booth and give that much commentary. But as a sideline reporter, as soon as the ball is kicked, most of that information goes out the window. Right. Because you're just reacting to what's happening on the sidelines.
Or
but I love
a player does something.
Yes.
And you have to go through your note cards real quick and grab that note card and be like, oh, yeah, I have a story about him.
Yes. And I will say, on the air, I admire those who look organized. I was not that organized. I mean, I had notebooks for like each game, right? And so I'm flipping, and a clipboard. And it was, but I loved it. I loved being there. I loved watching the stadium come to life. I loved the energy of the young, that age group. I thought that was really cool to be around. And it was great. Minnesota sidelines, obviously Ohio State, many times Michigan. As much as I hate to admit it, the Big House, there's nothing like being at a game there.
I did Michigan State. When,
yes, of course.
Nick Saban was at Michigan State.
Wow.
And I remember it was one of my first games, and we went and sat in the coaches' meeting because they basically, invite the broadcast crew in, and you sit with them and with your play-by-play and your analyst and the producer and maybe one or two of the cameramen, and you go over what's going on with your quarterback, what's going on with your defense, your offense, blah, blah, blah. And I just remember Nick Saban, how he commanded that meeting.
Yeah.
And that Nick Saban, how open he actually was. It was really pretty cool. It was really very cool.
I would guess that's why he's more seamlessly transitioned into the role he has now, because he's
I never thought he would be.
Never. I always thought he hated media. Like he would have want no part of it.
I know, me too. So let's go to Lee Corso, his final pick for ESPN, which was also picked up by Fox today. Kudos to Fox, a competing network, to pay homage to Lee Corso as well. In his final college game day at Ohio State against Texas, Lee Corso's final pick.
All right, this is one This is one of the easiest picks I've ever made. Texas is loaded. Texas is number one. They have a Manning at quarterback. Poor Ohio State. They ain't got a chance. Give me my first love.
There it is. Here it comes. LC, you are the absolute best. We love you. Thanks for everything you've done. Thanks for this morning. Thanks to this crowd. Thanks to Ohio State and to Texas for everything you guys have done to make this one of the most memorable moments that any of us have ever had. Great day. The legend Lee Corso bids farewell. Enjoy your college football Saturday.
Love you, Coach. Love you, Coach. The team that he has picked the most throughout his career, he does it again with Ohio State. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Not so fast. You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
The Rich Eisen Show is coming to ESPN Chicago.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
Starting September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, the village of Bolingbrook is proud to celebrate its 60th anniversary with a spectacular 3-day celebration from Friday, September 12th through Sunday, September 14th. Residents and visitors are invited to enjoy the 2025 Bolingbrook Jubilee Festival, along with the beloved Pathways Parade and the Path Fest, featuring live music, food trucks, vendors, entertainment, and community recognition events. As one of the most diverse communities in Illinois and recently named one of the top 10 best places to live in Illinois by U.S. News & World Report, Bolingbrook has much to commemorate. With a proud history, a strong sense of community, and a bright future, Bolingbrook's 60th anniversary is a celebration not to be missed. Come and experience the warmth and the friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big money on your post-frame building at Menards. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-frame buildings. Whether it's for protecting equipment or you just need a place to keep your toys, Menards has the building that's right for you. Get a free estimate fast, in-store or on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time. I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Trust me, we will get into some Bears talk because the Micah Parsons deal has everybody abuzz.
I mean,
we have lots to talk about, Dionne.
This week, I'm going to say something right now, Peg. Like, Travis and Taylor getting engaged feels like a month ago. It's like it feels so like that, like faded into the background so quickly because so many other things happened.
I know.
So many other things.
Well, it's a good thing. Like, you and I are getting along right now, which is really good.
That's because there's no score.
That's right, because it's 0-0 in the Texas-Ohio State game. And she's a Buckeye.
Mm-hmm.
I am a mother Longhorn. And this is the big game with number 1 Texas at number 3 Ohio State. I just wanted to bring in my son real quick here, Jason. Jason Conander works at WIBW in Topeka, Kansas, and he covered the Longhorns for his 4 years in Austin at the University of Texas before graduating a year ago. Hey, Texas boy. Hey, Jace, how are you, buddy?
How's it going, Mom? How's it going, Dionne?
Has she ever called you Texas boy before?
No.
No. Like, where's that coming from?
I don't know.
Come on.
But I am so excited for this game because Arch Manning is almost this mythical figure that nobody really knows what he's capable of doing. And I wanted to get you on because you've covered the Longhorns when you were there for the last 4 years prior to this past year when you left. So tell us what to expect from Arch Manning.
He's going to be awesome. I think he's going to end up being the real deal. I mean, so far the game's already started, and watching the first drive, maybe a few opening drive jitters, but I've never heard a bad thing about him, coming out of Texas football, coming out of camp. He works hard. He puts his head down. He's humble. His teammates love him. He's done a lot to recruit this Texas football team. A lot of the guys are there to play with him. And so it's going to be really exciting to see him this season. I mean, he's got the keys to the Ferrari. And so, like Sark said before the game today, if he's feeling good, they're going to let him rip. And so I'm excited.
Sarkisian also talked about just the fact of how normal he is for having such a famous name, and obviously with that comes a lot of expectation, and how has that translated, I guess, in the locker room with this group to come in as a Manning.
Well, yeah, I've got a story to go along with that. Him being normal after they won the Big 12 championship in Arlington my senior year. Arch took a redshirt year that year, but the whole team was on the field taking pictures after the game, and he went up to me and asked me if I could take a picture of him and one of his teammates, and so I did. And I took it off my phone, and I was like, how do you want me to send this to you? He goes, just DM it to me on Instagram. And I was like, you check your DMs? And he was like, yeah. And I DM'd it to him, and he checked his DMs and liked it and took the picture and posted it on Instagram. So he is a pretty normal dude.
Yeah.
As for how he's handling the pressure, I mean, we'll see this season. I mean, going on the road and winning in the SEC is really tough. And so it'll be really telling to see how he handles that first loss, see how he handles adversity down the stretch of the season. But he's going to be given every opportunity to win. I mean, this is a team that has recruited in the top 5 of the country each of the last 3 years. So he's got elite talent around him. He's got the best offensive play caller in the country in Steve Sarkisian. And for the second straight year, Texas has a pretty manageable schedule. So I think he's going to handle the expectations pretty solidly. But the jury will still be out on that until we're really late in the season, just because of the way that Texas's schedule is and the fact that they have this huge game right now, but then they don't play another massive game really until Florida. So, yeah.
Jason, I feel like every time Arch Manning came in the game, he wasn't the starter. He had to sit. He came in relief, and it was always like an off-platform type of play. It was a running play for Manning. Like, is so not a Manning that we're used to. I mean, we're used to the statues sitting back there. What are his skill sets? Is he one-dimensional? Are we going to see a pocket passer in Arch Manning?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He is purely a dual-threat quarterback. Not like a Lamar Jackson dual-threat quarterback, but think of more of like a Josh Allen, a guy who can get the tough first downs with his legs. If his first or second read isn't open, he's just going to, tuck it under and run because he has the agility to pick up the yardage that isn't there through the air. He's a natural runner. His mom was a state champion volleyball player in high school. That's where his quickness comes from, allegedly. And so that's why he's not a conventional Manning. He's not, flat-footed pocket passer like Eli and Peyton. He's definitely a multi-dimensional quarterback. And with that comes, the arm isn't as polished as his uncle's arms were at this point in college. His downfield accuracy still has some questions. We saw in the first drive, thrown across his body didn't look too pretty. So still some work to be done there. But the skill set, that's why everybody can't stop talking about this kid. His skill set is so unique and, like I said, multidimensional. The sky's the limit for him if he can put it all together.
Who is around him? Who are his weapons that he's going to really rely on this season?
So Texas brought in a wide receiver, Emmett Mosley from Stanford. He's going to have a pretty good year. He's not playing today. He's been nursing a hamstring injury. But Arch and him have built really good rapport throughout the summer. Ryan Wingo was one of the top wide receiver recruits a couple of years ago, a kid from East St. Louis. He's a true sophomore now. I think he's going to emerge as Arch's top target this season. I think he's the most talented skill position player that Texas has. And then another guy who they brought in was the tight end, Jack Endries from Cal, one of the top tight ends in the portal. Some people's favorite to win the Mackey Award this season. I think he's going to be a real weapon in this Texas offense. Last couple of years, the tight end position has been utilized a lot. Jatavian Sanders 2 years ago, Gunnar Held last year. And so I think we're going to see a lot of Jack Endries. And then lastly, Parker Livingston is a redshirt freshman wide receiver from Texas, speed kind of guy. He's going to see a lot of run today and in the early season with Mosley being out. That's a guy who all the insiders at Texas have just been talking about relentlessly this summer and going into the season. So he's got no shortage of weapons. It's all blue chip guys or top tier transfers. So like I said, he's going to have every opportunity to succeed.
I was just going to say, and then you look across the line there at Ohio State, also all five-star recruits. I don't know which team has more five-star recruits, Texas or Ohio State. But Ohio State, they lose their two running backs, and yet they just seem to just keep churning out these star players. This is not going to be an easy game. This should be interesting.
Well, yeah, and this is college football in 2025, Mom. Like, the Blue Bloods are always going to be able to reload and, like you said, Ohio State turns out these running backs, they added C.J. Donaldson from West Virginia, who I thought was the top running back in the portal. Really a talented running back who's just going to step in, and he just got stuffed on third and short, but I think is going to end up being their lead back this year. This is going to be a great game. I've told people all week, this isn't an elimination game because of the nature of college football right now. We have the expanded playoff. What this game is really going to determine is who's going to end up having the first round bye in the playoffs, be a top 4 seed, if these teams' seasons end up going the way it's supposed to. It is still very early. But, yeah, this is going to be a great game. I just love the fact that Texas and Ohio State are so proactive about scheduling these huge marquee games.
Yep.
While you have programs like Indiana who are desperate to schedule like College of DuPage And, Texas is playing Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame, schools like that every single year. Ohio State's doing the same thing, Alabama. Those schools are really going out, scheduling teams at their level, these big games that we can all get excited about. And so I just think it's great for the sport. It's great for these programs, and I'm excited to lock in and enjoy this game.
We'll let you get back to the game, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate you us letting us steal you away from the TV for a little bit. Thanks, buddy.
It's all good. Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jason. That's my son, Jason Conander. You can see him if you are in the Kansas area. He is a sports reporter for WIBW television in Topeka, Kansas, and he is also on social media.
He will be the show Texas Boy.
Texas boy. He's Texas boy. He's like, all right, Texas boy.
I love it.
Well, I
No,
mean, we had
he's
so much Texas clothing.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, I would imagine.
It's funny now, my daughter being a senior in high school, my husband are like, we're going to be buying more clothes.
Yeah.
We're going to be buying another
college. Yeah.
We don't know where it's going to be, but just so fun. I love it.
It's so fun. And I can hear in him like your influence in how you research and how you study, and I love that too. That's really cool for me. I love to see it. I love to see, love celebrating his career because he is taking the route I did. It was funny when you were like, I packed up my car and I drove to ESPN. Dionne drove to Billings, Montana. Okay,
Yeah.
So it's like just different paths. But what Jason is he's doing the right things, and I think it's so awesome to watch him grow and take those steps. And so we are cheering for Texas Boy for a very long time. Yes.
Speaking of no score in that Texas-Ohio State game, Northwestern trails Tulane early in the first, and looking to see if there's any other big games that have kicked off early. Not quite yet. So lots of fun here on a college football Saturday, but we're going to switch gears and talk a little NFL. Micah Parsons to the Packers. Did the Bears ever really have a chance? We'll talk about that when we come back. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kid's hair, you might be dreading the process of getting it cleaned up. Luckily, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for a fresh haircut faster. They'll even send you a Ready Next text when you're next for a cut. Your kid's hair will look great for those first-day pictures, and Great Clips' everyday low prices will make you smile. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save your kid's haircut details in clip notes, so the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. So if summer fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
White Sox fans, the 2026 schedule is out. The future is bright on the south side. Lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. For a limited time only, receive complimentary tickets to a remaining game in 2025 when you put a deposit down for a 2026 ticket plan. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day. To secure your spot and check out the full schedule, visit whitesox.com/2026.
Steinhaffel's biggest Labor Day sale ever is happening now. Save 10% off store-wide or use Steinhaffel's 60-month 0% financing and get $50 instant cash back for every $4.99 you spend. Plus, buy a premium mattress and get free premier delivery on your entire order. And get amazing doorbusters like a Sealy mattress for only $199. Sofas starting at just $299. Shop Steinhaffel's Labor Day sale in-store or online at steinhaffels.com.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. It looks like leading for all veterans, helping shape policies to make certain they get the benefits they've earned, and ensuring every veteran's voice is heard. It looks like advancing to meet today's veterans where they are, lifting them up and strengthening the bond that unites us. It looks like serving when disaster strikes, with boots on the ground helping our communities recover and rebuild. From the capital to our hometowns, we don't just show up when it's easy. We show up when it matters. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Prost, Chicago. Yes, that's German, meaning cheers to your health. Don't miss the Oktoberfest Golf Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Sunday, October 16th. A 4-player scramble, brewery tastings, prizes, Oktoberfest lunch, and a post-golf pig roast. Register now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
For sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on the first official college football Saturday of the season. Northwestern is playing Tulane right now. Ohio State and Texas, the big 3-1 matchup in Columbus underway as well. Scoreless game there. I believe Northwestern is trailing Tulane. Northwestern feels good about their new quarterback, Preston Stone. That's such a big name. That's such a big name.
That's like... Okay, well, I can't say it because people are going to get... That is such a North Shore name.
Totally. Oh, no, it is.
I mean, that's a North Shore name.
Preston
Stone, who goes to an Ivy League school.
Actually transferred
out
from
of Princeton.
SMU, I believe.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
He's
He's their new quarterback, so we shall see what the Wildcats can do this year. They need to have a better year.
And this seems to be the year of the quarterback with college football. Everyone's talking about the quarterbacks and what a difference the quarterbacks are making, what they think the difference they're going to make this year, because either these big-time schools have new quarterbacks, or some quarterbacks are coming back for third, fourth years, whatever, and it makes a big difference in college when you bring that experience with you. So, it's fun. It's fun to keep track this year. So
it is.
This is good. So, where were you when you saw Adam Schefter's text about Micah Parsons to the Packers?
I was driving home from work, getting ready to go to back to school night for Cash at high school, and which P.S. this was the topic. Like people stopped me and were like,
"Of course they were, right?"
This? I was like, "Oh my word!"
It went from Caleb. How is Caleb going to be this year? To everyone asking you like, "What do you know about Micah Parsons?
How did this happen?" And of course the Packers and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I was shocked. I'm still shocked. Watching him get off the plane last night. I believe I even said it on the air. I was like, in case you thought this wasn't real, he is actually in Green Bay now, introduced to the media last night. I still can't quite believe it.
Can I say something about getting off the plane? All right, people. I actually heard on, not on this radio station, people talking about the photo that was going around social media before the trade happened.
Okay.
And when it came out that the Cowboys are listening, willing to listen to teams to trade Micah Parsons, there was a photo that was making its way around social media that said, Micah Parsons at O'Hare, OMG, it's happening. And people were retweeting it and reposting it and commenting. And so I'm looking really close, and I look at the signs above him. He's going through TSA, and I look at the signs above him, and one of the signs in the right-hand corner says, like taxi, buses, transportation. And then at the bottom it says valet, arrow, DFW.
See, you guys.
So people
calm down when you see things.
Do not you got to take a look at it, especially with AI and everyone all over social media. That is, I'm like, all it took was, instead of react, take a little closer look to at that photo. It said DFW on one of the signs.
Peggy, we're in a day and age where we have to be the first one to figure it out, and we got to know before everybody else. Calm down.
Yep.
The real truth will always come out. Calm down.
Yep, exactly. I just couldn't believe it.
I was like,
oh boy, that happened quick. So that happened real quick.
Here's the thing, Peggy. All I kept hearing, as I'm learning that Micah Parsons is now part of the Packers defense, all I keep thinking about is that the Bears don't have a left tackle.
Right.
That's all I kept thinking about, was how they're like, well, we're going to go with this, and maybe at the bye week we'll make a change. This feels like a poor choice.
Well,
and it makes me uneasy. And I'm so sick of talking about left tackle. You guys, so sick of it.
Okay, but here's the good thing. Maybe this will speed up their process to solve that problem.
But
right?
why has no one stepped up and taken advantage of that?
Because they're not good enough. It's that simple. They're not good enough.
Then there has to be a change. Like, something has to happen.
They're not good enough, and that's why they are waiting. They're trying to motivate these guys to step up and just take that job, and they're not good enough just yet. Just add him to the list of pass rushers that the Bears are going to see this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they were already going to see Micah Parsons once. Now they'll just get to see him twice.
Yippee!
Right? I do think that it is going to speed up the process to fix the problems.
Yes.
I don't know that it changes too much about the Bears and what we thought they would do this year. But it is going to put even brighter of a spotlight on that left tackle position.
I think so too. I mean, that's there's no way that it cannot do that. Now, you asked the question before the break if the Bears were even in the running or should have been, correct? Isn't that what you asked?
Yeah.
Is that the way you asked it? They should have made the phone call, but I don't think they're in that position to invest in. Sadly, they're not just a Micah Parsons away from winning the Super Bowl. And what would they have had to give up?
Well, that was the problem. They did not have, first of all, they have some of the fewest amount of cap space available. Right. So they would not have been able to sign him to the deal that the Packers were able to sign him to. And secondly, the Cowboys, as Jerry Jones said, wanted a run stuffer in the middle in return. They wanted a proven one. And the Bears obviously couldn't talk anyone into Zach Pickens because they just ended up releasing him 2 years after he was drafted. And they have Andrew Billings, which I thought that's kind of a nice piece to waive, but not good enough. So they did not have the capital to be in on the conversation. And that should also tell you how far away that they actually are.
And I feel that maybe that's part of the kind of, not disappointment, but just kind of like energy from Bears fans is the realization that they're further away, right? And like they're not ready for that. And I feel like from that Bills game, and this is why we can't overreact to the preseason, but from that Bills game to the Chiefs game, I think Bears went from possibly pushing for the division to not ready for prime time, like in like a span of about 4 or 5 days. And I think that the truth is somewhere in the middle there, and that's just who they are and where they are right now. I know a lot of people, not a lot of people, a couple of media members tried to press Ben Johnson on some of the things he said when he was hired, like he wanted to be set up for success and success quickly. Does he feel like he is? And he didn't not answer the question, but more so said he meant that to be in alignment with who's above him, like with his general manager, which they are, of course, and to be working in that direction. And I think that's more realistic of where the Bears are right now, because the insert offensive-minded guru and stir and have success is not where the Bears are, not even with Caleb Williams. He still has to – I still want to see the growth that Ben Johnson is going to bring out of him. I want to see the difference Ben Johnson is going to make in play calling in real games.
Well, this is Micah Parsons upon, as you were mentioning, stepping off the plane yesterday in his green, yellow, white and blue horizontal striped sweater.
A choice.
And that was very well done on his part. And his yellow, not quite gold, but yellow knit cap when he met the media in Green Bay.
You know, at first it was like, you know, obviously like anyone, I got kids, I got, you know, a house, I got family that all moved down for me. And it's a change, right? And I had to sit down and talk to my family about this potential opportunity, and that's when, you know, I got the chance to speak, you know, with some other guys and faculty about what it could be like if I decided to come here. And, you know, once I got that comfort zone, and they said, and, you know, I got to talk to Rashid a little bit. You know, that's my guy from Penn State, came in together. This is like, it's like Penn State. Like, it's like home. Like, this is like a brotherhood. Like, it's safe. You focus on ball, and, you know, we keep everything the right thing. It kind of gave me comfort, and it kind of gave me a better decision. Like, okay, this is the place where I feel like I can take my next step and continue to have a great legacy here.
I'm glad he explained that, because a lot of people were saying, why Green Bay? Like, why would he go to Green Bay? Well, first of all, he didn't really have much of a choice, but the guy's from Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's used to the cold weather. He's a Big Ten football player. So it's not like he came from Florida.
Right.
Why would he want to go in the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, you know? Which, by the way, speaking of Lambeau Field, he will follow Curly Lambeau as the first player in 100 years to wear number 1 for the Packers.
Wow.
Only 2 players now will have ever worn number 1, Curly Lambeau and now Micah Parsons.
Wow.
Yeah. 99 years ago, Curly Lambeau wore it for 2 seasons. So 1925 and 1926. So, yeah. Listen, he's their next Reggie White. And they are hoping that he is going to have the same effect that Reggie White had as well.
Yeah.
And speaking of relationships, when he said that it made him comfortable with Rashid being there, his Penn State brethren, he was also asked about his relationship with Jordan Love.
Oh, man, I don't think it was ever like a serious conversation because, you know, like, you know, even me, like many of us, I never thought I'd be traded, you know. But, you know, that's the harsh reality. But, you know, me and Jordan, we're super close, I would say. Obviously, having the same agent. Me and Jordan been together in Dubai and, I mean, through the podcast, Super Bowl weekends. So we got a very good relationship. He's somebody I know that, you know, we're very competitive when we're around each other. So I know what type of quarterback he is. I'm very fond of Jordan, too, just about, you know, the quarterback he is and what he can be and how he just keeps getting better.
And that agent would be David Mulligetta, who is Justin Fields' agent as well. So
superstar agent. PS.
Totally superstar agent now. Yeah. Interesting. Your thoughts, 312-332-3776. We'll hear more about the Micah Parsons trade. Also, some angles on the Bears that came up this week. They're practicing today because this is technically the start of their preparation for week 1. Training camp is over, and now they prepare for a week from Monday, the opener against the Vikings at Soldier Field. We'll talk more about Bears when we come back.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, welcomes you to the 2025 football season. A battle for the NFC North marks this season's start. This is your home for the play-by-play with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. And this is your home for the most in-depth pre- and post-game coverage. Here comes Game 1, Bears and Vikings, Monday night, September 8th, on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you.
And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck and pergola design programs. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking, plus check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
On October 21st, 2006, Michigan State found themselves down 38-3 with less than 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they made that initial deficit like it never even happened, scoring 38 straight points to win 41-38.
Incomplete. The ball game is over. The Michigan State Spartans in one of the greatest comebacks in Michigan State football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Live stream ESPN 1000 or take a listen to our other shows on demand. It's the ESPN Chicago app.
This is Peggy Dionne.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Peggy and Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We thank them for always sponsoring the fun as we continue here through this college football Saturday. Having a great time. There's good energy in here.
I know.
Like I can tell we're both excited about
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And
it's also because it's football season.
It's football season. It's my favorite time of the year. I'm starting to feel that like coziness in the air. Now I did see it's supposed to be 80 on Monday, Tuesday. Monday's supposed to be gorgeous. So hopefully you are able to enjoy your Labor Day, everybody, because it is supposed to be a beautiful day, 80, sunny, beautiful, warm, all the things you want for Labor Day. But then next weekend, the first couple days are supposed to feel like 50s and 60s.
I love it.
I know. I did ask about the Monday night atmosphere, like what the weather should be like. Larry Mowry told me last night he thinks it will be back up towards 80. So that little fall will just be like a blip.
I won't know because I'll be inside.
I know.
For that entire...
I have to be outside for the pregame. I have dueling pregames that night, but that's okay. We'll get there.
I don't know how you're going to do it.
Oh, you know what is here? I have to give a shout out to Little Z and our Paul Zarang, who do our audio for radio, and Eric Ostrowski, because they always kind of, they are so sweet to accommodate my crazy. So I literally am out there to do hits for the news, which my hits are like a minute and a half, right? So I'll jump on our pregame just on headset, then I'll put on my IFB and do the news, and then I'll come back on. I do that. It's fun, though. It's fun. It happens like once a year that I have to do it that way,
the good thing is that, like, it's all the same thing. Like, you're talking about basically the same thing.
Yes, correct.
You know,
it's all
so,
the same things, yeah.
That helps. So congratulations to you, by the way. Your sons, Notre Dame Dons, won their first game last night.
Okay, can I just say how exciting that game was? They were down 12-0 going into the fourth quarter.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and they and Ray was there, and Cash was there for the freshman game. He was there like all night, right? And so Ray texted me. He's like, "Are you watching? They just scored, and there were like 3.5 minutes left." So then they scored. They turned the ball over, and then Washington turned the ball over on their own 5-yard line, and they punched it in. Won 13-12.
Oh, that's fabulous.
It was awesome.
I'm looking at the list of coaches. So Notre Dame was one of the sister schools to my high school.
Yes.
I went to Resurrection, and Notre Dame and St. Pat's were like the two, brother schools, I guess you would call. And so I just called up the Notre Dame football. I have such fond memories of taking the Harlem Avenue bus down to Oakton and heading over to Notre Dame High School for high school games when I was in high school. And I was like, I want to see if I know anyone. Now, my brother is a baseball coach at Notre Dame High School.
Yes, he is.
So I'm looking at the roster, and I was like, oh, gosh, the coaches. Surely I'm going to know one of the coaches, right? I graduated in 1981. Yes, that's right. I did just say that. And I'm looking, and it's like, okay, here's head coach graduated in 90, assistant in 92, another assistant in 14, another assistant in 10, another assistant in 88. I'm like, ooh, that was closer to me. And then I see Mike Mulcrone, and I'm like, oh, my God, I know Mike Mulcrone from growing up in high school. He was a year younger than me. And then I see that this Mike Mulcrone graduated in 2014. So quite obviously, it could be his son.
Probably his
son. It could be his son. And I'm just laughing. But congratulations. Good for them.
That was a great night. Also, I believe we should do this every Saturday that we can. But big shout out to Jason McKee and the Carmel Catholic Corsairs. They beat Grays Lake Central last night 52-13. I love cheering them on. I love how passionate he is about coaching. He has a rock star coaching staff, so I love watching them succeed. So we should check on them every Saturday, I think, Peg.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'm trying to see last night. So for my daughter, how come I don't see who did St. Ignatius play last night?
Let's see.
August 29th, right? Yeah, I'm not getting any game.
Do
you see one? How did they do?
They beat. Oh no, it was not good.
Uh-oh.
Well,
it's not good. They did not win.
On Friday, August 29th, the St. Ignatius College Prep varsity boys football team lost to St. Louis University High.
They brought in one of those
22-3.
Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Does your daughter go to St. Louis or not St. Louis?
St. Ignatius. Yes.
I drive by that school and I'm wondering.
It's gorgeous.
I don't understand how a school with those athletic facilities cannot be.
Because it's a
it's private Catholic, right?
It's a prep school that has never been known for athletics until the last few years. So Kendall Gill's son, Phoenix, just graduated last year. He, great basketball player.
He's going to Northwestern.
And I'm forgetting. My daughter's friend's brother is a starting lineman for the Miami Hurricanes. Now they were really good. Like they get every now and then they get some really good athletes, but it hasn't been known as an athletic school because it's been known more as a prep school, very much so. But their facilities, they have really upgraded. And when you go to those games, you see the Chicago skyline in the background.
Gosh,
it is
cool.
Gorgeous.
That's cool. I have a friend whose son is actually on the crew team there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
So lots of fun. Okay, so when we come back, let's get more into the Bears. I found it interesting as we talk about no Micah Parsons on the Bears defensive line. What should we expect from the Bears defensive line? And Gervon Dexter Sr. spoke this week, so we will hear from him. And also another Bear arrested, another former Bear arrested. We'll tell you that story when we come back. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Trying to guess the song, but I don't know. It is, right, Rihanna? Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I was trying to feel hip and cool for that quick moment in time, but it didn't happen. Welcome to Peggy and Dionne. So you know that if you listen to our show that we are not hip and cool, but we are loads of fun, and we are rolling on here on this college football Saturday. Still no score in that Ohio State-Texas game, which really doesn't surprise me. I did hear Kirk Herbstreit this morning talking about how college football needs to reward teams that play
the
these
tough
kinds
schedules.
Of games. Yeah, because he was saying, like, for so long, it was just about wins. Get to your conference schedule and be unbeaten. But he's like, I don't want to watch Texas beat up on McNeese State. I want to see them play Ohio State, and there should be a reward for that. And I think that's the changing landscape of college football. The other thing that's different, my dad is a diehard Buckeye fan, and of course he called me at 8 a.m. and was like singing the fight song, so excited. But even for someone who's as old school as my dad is, to adjust to the knowledge of if Ohio State loses this game, that does not mean they won't win the national title. And that's also a different mindset that we have to take in these. I would rather see these matchups from right away.
Like my son was saying, really what this is it's a precursor to who's going to get the bye in the college football playoff.
Correct. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what it is.
But yeah, I think that there was definitely some nerves on both sides.
Of course,
they've struggled to move the ball. So still a scoreless game. I wanted to ask you with the Bears. So which way do you want to go with the effect of Micah Parsons exposing the need even more for a left tackle? Do you want to go Joe Thuney and talk about what he had to say this week, or do you want to go with where will pressure come from on this defensive line and some of the things that Gervon Dexter Sr. had to say this week?
I more appreciated what Joe Thuney had to say. Here is why, most of the reason why. We don't know Joe that well. He is a man of few words.
Yes.
From what I've observed. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's super chatty. He does not come across that way, right?
I talked to his agent about it. He's not.
When he talks, it's with intention. and he's not just talking to hear himself talk. That doesn't seem like the kind of guy that he is. So when someone who has been on an offensive line in front of Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes has positive things to say about the Bears quarterback, that gets my attention.
Right.
And I think it's worth noting.
I thought it was very interesting, some of the things he had to say. And let's talk about that with Caleb, because we diagnose everything that Caleb does.
Everything.
But at the same time, we get a front row seat to watching the development of a number 1 overall pick. And this is what Joe Thuney had to say about Caleb's development.
Yeah, absolutely. And, early on, way back in the spring, we're all just, trying to learn it. And, he's done a great job of really mastering, the language and the calls and everything. And there's always things that we want to talk about. And, as an offensive line with quarterback, always things we want to, hash out, how we see this, what we think about that. And that's just football, and so it's been great to learn with him and see how he sees the game and everything. And I've been really happy.
He talked about how his work habits are so good that he's the first one in, last one out. He's always studying. We saw in Courtney Cronin's article on ESPN.com, NFL Nation, on the tidbit about Caleb listening to a recording of the play calls while he's in his car and then repeating it so that he can practice his play calls and the cadence that he is working on. So little things like that maybe he didn't have last year that he is doing now. Joe Thuney also said the pre-snap process with Caleb has improved.
Just communicating with the offensive line, I think he's done a great job of, telling us to play and the snap count and everything. And there's so many things that go on that as an offensive lineman, you don't really, I just, stay, listen to what I need to hear and try and execute on that play. And, but Caleb works tirelessly. He's always in his playbook. He's in early, in late, working hard. And, I think he's done a great job, as camp's gone and, just being a leader for this offense and getting it going.
It was pretty funny when someone asked him about the similarities, like you were just saying, between Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, of who he played with. And he was like, well, when I got drafted, Tom Brady was, I think, 38, and I was 22. And then I go to Kansas City, and Patrick is only a year younger than me, but he had actually been in the league for several years. So, he said that he thinks that Caleb's done a great job of keeping everything in stride, even as a younger player, without a lot of repetitions, not as many as the quarterbacks he has worked with before, that he believes that Caleb has it in him, that it's there, and you just got to let all of those practice reps come to fruition.
That he is noticing his work ethic, I think that should make us stop questioning it so much. I did appreciate on Tuesday, it kind of got lost in the shuffle because Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles talked and it was roster cutdown day, but Rome Odunze was asked why he thinks Caleb is so openly criticized all the time. And his response was, I don't know, you guys tell me. You write all these stories about him. And he said, if you want to have a conversation about him not working hard or something to that effect, he goes, I have no time for you. And I thought that was really telling, because this is a guy who came in with Caleb. They didn't know each other before draft night. And here they were, picked 8 picks apart or 9 picks apart or whatever, and are joined at the hip now, right? And they've built that connection. I think Rome's going to be his top target this year. I think you've seen some of the passes they've made through training camp and through the preseason games, the connection that they've made, that's very noticeable. But I just thought that was interesting because on the outside, and Jake and I talked about this last week when we were discussing how on Friday night during the game, no matter what Caleb does, he gets criticized. It doesn't matter what he does. It can be anything from what he posts on Instagram to what his socks being, last week it was his socks. Somebody called it about his socks. Doesn't like how he wears his socks, painting his fingernails, all that stuff. And because he's the number 1 pick, a lot of that stuff comes with it. I understand that. And they did not win last year. It was not pretty. So I understand all of that. But at the same time, it feels like, can we let it play out a little bit longer?
Okay, but I heard Stacey Dales on our air talking about the socks, and she's like, I have no time for people who are but here's the reality. You're the team leader, and there are NFL uniform rules. So if you are going to break an NFL uniform rule, you're basically telling the rest of your team, it's okay to break an NFL rule. Now, I get it. If you want everyone to be themselves and be who they are, and I get that. But I think there's a slippery slope to breaking rules so early before you can earn it. And I do think that it's a mixed medium of I should get to break a rule because, I'm Caleb Williams. I'm choosing to do it. I don't care if I get fined, all that kind of stuff. But really, you kind of got to earn that place to then say, this is what I'm doing.
7-0 Ohio State.
I do think they just scored on fourth and goal.
Yeah. I do agree with you on that, Peggy. And I do also think that we are looking at him through the lens of a starved fan base for someone to get it right behind center. And so that opens him up to even more criticism. I agree with you. You have to earn
Painting
that.
your fingernails is not against any rules.
No.
So that's why you can't compare it to him wearing the ankle socks.
But wearing the uniform the proper way, respecting the game the proper way. I think that's where there's that fine line of let him be himself, but also don't disrespect the way it should be played, the way you should be dressed the right way. I think that's that fine line that people are jumping on either side of.
And it's fair because this is the city of Jim McMahon.
Of course.
This is the whole reason the uniform rules were put into effect was because of Jim McMahon with the headband. So and writing messages on his headband. So yeah, it's fair. All I'm saying is there are two schools of thought.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can look and say that one of them is wrong, but I do think you have to understand what the ramifications are. And when one is breaking a rule, there's going to be ramifications to that when you are expected to be a leader. And when the other is just self-expression, that's totally different. So this is what we expected to be the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, to be scrutinized over everything.
Yes.
You just got to be able to handle it.
Yeah, of course, has to be able to handle it. And I think so far he has.
Yeah, it seems like
publicly it seems like he has. I also think, gosh, can we play a game? Can we please play
I know
a
it's
game?
it's time to play.
Can we please play
Although
a game?
I'm not so quick to wanting to play this Monday night game yet.
I'm not either. I'm
I'm
a little
I was going into the season thinking that the Bears had such a great opportunity to jump out and catch a couple of these teams, like J.J. McCarthy's first NFL game. But now, after seeing the up and down of training camp, I'm just not so sure. So I don't really know. Let's go out to Carol's stream. John wants to comment on what we were just talking about.
Hey, John.
Hello, John.
Hi, girl. I have a serious comment. First of all, let me stress, I like Caleb. I think he's a nice guy. He presents himself very, very well. Having said that, here's why I believe he has caused his own problems, which causes us to criticize him. Go back to draft. He has not thrown a football. He talks that he's going to do 4,000 yards his first year. He talks about this. He talks about that. He basically says he's going to be the next GOAT. So what he did was cause his own problem. Anything he does is not perfect, but that's what he made himself out to be to us, the fans. So consequently, if he does 3,800 yards in passing, that's not 4,000. He has caused his own problem.
Fair enough, John. Thank you for the phone call.
That is fair.
Yeah, it's true, but you know what? Quarterback has to be the most confident, cockiest player on the team.
And that I would think that he is.
But you're right. He's got to follow through.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's got to follow through.
Yes.
Joe Thuney also talked about the left tackle situation, and we have yet to see what Braxton Jones is going to look like playing next to Joe Thuney.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to note that the Joe Thuney effect is going to be there with the rest of the guys on the line. And this was his reaction to the left tackle situation.
I control what I control.
So I went to
a doctor. I need to just clarify.
So
he was asked if I gave you the wrong introduction to that. He was actually asked if he was throwing his own hat
wanted to, yeah.
into the ring at left tackle. So when you hear him laughing, it's because he was asked whether or not, it seems like there's tryouts at left tackle. Are you throwing your hat into the ring because he has played tackle before?
I control what I control. All the guys out there at left tackle have been doing a great job, whether it's weight room, locker room, meeting room, they're all working so hard, working, endlessly. And, it's been, as an offensive line, we're just always working to try and get better. And, it's a never ending process. And, anyone they go with is great. And, just want to, do what I can.
He had success in that position, protecting Patrick Mahomes' blindside in Kansas City. That was an important move that they made. I wouldn't take it off the table.
Right.
I would not take it off the table. This guy's going to the Hall of Fame. End of story. Like that, he is. There's no question. So if you have someone like that in your offensive line room and you're struggling, and Braxton Jones is being pushed around, as someone said, like a Target shopping cart, then you can't. You have to make a change there. You have to figure something out. And I wouldn't put it beyond Ben Johnson to say, let's at least try this. I don't know what that would mean, how they would shake everything else out, but if you have somebody of that caliber and that talent and that versatility that has done the position successfully before, why would you not try? Right? I don't think you take that off the table, as much as he joked about it. And I also appreciate sweet Joe Thuney. I think he's just like, everybody's doing a great job. I think that's right. He's so focused on what he's doing that he's not like, I just appreciate him. But I think it's an option.
It'll be interesting. Closed practices as well, so not a lot of opportunity to see what they're doing.
And that's moving forward, everyone.
Exactly.
We are in that season.
We won't
where
be able to talk anymore about who's playing
all the
where.
video you will now see and pictures you will now see will only be of this team stretching. That's it. So if you think you can tell what they're doing based on that, please give me a call, because I have no idea what we're supposed to see in those moments. But so we have to go by what we are told, not so much what we are seeing anymore.
We heard earlier this week that Jay Cutler was sentenced to, what was he sentenced to for his DUI? Is it jail time? Is it a couple of
4 days in jail?
4 days in jail.
And then his license was revoked. Correct?
Another former Bear was arrested as well. Buster Screen, remember him? He played here 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He was arrested in Georgia after being, quote unquote, on the run from Canadian authorities since last year in connection with fraud. Listen to what he was doing, allegedly.
That's unbelievable.
He was arrested in Roswell, Georgia, charged with 18 counts of financial fraud. He would target women, allegedly, online on dating platforms, telling them about his financial troubles, asking for money, and promising to pay them back with proceeds from his NFL annuity. Instead, he allegedly used the money for travel, gift cards, and rental properties. 3 of the women, one in New York, one in North Carolina, one in Wisconsin, lost about $300,000.
Wow.
$300,000?
Outrageous.
Are you kidding me?
That's...
Who online is saying, that's like those of us, we get the online stuff all the time on your emails, and it's like, hey, this is your grandmother, or hey, this is your grandson, or hey, this is so-and-so. I was traveling overseas and I need some money. But this is straight up him telling them, I'm a former NFL player, and allegedly saying, he needed money and he would pay them back with his NFL annuity.
It's unbelievable that he was that convincing.
Let me give you some money.
Right.
I wouldn't give my
girls.
I wouldn't give my husband that much money.
Same.
I
Not
mean,
without a lot of questions and
interest.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
On
the run from police in Canada.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Jervon Dexter Sr. also spoke this week. We'll talk about the defensive line.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. We live in an ever-evolving sports world. And starting Tuesday, ESPN Chicago evolves with even more sports content for your day. Cap and J Hood move up 1 hour with a 6 a.m. start. Carmen and Yurko will now be live 9 a.m. to noon. Then it's the triumphant return of Rich Eisen to ESPN with the Rich Eisen Show at noon. Black and Abdallah take over for 1 hour, a completely uninterrupted hour at 2, followed by the Waddle and Sylvie Show from 3 to 6:30. Packing more content, more voices, and more Chicago sports fun into your day. The new ESPN Chicago lineup launches Tuesday. Be there.
You guys, you know I was on the hunt for a new car last fall already. Wow, almost a year that I've been in my luxurious yet practical Acura MDX from Advantage Acura of Naperville. I wasn't sure what to look for and told them what my needs were, and they worked their magic to help me find my perfect ride. The process was seamless, stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that I still feel super cool driving down the road. So the team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me. They will do the exact same thing for you, and they want to. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they will help you find your perfect match.
Save big on everything for your appliance upgrade when you shop at Menards. You need reliable and energy-efficient appliances to conquer the day. Menards is your one-stop shop with the largest in-stock appliance selection ready to take home today. Check out our top appliance brands including KitchenAid, Whirlpool, Maytag, Amana, and Criterion. Save big money on all appliances at Menards and check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Steinhoffel's biggest Labor Day sale ever is happening now. Save 10% off store-wide or use Steinhoffel's 60-month 0% financing and get $50 instant cash back for every $4.99 you spend. Plus, buy a premium mattress and get free premier delivery on your entire order. And get amazing doorbusters like a Sealy mattress for only $199. Sofas starting at just $299. Shop Steinhoffel's Labor Day sale in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. Peggy, I don't know. This is kind of out of nowhere. I know we were talking tons of football.
Oh, well, that should fit right on our Peggy and Dionne. We always do stuff out of nowhere.
So my favorite story coming out of the U.S. Open is Taylor Townsend, who is from Chicago.
I'm glad you're bringing this up.
And she's had quite a week. But last night was her third round match. It did not start until 10:20 Eastern time. Okay? It was supposed to start at 10:20 Eastern time. I think it was more like 9:40 our time, so 10:40 Eastern time. Super late at night. So like I don't know if people noticed, but she pulled an upset of I knew the name last night, Maria Anivo or something like that, the fifth seed. She pulled an upset. She rolls on. I'm so into this whole story. Like, I can't celebrate it more. I think it's awesome. Cheering her on. She'll move on now to the fourth round. It's not the quarterfinals yet. It's fourth and then quarters, right? I know. That's why I hesitated. So I have
I love how
Here's
she
what
handled.
I know. I love how she
handled it.
masterclass.
Yes.
In how she handled what happened on Wednesday, and then her reaction. If you haven't seen it, I reposted it on Instagram. I know a lot of people it's been circulating on Twitter, but her reaction, her post-game interview, she's like, we're doing it. Like, it's remarkable. We're not specifically doing raise a glass, but if we were, I would definitely raise my glass.
We should do that later on in the show. We should do the raise a glass. We haven't done it in a while, so let's earmark that for the end of the show. We'll do raise a glass where we get to toast people that we would like to. I already toasted Lee Corso, but there's plenty. It's been a while since we did raise a glass.
I know. We should do that.
Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Northwestern is trailing Tulane 20-3. Preston
Stone
was intercepted, and I think that may have led to a Tulane touchdown. 20-3, the Wildcats are trailing on the road. They are on the road, right?
They are at Tulane.
Okay.
Yeah, they are at Tulane. And I do believe last year's quarterback, Jack Lausch, is still on the roster as well.
Oh, you're already...
I'm not already. I'm just
the
saying.
hook is already out.
I don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that this is not the start the Wildcats wanted.
Some of these interceptions have been bad.
Really?
Really.
Does he have more than one interception?
If you said he just saw another one.
There was?
I saw one earlier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not good then. It's opening week. A lot of jitters going on. So I was interested also to see and to hear from Gervon Dexter, because the whole question with the Bears and where is the pass rush going to come from, Dennis Allen likes to really mix it up, and he wants his front four to be very aggressive. So if the front four can win, it should cause and wreak havoc on the back seven. And therefore, it should lead to more takeaways, better opportunities for the defense, turning the ball over. And Gervon Dexter, I thought he was so honest in his press conference, talking about the influence that his new defensive line coach, Jeremy Garrett, has had on him. And we've talked about this a lot. How the Bears assistant coaches are just being blunt and honest with these guys.
So great.
And what are you doing and what are you not doing? And he talked about how Jeremy Garrett just flat out just asked him, what is he seeing?
He noticed, you talking about JG, right? Yeah, he noticed that, obviously my eyes weren't in the right place, and I think one of the things that he told me is the start of the play. So that's the stance. Getting down and getting ready to play is probably the biggest thing. So if you don't have a good stance, you probably won't have a good get off, and 9 times out of 10 you won't have a good play. So just the start of the play, and he's helped me fix the start, and that's been pretty good for me.
Yeah, and these are techniques and fundamentals, and not only that and where his eyes are, but these guys were getting away with just their size and skill.
Yes.
This is the other thing that I thought was so interesting that Gervon Dexter talked about with defensive line coach Jeremy Garrett.
It's a funny story. My coach, like I say, Coach JG, he kind of he asked me one time when we first got here, like, G, what you looking at when you getting off the ball, or what you looking at when you ready to strike? And I think I told him some dumb ass. Sorry. I told him, like, I'm looking at the hips or the ankles of the offensive lineman. He looked at me funny. It was like, just key the tip of the pad, and that's been more than helped me so far. So it's been perfect.
Key the tip of the pad.
Okay, so
like he didn't know where he should be looking. He didn't know where he should be looking. And Jeremy Garrett says to him, so he made it up. He's like, hips, ankles of the offensive lineman. Right. He's like, key the tip of the pad.
Right.
Which way is the pad tipping? Like it was so like those are the little details that you talk about that make a difference.
All I keep hearing is the last head coach talking about how much he was so pleased with his staff because they're all such great, quote unquote, teachers. And that did not, Von Dexter's not a rookie. It's his third season. And he's learning these things.
Yeah.
So that is where, when I talk about like a level of confidence in anything heading into the season, it is the staff that is now in place, the varsity football staff that is now in place with the Bears. Because it may not look pretty. They're not going to win every game. It's going to be that kind of up and down a little bit of this season. But I trust that group to help them learn from mistakes and then change them and find success. I do. I think that they have the right coaching staff in place to correct what they see is going wrong and make a difference the next time they get out there.
312-332-3776. Bears are back at practice today as they begin their preparations for Monday Night Football, hosting the Minnesota Vikings. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? I am telling you, this was happening to me last night yet again. Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi. It just works.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kid's hair, you might be dreading the process of getting it cleaned up. Luckily, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, convenient online check-in makes it easy to get in for a fresh haircut faster. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're next for a cut. Your kid's hair will look great for those first day pictures, and Great Clips' everyday low prices will make you smile. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips will even save your kid's haircut details in clip notes, so the next time you come in, it's even easier than the first, and you've got one less thing on your mind. So if summer fun has done a number on your kid's hair, you know what to do. Get into Great Clips to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060. And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000.
Just over a week until the first Sunday of the NFL. The first game of week 1 is Thursday night. We're like inside 5 days.
I know. 9 days before the Bears opener.
Yes.
Single digits, as Jaquan Brisker tweeted out this morning. Single digits.
Are they?
So,
I should know this.
I'm hoping that means he's okay.
I think he's okay. I think he is okay. I hope so too. I mean, it was not comforting to watch him walk off with a trainer at Wednesday's practice and not.
Yeah.
Return.
Can I just make a correction? And I apologize. I kept saying the Bears practice today. They do not have practice today, so that is my mistake. I was looking at the schedule for next week and how they have practice on next Saturday because it's a Monday night game. So my apologies. I started looking to see if anyone was tweeting anything out about practice and who was there and who wasn't, and then I was just like, how come I can't find? And I looked at the schedule. I'm like, oh yeah. Dionne had to correct me.
It's okay. It's a holiday weekend. It's a holiday weekend for the Bears and for all of you, I hope. Bears are actually going to have some virtual player availability on Monday. The first practice we will see from them is Tuesday and also Wednesday, and then off Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday will be those final preps for Monday night against the Vikings, which is a very, very, very big test to come out of the gate and let Ben Johnson make his head coaching debut.
I know. There's just so many questions.
I should know this, but I haven't paid super close attention because I know our game is that Monday night. Is there more than one game that night?
I thought that the new schedule, they changed it, that there aren't.
They got rid of that.
Right. There aren't multiple.
That's my understanding.
So it's just the Bears and the
Should
Vikings?
just be them, I believe, yeah.
Wow. Massive.
Yeah. I was trying to remember what they said about that, but I'm pretty sure that's what they changed that having.
Or moving forward, because when they made the new deal with, I believe it was with NFL Network or with the NFL.
Yeah.
With the actual Monday night.
Right. Oh, that's right. When when ESPN bought NFL, and that was part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. It kicks off Thursday night on NBC and Peacock with the Cowboys and the Eagles. Whoa, my God. What a game to open up with. On the heels of the Micah Parsons news. That is unbelievable. That's the Thursday night game. And then Friday is the Sao Paulo game in Brazil. And that's the Chiefs and the Chargers in Sao Paulo. That is 7 p.m. That's an interesting location. That is really something.
It is very interesting.
A regular slate of games on Sunday for the NFC North teams. What you have are the Lions in an afternoon game at the Packers.
The Packers, yeah.
So they start right away, just like the Bears and the Vikings. The Lions and Packers start right away facing each other in a 3:25 game next Sunday. And then it's Monday night. It's the Vikings and the Bears, the only show in town.
Yeah, there
7:15 kickoff from Soldier Field on ABC and ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking back at the notes from heading into training camp with I think there were 3 pages of questions, questions going into camp.
Yeah.
And basically you could look at every single position group and say here's all the questions about Ben Johnson as a head coach. Here's the questions about Dennis Allen as the new coordinator. Here's the questions about the assistant coaches and the process about how they are going to be working together with Ben Johnson. And then you go to the quarterback, an entire page of questions with Caleb Williams. Has he, how is he going to be taking the snap under center? How many snaps under center will Ben Johnson put in the first game? How often will he be in the shotgun? Will he rely on his running backs? How is he processing the play calling and getting it in and out of the huddle from the head coach, conveying it to the players, and then identifying the defense and where the middle linebacker is and what the safety's doing. And then, oh my gosh, and let's not forget, can he process it once the ball is snapped as well? I had literally 3 pages of questions, and then I started eliminating what were answered in training camp.
Okay.
And I still had 2 pages of questions.
Of course. And what you were just saying, like all those questions about Caleb Williams, as you were saying it, in my head, I'm like, that's what's going on in his brain from the moment he gets the play until he gets behind center. And to have it go faster and faster. I mean, that you would have been sacked. I mean,
thank you.
You would have been sacked. Like it's as fast as he's trying to like process what he's saying and what he's hearing and communicating and what he's seeing, and like all of that stuff has to speed up. He has to get rid of the ball quicker. This offense will have success if he's able to do that, if he has time to do that, if the offensive line protects him better than they did last year. Even in the preseason, Peggy, you saw Waddle pointed this out. You saw his feet were quieter. Like at certain times his feet were quieter.
Right.
There were moments when he got the ball out very quickly, especially against Buffalo's second string. He was able to get the ball out quicker, and you saw that led to success, right? So if he can do that on a more consistent basis, I think that's going to make a big difference for this offense. I just don't know if the Minnesota Vikings defense is going to give him time to do anything.
Right. They're like they did last year. They're going to throw the book at him. Just throw the book at him and make him think. Make him play quarterback and make him think. Listen, it's week 1. For the last couple of years, we've talked about how many NFL teams, because of not playing their starters in the preseason, the first couple of games are their preseason. And I know it's not fair and it's not right. And people say, well, that's ridiculous. But it is true for a lot of teams. The first couple of games, this is your preseason because, I mean, and then you go, well, you have the Cowboys, Eagles, just like you have Texas and Ohio State to open up a season. You cannot look at your schedule and say, hopefully, like Ben Johnson says, week 4, going into our bye, then we're going to like reassess everything. Whew, a lot can happen. When you open up Cowboys and Eagles and you open up against the Vikings, like there's a lot that you just don't want them to recess.
No, and I think that because last year we didn't see them play a division game until whatever week we were in, however late into the season that is a change that I actually do like. When we're looking for tangible like progress and you want to see where you're at the start of the season and then see where you're at later in the year, playing the Vikings and the Lions right out of the gate and then facing them later on will give us that actual physical evidence of growth or change or how he's able to adjust to what Caleb can do. I think it was Courtney who said on our air that they will probably take some things off of Caleb's plate. They said they would, right, heading into the week 1. So hopefully they simplify things enough where he feels super confident with what he's going to be asked to do, at least for that first game. Because that's the only game in town, the number of people watching that game for the Ben Johnson aspect, for Caleb Williams, for J.J. McCarthy, for Vikings fans, like there's so many questions surrounding what these two teams are going to look like. It's going to be a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
Absolutely.
Although Caleb says he doesn't feel it, he will in that moment. I just guarantee it.
Talk about pressure. Arch Manning feeling a little bit of the pressure from Ohio State as the Buckeyes are leading the number 1 Longhorns 7-0 at Ohio State. Arch Manning is 5 of 10 for 26 yards, a 2.6 average passing. And that was the big question, was everyone wanting to see his arm and his passing game. He has 2.6 average on passing. His longest pass is 7 yards. to Ryan Wingo. The rushing game, Arch Manning has 13 yards rushing on 5 carries. So he's their second leading rusher at that point. Or he's carried the ball the most. So, a little bit of a slow start. And your Ohio State Buckeyes, meanwhile.
New quarterback. It's not that different. Julian Sayin is the new quarterback for them. 6 of 11, 53 yards. It's not that different.
No.
Not that different. It's just the first game. I think that
they've broken up
they've
broken a couple of bigger pass plays. I think that's what you're seeing. Jeremiah Smith with 27 yards receiving already on three catches with a long of 16. So it's a slow start for the premier game, and it could be a slow start for all we know what we see from the Bears come up on Monday night. Hey, let's do when we come back.
Yeah.
Let's do our Raise the Glass. We haven't done it in so long.
Let's do it.
All right. Raise the Glass. If you want to get in on Raise the Glass, 312-332-3776. We'll do that when we come back.
Listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000. It is time to raise a glass.
Cheers. Love you guys.
Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't raise your glasses.
So, however you say it.
Bottoms up.
Sláinte.
Skål.
Salud.
Chin chin.
L'chaim.
Cheers.
Make it profound.
To my big brother George, the richest man in town.
Let's raise a glass with Peggy and Dionne.
To a night we'll never remember, but the four of us will never forget.
It's just so good, Peg.
It's our favorite segment.
It is our favorite segment. I did kind of already raise my glass to Taylor Townsend.
There's so many people.
There's so many. So I'm going to
Yes.
let you go, and then I have two more.
Oh, wow. Well, why don't you do one, and then I'll go.
Okay.
And then we'll go to Jake, and then you can wrap
I
us
can wrap it up
your
with the last
second
one. Okay,
Yeah.
give me just a hot minute. Because I'm sure you know what I love about Raise a Glass is that you can really pick whatever you want. But I also feel like every time I go first, you pick one that I'm like, that's what I should have done.
Oh, well,
every single time.
It's nothing. I'm doing nothing that involves your family. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That is always my fear is that somehow she's going to remind me that tomorrow is Father's Day or something. Like, raise a glass to Dionne's husband, whose birthday is tomorrow.
Right.
No, I am raising my glass to rookie pitcher Peyton Tolley from the Boston Red Sox.
Oh, that was so good.
So good. So he got his call up, and the video of him hearing this, his coach sat down with him, and he said, "Do you see this? The Pirates are playing the Red Sox at Fenway, and it's Paul Skeens against TBD. We were thinking about turning TBD into Tolley." And he starts crying, and I started crying. It was magnificent. And then last night, he went out, and he pitched incredibly well. 5 1/3. He had 8 strikeouts, gave up 2 earned runs, got a standing ovation at Fenway. It was awesome. It's what I love about sports. To me, it was between that and Taylor Townsend. Like I couldn't pick one that I loved more, but I just loved that whole story.
I am raising a glass to a group that is not in sports. It is the Leo Catholic High School Choir from Auburn Gresham neighborhood. They have advanced to the semifinals on America's Got Talent.
Oh, yay.
I do not watch AGT, but I have been hooked on this since a friend of mine told me you have to watch Leo High School's choir on America's Got Talent. They received a standing ovation from Judge Simon Cowell, which he rarely, typically he's the toughest judge. And they have now advanced to the semifinals. Their choir director retired going into this school year, but they kept advancing. And so they're like, you cannot retire. The difference this is making in the young men's lives from Leo High School is so wonderful. Awesome. Some of these kids had never been introduced to music outside of just listening, on your AirPods or whatever. They've advanced, and now they will advance with 12 other acts to the another elimination round next week. I am raising my glass to Leo Catholic High School Choir for advancing on America's Got Talent.
Awesome.
All right, Jake,
that.
This is the first one that we're asking you to do.
Welcome to the fun.
Let's do it.
All right, raising your glass to whom?
I am raising my glass to my nephew, Colin. He got in his first collegiate football game last night for Central Michigan.
What?
Yeah. He played against San Jose State on FS1 last night, and he had his first catch as well.
Come on, wait, what position? He's a receiver?
He plays receiver. He's from El Toro High School in California, so like Orange County.
Oh my gosh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool story because it's obviously it's just hard to break into it. So he had NAIA school.
That's
then he went
awesome.
to 2 years of JC. And so, offered at Central Michigan probably 2 months ago.
I love that. Are you going to get to go to any of his
games?
We
will go, because he's close. So we're going to go, I think, September 27th.
I love it.
I'll be back, don't worry, for the
I
Vegas
love
game
it.
here. I'm pretty sure I'll be working that while everybody else is gone.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But we'll go to that, and then maybe for Thanksgiving.
Fun.
So we'll see.
That's so fun.
I love, you did a great one. That's a
very, very
raise
good one.
A glass.
A very good raise a glass. Well, my next to raise a glass. I'm going to raise my glass to you, sweet Peggy. Tomorrow's your birthday. We all need to celebrate that. But I say this all the time, and I hope people really listen. Like, this show is made by your preparation and passion for it, and I love being a part of it. I love that we've become such good friends, and I just think you deserve to be celebrated all the time, but especially tomorrow as we wrap up August and head into football season. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. I like celebrating the big numbers, but they're getting too big right now. The numbers are really are in an area that I really could not even imagine myself.
Right.
Like when I was younger, you say, "Oh, when I'm this age, I'm going to be doing this and this and this," and it's like, "Oh boy, oh wow, how did I get here already?"
I feel much the same way, but I hope you have something lovely planned for you.
We're going out to dinner. We're going out to dinner tomorrow night to a French restaurant that I just discovered. I think it's in Fulton Market, called Le Cire. And there's a Le Cire in Paris that we have been to. I don't know that there's any relation.
Yeah.
And then my son is cooking for us on Monday, on Labor Day.
I love it.
My son, who works for Ever Restaurant, the 2 Michelin-starred restaurant, Curtis Duffy's restaurant, the one that is featured on The Bear, he is going to be cooking for us on Monday.
I love it.
So it's fun. So I actually have to go pick up the food.
So did he give you like a grocery list?
Yeah, he gave me a little bit. And he's so funny because he doesn't... I don't think this kid... We moved him into his apartment a couple of weeks ago. He does not own a single processed food or canned food.
What?
There is not one in his cabinet. Everything is fresh, organic, handmade.
Wow.
So like I said to him, like, we're going to barbecue, and he wants to make it more like a Korean barbecue. And he wants to, I said, "Oh, do you want me to pick up barbecue sauce?" He's like, no. I will make the barbecue sauce.
Of course he will.
And I'm going to make 3 different ones that people can then pick from. So
I love that.
We'll have dinner with my in-laws, my sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and then my daughter and my husband's stepsister. Yeah, and her daughter.
Awesome.
So yeah, just a small little celebration. I was thinking about this. I didn't even make any plans. I might go golfing. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't have anything else.
Again, I can't reiterate. It's supposed to be a beautiful, beautiful Monday.
Yeah, I think I might have to do that the next 2 days.
If you're tomorrow night, Notre Dame at Miami, watch it on the Mighty 7. We have a pregame show. Tom Zibikowski is coming in. I'm so excited. Yes, he'll be there for the pre and the postgame show for us. Ryan will be in Miami, so you can watch that on the Mighty 7. We have a conversation with Marcus Freeman coming up for you. Joe Theismann joins the show. So
that's
that should
a
be super
great
fun.
show.
I know. Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock on ABC 7. And then lose the remote, watch the game, stay for the postgame and the news.
Do not forget, folks, that Tuesday after the holiday weekend is the debut of the new lineup.
Yes.
Time frames. We don't have new lineups, but time frames for here on ESPN 1000. And if you haven't downloaded the ESPN Chicago app, it is the best way to go.
Yes.
Just download the app wherever you are at. You can listen on your phone. You can listen at work. You can listen on your computer, on your iPad, or in your car. And the new lineup will be starting at 6 a.m., 1 hour earlier than previous. Cap and J Hood will be on from 6 a.m. until 9 a.m., followed by Carmen and Yurko at 9 a.m., 9 until noon. You will get so much football information. Then the king of all football, Rich Eisen, has his new show debuting on ESPN from noon until 2 o'clock, followed by Bleck and Abdallah's Uninterrupted Hour, bringing you back local here in Chicago and kicking off a transition to Waddle and Sylvie from 3 until 6:30. That is the new lineup on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. We hope you will tell your friends, because this football season is the best time to make us your home for all things football.
You know what I did notice yesterday? That this is the last day, I believe, to sign up for our Vegas trip. If you
Yes.
want to, today is the last day to sign up and make sure that you're a part of that. You can come for Bears and Raiders and hang out with us, and then you can stay in Vegas to watch Micah Parsons and the Packers face the Cowboys that night on Sunday Night Football.
Oh, wow.
I know, right? Won't that be fun?
That-
We will have to be watching that. Once we're done with
Yes.
work and you're done with the post game,
Yes.
you and I will post up somewhere and watch that.
Oh, I love that idea.
I know, isn't that awesome?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is good. If you are interested in joining us in Vegas, go to the ESPN Chicago website, look at contests, Good Karma Brands as well. Jake, thank you so much. I know we threw a lot at you this morning, so thank you.
We got it all through.
It was
We
fun
got it all
having
in.
you sitting in today. And stick around, everyone. Odds Couple is going to take it from here. Have a great rest of your Labor Day weekend.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is The Odds Couple with Chicago radio legend Mike North and midday host Carmen DeFalco. The Odds Couple
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome into The Odds Couple. It's Brendan Riley in for Carmen DeFalco. And, of course, as always, I'm with Mike North. Mike, did Carmen know what week he's leaving you on?
I don't understand this Labor Day thing. I don't get it. You said Labor Day's Monday. You know, everybody's gone. I mean, back in the day, I'm just saying, folks, back in the Mike North day, heyday, which is still now, but bigger heyday, back in the day, heyday, all I'm going to say is there's no way that we would have been off the day before some big college football action, not only Saturday and Sunday. So we got that, and then you got Micah Parsons, okay, who broke the bank, and which I don't think he's worth it all that much. They finished 29th against the run last year. He is a defensive end more than a linebacker, I understand. He's a turnover machine. If he gets the right gauge on you, there's no doubt about it. But he was under a deal, and when you're under a deal, old school, I believe you honor that deal. It didn't work out. He got his bag, but I'm not going to say that Dallas didn't make out on this because, remember, everybody's putting up pictures of Luka, you know, And Luka.
It's a tough couple months for Dallas fans.
Yeah, but then they get Cooper Flagg.
Sure.
And you got Kyrie Irving. And then you got Anthony Davis next year. So they're going to be contenders if Kyrie's got to come back by the Achilles. So while everybody's cheering Parsons, okay, he wasn't as, believe me, Reggie White going to the Packers was absolutely, I was sick to my stomach as a Bear fan. I'm not with this deal. That's fine with me. I mean, I've seen Bruce Smith. I've seen them all. And this kid's okay. But, I mean, to get that kind of money, we'll see what happens. I think that Dallas gets 2 first-rounders, and they also get a very good player. I go, okay, that's fine. We'll see what happens.
I'll meet you in the middle a little bit.
I love when you do that. You know that.
Because look, I actually happen to think there's a little bit of an overreaction here as well.
Absolutely.
I do think calling Parsons an okay player is underselling him a little bit. I think he's one of the better defenders.
I agree. I said
probably
he was a turnover
single-digit best defenders in the league. I think there might be a little bit of this piece of the timing of this trade that gets people so worked up about it that, like, we're so close we can taste the NFL football. You know, the first game, we're under a week away at this point from the first game of the regular season, but we're also dying for things to react to. I don't think Kenny Clark is he's getting to the back end of his career. It's not.
But it's still a good pickup, and they got a veteran for him, and they got somebody that's going to help them, and they've got 2 first-rounders, and it's football. Anything could happen. Khalil Mack, everybody was ecstatic. And his best game might have been his first or second game with the Bears. And then after that, let's face it, it was do or die. He either did it or he didn't on certain game days. So it didn't work out as far as I was concerned. And so I think if you look back at the headlines back when he was signed, basically the same type of situation and the same type of reaction Parsons is getting right now, maybe more with Parsons because it's a different day. It's 2025. But Khalil Mack in 2017-18, pretty big at the time.
Has it changed? I know you guys have gone around the divisions in the NFL previewing them. Has this changed anything significantly for you in the NFC North?
Absolutely not. I think that it's up to the quarterback of that football team to stay healthy. I love the coach of the team. I know that Green Bay will contend because they have a great coaching staff. I was surprised that they went all out on this young man, but I'm glad that that's what they want. But it didn't stagger me that the Packers have this guy because, like I said, they didn't make it to the playoffs with him last year, and they finished 29th against the run. And I'm proud of that because Carmen and I, and by the way, I'm with Brendan, and I was on North to North today previewing like I always do, being the team player, and I had Charlie Bevins with me.
I don't mind. Charlie is probably on vacation right now, very
Absolutely.
confused.
Well, nobody knows where anybody is. Carmen, I know, told me he was going to be gone, but it's funny. It's just the way that football is. It's all about the hype now, and I know that everybody in Green Bay is ecstatic, but believe me, folks, it's not going to depend on him whether they win or lose. He'll make some big plays for you, no doubt. He might turn the field over for you, but it's going to be up to the offense of that team, and LaFleur is one of the best coaches in the game, no doubt.
I have not seen where the lines were sitting before the trade. I know the Packers are now a slight favorite to win the North at plus 165, Lions at plus 190 before you take a bit of a jump to the Vikings at plus 350 right. And Bears at 600.
And everybody's starting to doubt the Lions, and I think that's a mistake.
I do think that's a mistake. I actually think when it happened to me, it put things into somewhere around a coin flip. I'm actually okay with these numbers. I saw people posting screenshots of
I think they can win 11
minus
games in this division. I'm not going to be an idiot and say, they're going to win 9 because Ben's gone? I mean, I understand. You lose 2 coordinators, it's big time, Brendan. You know what I'm saying? But Detroit knows the plays. They didn't have a massive turnover. Ben left before he got the job done. I thought Buddy Ryan in 85, we won it because of Ditka and Ryan. No doubt about it. Both guys agreed to this day, dead or alive. And it's just that Ben didn't get it done. I had no problem with Buddy Ryan leaving after he closed the deal.
So this
is different than what Ryan did.
Did this make the Lions a little more value for you then, if it sounds like you're still in on them?
I'm in on them, man. Absolutely. I'm in on the Lions. I got them winning the division. I think they got a good core of players. Ben's going to miss Goff, at quarterback. He's one of only 4 quarterbacks to throw 30-plus touchdowns last year. So, there's a lot of guys like Baker Mayfield who got Cleveland to the playoffs that have been doubted, and come back with other organizations. Goff made it to the Super Bowl without Ben Johnson. So, he's going to miss him. And we'll see what happens for the Bears, because the Bears are going to be we're going to know by Game 5 whether the Bears are for real or not.
Mike, we're obviously going to get to some college football later on in the show. It's a big college football week 1, and I know you want to get to Schwarber here before the segment is over. But can I actually do one other thing real quickly?
I love when you request things like this. You know that.
Listen, I have it's not just a pick, but a concept that I feel like I have really bought in on the last couple of years. I think we talk about these offensive mastermind head coaches like a Ben Johnson, right?
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan.
I've been there.
I actually think they are undervalued still in the NFL right now.
I would appreciate what you're saying.
I think an offensive mastermind head coach is almost as valuable as a superstar quarterback, and I'm going somewhere with this because I don't get the platform of the odds couple very often to share these picks. I have a future I really want to bring up, and this isn't my pick for later. I love J.J. McCarthy at plus 1,000 as comeback player of the year.
Was he comeback player of the year if he got hurt?
That's how they prioritize the
so
award.
Stupid. But I'm with you. Because look what the guy did. The coach did with Sam Darnold.
I actually had a ticket on Sam Darnold last year. I'm riding the exact same train that I had last year. I had a ticket on Sam Darnold all year.
Amazing. I had him dead on arrival. I had him as a chalk outline on the street.
I just believe in the way that I think if you have a competent quarterback, and we haven't seen J.J. McCarthy at the NFL level, I don't know what he's going to be.
I love J.J. McCarthy, and you know what? People say that once he left, the Bears' tight ends numbers went down for some reason. Well, he got hurt, but he lost J.J. McCarthy, too. I mean, period, end of story. I mean, so I love the guy. I think it's an excellent pick, and I've always said this, Brendan. If you took the 5 quarterbacks and you put them in a pot right now, I don't think the Bears would care if it was a different guy. I don't think if it was you got Jaden Daniels this year. You got Bo Nix this year. You got Drake May this year. I don't think the Bears would have a problem with it. But I think Washington would have a problem with it. That's my point about Caleb Williams. I think the Bear fans would say, okay, he was supposed to be generational, and they'd say, he hasn't happened yet. But some of these other guys look good, like Nix and Jaden Daniels. So I don't think we'd have a problem with it. It's the other teams that would end up with Caleb Williams. Maybe.
I mean, there's a lot of questions still this season to be answered for Caleb Williams and for J.J. McCarthy. And I do happen to believe Ben Johnson is an offensive mastermind, and you'll get to see that. I don't know if it will happen as quickly. Like Kevin O'Connell already has the weapons in place. He has an offense that you said you had Sam Darnold as a chalk outline.
He was, too.
You're right. At the end of the season in particular, he was. But his numbers were something we never thought Sam Darnold could do.
I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about his career. I had him in the same realm. This is one of the amazing coaching jobs in history. Look up Sam Darnold's history. Okay? He was, close to being, one of the worst. Okay? But it wasn't his fault. Maybe it was the way, because he was with the Jets, and he's bounced around. But to get that kid to 14 wins, and then Seattle's hoping to get 9 or 10 out of him.
I don't have super high hopes for him this year, if I'm being honest.
No,
I think it was a Kevin O'Connell job.
Absolutely. He left a good deal there. He left a guy that actually is a mastermind. We're going to find out. Ben Johnson, we'll see if he's a mastermind with Caleb Williams. That's my point. That's why he was hired. That's why he said he wanted, one of the reasons he wanted the job.
Now, before we get over to...
I'm exhausted.
Am I making you talk too much, Mike?
No, you haven't heard the show. I'm like this every week. I'm winded. Okay, I went to a minor league game last night. The Schaumburg Boomers, what a good time I had. We went with a bunch of my buddies. I'd never been to one of these type of things in the last, 20 years. Good time.
They put on a show because they have to. They have to.
And it was awesome, man. Anyway, yeah, Kyle Schwarber. I was thinking about him last night. These guys were hitting the ball to the warning track. The Cubs are going to – I'm saying the Cubs are going to grab him, let Kyle Tucker go. I think this kid should be the MVP. I tagged Jason Smith out there from Fox who put it up on Twitter. Absolutely. He had 4 home runs last night.
I mean, what he did last night. Look.
Well, he's got look at it. He has 120 RBIs or something. And it's not even September yet, is it? No.
Not quite. We're getting there.
I'm telling you, folks, I think the Cubs are going after him.
Have you ever been at a game? Like, I was thinking about it last night when I saw he got his fourth. Oh, well, no, I'm sorry. A game where a guy had 3 or...
oh, my God, yeah.
That moment when he comes up for that fourth, it doesn't even matter what team you're rooting for. It's so cool.
Well, I know of 4 home run games. I mean, I was at the Tuffy Rhodes game when everybody predicted him as the next big thing. Opening day for the Cubs. He ended up in Japan after a while, but he had 3 home runs at an opening day at Wrigley Field off Dwight Gooden. And he was a pickup, and he just went nuts, and we thought he was going to be unbelievable, and it never worked out after that. So it was just one of those days he was in a zone. Kyle Schwarber is a legitimate 32-year-old player.
Yeah, he's incredible. You saying you think he should be MVP it threw me off a little bit, but...
Why? Ohtani, look, if you want to vote Ohtani every year, vote for him. I'm telling you, Ohtani's on a loaded team, and they're not even playing all that well to begin with.
So you have some voter fatigue as a non-voter, sounds like.
No, I just think you got to give a guy. Schwarber was never predicted like this. Ohtani's been touted as the best player in baseball, and by some people, the best in history, which I don't buy. And you know, he pitches, and he got bombed the other night. I think there's a lot of Ohtani favoritism.
I heard you guys talking about the MVP race.
And he's a lousy gambler.
I heard you guys talking about the AL MVP race a bit last week. Does that mean you're in on Raleigh? Judge. It's the same deal, right?
No way, man. Judge is a monster.
He is, but
he's
Cal
one of the
Raleigh
best I've ever seen.
Might hit 60 home runs as a catcher.
I know, but I mean, if you ask me, Brendan, I want Judge.
Sure.
Okay? You can have Raleigh. I'm not doing it. And you wouldn't trade Judge if you had him for Raleigh. I know he's having a hell of a year, but I saw Brady Anderson. Okay, granted he was on steroids, hit 50 home runs one year, so you never know what's going to happen. Plus catcher, but it is amazing what he's done. I'm not taking anything away from him, but Judge is a great player. His high school stats are the greatest stats I've ever seen for a high school player for 3 sports in the history of high school sports, in my opinion. If you ever want to look him up, folks, on Wikipedia, look up Aaron Judge high school sports, baseball, football, and basketball. Unreal.
All right, it's a busy weekend here on The Odds Couple. We'll get to college football week 1 in a little bit, but first we got to talk to our guy over at Prop Swap, Luke Pergandy. That's coming up next. This is The Odds Couple.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Rich Eisen Show is coming to ESPN Chicago.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
Starting September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Save big money on your outdoor project at Menards. Take the guesswork out of landscaping with our free, easy-to-use design program. Plus, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscape blocks at the best prices. Get started on your dream landscape now. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to see our full selection of landscape blocks and get your project started today.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Back to school is here, and if summer's wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a haircut worthy of those first day picks. Faster and at low prices that'll make you smile. So what are you waiting for? It's time to say goodbye to summer shaggy and hello to school year sharp. Download the Great Clips app today. Back to school haircuts at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Welcome back into the Odds Couple. Brendan Riley in for Carmen DeFalco and with Mike North as always. And we got to welcome in our guy on the Yingling guest hotline. It's Luke Pergandy from Prop Swap. Luke, what a great day to have you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a long summer. 11 a.m. Texas, Ohio State. Doesn't get better than that. I, for the life of me, have no idea why it's at 11 a.m., 9 a.m. California time. One of the best college football games of the year, but should be a good one.
Yeah, you don't open an ice cream shop at 9 a.m., and that's what this is tomorrow. You know what I mean? Look, there's certain things.
I agree.
The steak joint don't open at 9 a.m.
They did do a good job, though, of spreading the biggest games throughout the weekend, even if the one you wanted most maybe is too early.
It's a ridiculous time, Brendan. I know you'll try to find a reason for it.
Well, no, but you get an early Saturday game, you get a late Saturday game, and you get a Sunday game.
I know. I'm not disappointed. Believe me, that it's going to be on at 11. Except I've never been able to pick a decent 11 o'clock game in my life. But Luke, I'd ask you this: regardless of that, I mean, it seems like Texas is a favorite here. You got Arch Manning with the magical name, the Magical Mystery Tour, and I'm sort of leaning Ohio State here, but this is a huge game, and I think I like Ohio State for a couple reasons. One of them, I just think of a young kid, and Sarkisian is the coach, and I'm not a big fan, even though he's had the talent to win before. What's your take?
Yeah, so it's weird. I said this last week, but it bears repeating. Texas is the favorite to win the national championship at 5-1, but Ohio State is favored to win the game tomorrow. So it's an odd relationship. It basically, to me, says that they're betting that Texas will just run the table after this game, and of course it helps that it's in Ohio State, of course. But just kind of an odd relationship there. I lean Texas. I was in the camp of, why are we starting Quinn Ewers last year? I appreciate the loyalty that Sarkisian had, but I didn't understand why Arch wasn't going. So to me, I'm a big fan of his mobility, good arm strength. Seems like he's a good leader. And it's amazing that his pedigree is what it is, but that's 10% of why I'm saying that. I think he's just a really good football player, really good quarterback. So I lean Texas. The big question mark for Ohio State is Will Howard's replacement. Is he going to be better? Whereas Will Howard was fine last year, but obviously when you have a guy like Jeremiah Smith at receiver at Ohio State, it makes your job a lot easier. He will be a I would imagine, number 1 overall draft pick when he decides to go.
That's obviously, I think, the most exciting moment of the weekend, getting a chance to see Arch Manning make his starting debut, I guess, not starting his debut, but starting the season as the quarterback at Texas. Since you guys are unhappy with the early Saturday morning stuff, let's go to Saturday night. LSU Clemson, the Heisman hopeful matchup at quarterback. Obviously, the NFL talent-laden defense in Clemson. I'm leaning Clemson over there. Anything you're looking at?
Yeah, Brian Kelly, the LSU coach, has never won his opening game while at LSU. So that is really concerning. I don't know if
Clemson, a tough place to start that.
Yeah, right. And I don't know if that's a correlation, doesn't equal causation thing. It's just kind of random that he's lost those first games. But that's my concern with LSU. Everyone's talking about Clemson. They returned 16 of 22 starters. I get the hype. I do like Cade Klubnik. I'm not sure he's elite, but he's really, really good. Like I think Arch is a little bit better than Cade, but of course Cade has played much more college games. So I lean Clemson. That's everyone's picking Clemson, so that'd be my concern there. But I do lean Clemson just because the overwhelming amount of returning starters.
I think some LSU money will come in, Luke. They're getting 4 against Clemson. I'm a big Dabo fan. I think they're 10-1 to win the national championship.
Yeah.
I think that Brian Kelly is a hypocrite. Don't ever think that I didn't have the draw before, but I just held it back. And then all the posters, yet I think if you asked, would you like Ed Orgeron back? Okay, I think you'd get a big chunk of people saying, yeah, what the hell has Brian Kelly done? So I look at that as I would lean Clemson in that one. I don't know if I'd play it, but I got to ask you about baseball real quick. We talk about Ohtani all the time, and Brendan and I were just having a discussion. Brendan expressed surprise, and I don't know why, because Kyle Schwarber should be the MVP maybe this year. He was never predicted to be put up Ohtani numbers. That's my point. And he was thrown away by a few organizations. But I got it on authority that Tucker will not resign with the Cubs, and that if the Cubs may make a push for Schwarber. So what's your take on him as MVP, and your take on maybe what might happen where the Cubs make a push on a guy that's only 32 years of age, who clearly is heads and tails above most everybody in baseball when it comes to hitting it?
Yeah. As a Cubs fan, I've never been more upset about a player that's left than Kyle Schwarber. I understand, the rules have changed now. We have a DH in the NL. So I understand the concern over his fielding. Like, he got injured out there. He missed the whole season. I understand the liability that he is in the field, but he was such a good hitter. It just seemed like every single time he was up at bat, it was a threat to go deep. So I love the guy.
So you didn't want him to go. You didn't want him to go when he was with the Cubs at the beginning. Yet 2 or 3 organizations missed on him. So that's impressive, because I didn't see a whole lot of hubbub or people with Heartbreak Hill over him leaving. Like, if somebody else had left, I've seen other people leave where people were more upset. Would you agree on that? And that another organizations missed on him too.
For sure. Yeah, and I hear that. Maybe Chris Bryant or Javi Baez, of course, at the time. Anthony Rizzo, I'm sure, is maybe on top of that list over the last, 10 years of Cubs players that have left, and Cubs fans are upset about it. Again, the argument may be, well, we had to put him in the field. He was a liability out there. It's like, well, the rule changed. I can't argue that. So that would be my best argument for why they let him walk. But, man, is he good. I don't think he wins the MVP. I still think it's Shohei's to lose. Yeah. I think I checked yesterday. It's about minus 1,000. Shohei was.
It was closer than I thought it would be when Mike said that, and I looked. And that's minus 1,000. That's still closer than I thought.
You want to give it to him every year?
I know, Mike. We've been talking about it all year. I agree. It's a popularity contest. You know it. I know it. This voting stuff for basketball, football, baseball, it is a popularity contest, and big players on big teams, especially international guys, and he's a phenom. He's pitching and and hitting, of course. So he's a unique player, but I get him, Mike. I totally get your argument.
Luke Pergandy from Prop Swap with us. And Luke, obviously, we can't let you go without getting into the trade from last night. Well, I guess yesterday afternoon.
I'm
Parsons
neutral on it, Luke. I don't even want to get into
Parsons to the Packers. I'm curious. The Super Bowl odds, from what I saw, moved from about 2,200 to 1,200. Are you guys already seeing tickets?
Oh my God!
Oh yeah.
The second I knew, I got an alert on my phone. Within 2 seconds, I just saw dozens of Packers tickets flip on PropSwap. Ping, 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 ping. As soon as I saw that go down, so. Sellers made a couple bucks. They obviously listed them. It's up to them to sell. They might have gotten like 24-1. Then they were selling at 20-1, or just selling them for space in case they changed their mind from the off season. But holy cow, did buyers get a good deal on PropSwap? Buyers are getting 20-1, and then to your point, they are now 12-1 as of Friday afternoon.
Can you recall trades right before because selling your futures before the season starts is kind of funny. I'm curious if you can think of anything where you're like, oh, that move really moved some.
Well, it's when we started PropSwap when LeBron James went back to Cleveland.
Okay.
That was literally why we were kicking it around when Leicester City, an EPL team, went from like 1,000-1 to win the championship in the England Premier League in soccer. But once LeBron went back to Cleveland, their odds went from like 100-1 to 3-1. And tons of people were obviously selling it in the offseason.
Sure. I mean, hey, if you can make some money before a game is played, I can't blame people for taking it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, in that situation, making 30x, and the season hasn't even started. In this situation, you're almost making double before the season has started.
That's pretty cool.
Again, like these people have baskets. They have maybe 10 Packers tickets. They have 10 Chiefs tickets. They have 10 Eagles tickets. They have 10 Lions tickets. Like they have baskets of tickets, and they're willing to unload some of that position before the season even starts.
You know what I'm curious about? Nobody's talking on Dallas's end about this. And what about their tickets? And maybe people taking maybe the under now because they lost one player. And like Jerry Jones said, and I stressed not only to Luke but to Carmen, Brendan, that they were 29th against the run. And it's funny, Jerry goes, well, maybe we'll be better against the run. You know what I mean? So he gave him a little bit of a shot, And so I got it as a neutral thing right now, but I understand the public reaction was second only to Taylor Swift and Kelsey's engagement, wasn't it?
Yes.
As far as NFL stuff is concerned.
Excellent Jerry Jones impression, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dallas was already in a hole. Defense was poor last year. Who knows what's going on with Dak Prescott? So I'm concerned, man. The Eagles, of course, reigning champs.
Yep.
Commanders, of course, looked amazing last year. They've got trouble in Dallas. So I agree with you, Mike. I'd be concerned. Who knows? Their starting running back doesn't seem to be getting any respect. Yes, I'd be concerned if I'm a Cowboys fan.
Maybe just check it in. Hey, Luke, we appreciate it, buddy.
You're welcome, guys. Have a good weekend.
You too. Enjoy your holiday weekend. That's Luke Pergandy.
Let me tell you something. Marco was good, but we didn't go away thinking we lost this deal. That's all.
I disagree. We'll talk. We got into Parsons a lot in the first segment. We'll spend some more time on college football weekend one coming up in just a little bit. This is the Odds Couple.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000. The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, welcomes you to the 2025 football season. A battle for the NFC North marks this season's start. This is your home for the play-by-play with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. And this is your home for the most in-depth pre- and post-game coverage. Here comes Game 1, Bears and Vikings, Monday night, September 8th, on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Golf clothes that actually fit your life? That's Swannies. Swannies is dedicated to suiting you up in the best looking, best feeling, and best made golf gear without breaking the bank. We're talking clean cut polos, lightweight layers, breathable hats, and gear that works just as well at brunch as it does on the back nine. Swannies focuses on style, comfort, and versatility, so you can feel confident wherever the day takes you. Upgrade your golf wardrobe today at swannies.co.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back into The Odds Couple. Carmen DeFalco taking the weekend off. It's Brendan Riley in with Mike North. And it's college football weekend one. It's already gotten started. Mike, you were telling me you wanted to get to watch some Nebraska-Cincinnati. Did you get to watch that game? Get some early good college football?
I went to the Boomers game. Great job by the Schaumburg Boomers. God bless them. And my buddy Gooch got us tickets, and we went out there, and me and B don't go out much in the evening. Got home. I turned on. I was absolutely stunned Boise State lost. I remember Boise State. I made a lot of money. I was a young, I think it was 97, I want to say, when they played in the Orange Bowl, and everybody had them losing to Oklahoma, and they beat Oklahoma in Stoops. And I knew that program was destined for greatness, which it has been a great program for a couple decades. And now to lose that game like they did last night was a shocker. But Nebraska football was good that they did play in front of a partisan crowd in Kansas City. Even though it was a neutral field, playing in the Chiefs Stadium has to be a chill and for these guys. And on top of that, to play and be deluged with fans from Nebraska. It helped them. They win the football game. I believe they won. Yeah, they won the football game.
It was a good game. I mean, I was working White Sox last night, and we might get to the White Sox a little bit in this segment at the back end. But I was keeping an eye on it because you told me it was one you had an eye on, and when you can get some early good college football, it's great.
That game?
2017, Nebraska won.
Good. I didn't want to be embarrassed, because I didn't watch the full game.
No.
And you never know what's going to happen. So I'm glad they won. Look, they looked like a different Nebraska under Matt Rule when I saw him play last night. That's it, period.
Going to the I think the biggest game of the weekend. There are a couple great games on the schedule this weekend. I'm not a huge college football guy, and I think there's a lot of understandable reasons for why. I am excited to get to see Arch. I know he's played a little bit, but it just feels different. Arch Manning getting the chance to.
Yeah, I think it's an even game. I think the kid comes from pedigree. I think that Ohio State, their quarterback's not as good. If you're going to say which quarterback would you rather have on your team, I don't care what his limited experience is, Brendan, you would like Arch Manning as your quarterback.
Well, the thing is
that there's nothing against the other guy or against anything Ohio State's doing, but it's just more than that, in my opinion, and it's tough. I mean, Texas is going to be favored by the time probably they kick off.
I think right now they're 1.5 point favorites. No, am I seeing that wrong?
Texas is supposed to be, yes. No, you're not seeing it wrong. So they're basically, they started out as +1, and now they're favored, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a big turnaround. People like Texas. People like the Manning name. Since I was a kid, Texas is supposed to have been a national champ almost every year of my life. And they only have 4 national championships. The last one in 2005, a couple in the 70s with Darrell Royal. How's that? So my point is that I'll see it when I believe it.
Yeah, of course. Look, I don't blame – I want to go back to the Arch Manning thing super quickly. I don't blame kids at all for going where they're able to play.
I agree.
But you don't get chances very often anymore to see – high-end recruits, special recruits sit a little while and then – get their chance.
But it's cool that he's going to be playing.
That's what I'm excited to see. It'd be really cool to see a guy sit a couple years.
But he's not a hobo. He comes from the train of Manning.
Of course. Expectations are high for him and Texas.
Oh my God! Of course, if he fizzled out in Texas, no matter what the 3 guys have done, Arch and Eli, and of course Peyton, they've been unbelievable, no doubt, as a family on top of it. But this would be a blemish, there's no doubt. But I think he's going to be okay. He seems to. You can't learn under those 3 and not have some sort of different poise than other quarterbacks that he's going to be playing against.
I think the one big game we haven't talked at all yet about this weekend, Notre Dame, 2.5 point favorites at Miami.
Something, my friend.
So you're interested in that one?
Well, of course. I got the Irish flag. I'm half Irish, half Italian. And let me tell you something. The Irish look like they're 2.5 point favorites in this game. But this could be an ambush. Be careful.
Really?
I like them. Yeah, Miami. I mean, what's the spread? What do you look up at 2.5? What, is Jimmy Johnson back? Is Jimmy Johnson back? Where's Michael Irving? I mean, is Vinny Testaverde coming off the plane in camouflage? No. I mean, is Lou Holtz running out of the tunnel? But you got a great coach in Notre Dame. They don't duck anybody.
Got it done early last year at A&M.
I like the revival of the rivalry between these two. Catholics versus convicts, one of the greatest times of my life, because being Catholic, being half Irish, and being from the Midwest, I wanted to see Miami lose as much as anybody that I've rooted against in my whole life. And I've rooted against the Packers. I've rooted against anybody the Bulls played, especially during the Jordan years. I rooted against everybody. I wanted to see Notre Dame win, and, it was a great rivalry, Jimmy Johnson and Lou Holtz vintage.
I'm with you on the Notre Dame side of this one.
You better be. Otherwise, you don't have a future.
I feel like we're not even talking at all about the fact, Cam Ward is the least hyped number 1 overall quarterback I can ever remember. I know Carson Beck.
I don't even know what he looks like.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
I don't know. You're right.
It's like we forgot Miami didn't just lose their quarterback. Their quarterback last year was, is the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. I know Carson Beck is a guy who's had some great seasons.
So you like Notre Dame, right?
I do. I'm with you on Notre Dame.
Let me ask you something, folks. For people that don't know, everything you listen to when it comes to White Sox baseball is this guy. He said, "Mike, I don't want to talk about it. I'm hungry." And I said, "No, Brendan. When I listen to the White Sox, it's excellently produced. You have to juggle some things sometime." What time are we on, by the way, Brendan? Because this is your day, big time here on this show. Do you know tomorrow? What time do the Sox play? Because it's usually sometime, or is there college football on all day?
Oh, no. Well, the Sox are on. You're asking for Saturday?
Yeah. What time is the odds couple on?
Mike, you're putting me on the spot here. I believe it's 1 to 2, but I would have to double check.
Yeah, because you're playing later, right?
Yeah, it's an evening game.
All right. Well, Brendan will get that during the break, folks, because I have to do it to get paid. I have to write down on my time card. It's like what I'm saying. So what I would ask you is this:
1 to 2 this Saturday, Mike.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you this: Perez, 7 innings, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, winning 4-0. I had just said, and I'll stick to my guns if he still wins 55 games. If Venerable was to win 55 games, I said this to Carmen 2 months ago, he should get consideration for Manager of the Year. There would be a 14-game improvement. Then he goes out there the other night, and the guy had 85 on his pitch count or something like that, and pulls him, and they lose 5-4 because the other 4 relievers got torched.
So here's the thing. You're preaching to the choir on the pitch count thing. I get it. I understand
ridiculous.
Why they do it, but
I can't understand it.
I get it. I get they're trying to protect their guys. It's
he
just
makes
tough.
$5 million a year or something.
It is tough watching guys regular. Like 5 innings these days is a good outing. Like if you get 6, like that's a really good outing.
I got one for you.
Perez was just coming back from an injury, so I get it. But I get it. It's not the same thing that we used to watch, and I do miss it.
You know what the little league pitch count is for 9 and 10-year-olds?
What is it?
75. So you're telling me a major league pitcher has 14 more pitches than 10-year-old Jimmy O'Connell?
Only his third start back from injury, man.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let's go to the other side of town. This is how you walked into the Mike North trap.
Oh, no.
Okay, but you're not really necessarily against it because you don't like the pitch count. How did Shota Imanaga, pitch 13 complete games in Japan? Yet the other day, it's 3-3. Consul runs out there with a pitch count of 92, pulls him, and Imanaga's a stud, and goes to the bullpen and they lose.
Yeah, it sucks. You lose.
Come on, exactly.
You get a lot of games. Like it feels like. And
you got to be pulling your hair out because Venerable's lost at least 5-6 games pulling the starter too early. Don't worry, I know you know.
Everybody's doing it though, Mike.
I agree, but
I don't like that it's what's going on around the league, but it is the way we're doing it now, and it does feel like, I know this isn't true, it feels like we're never going to see a complete game no-hitter again. It feels like that's now off the table, and that's really disappointing.
That is horrendous because some of the greatest moments have been that way, and it's just ridiculous that the other day somebody said Paul Skeens had an outstanding game. I saw it on the crawl. I go, my God, he must have pitched 9 innings and 3 hit ball. 6 innings. If you pitch 6 innings as a starter when I was growing up, and I know I'm old school, believe me, Mike Marshall used to tell me they're training the pitchers wrong. The original Mike Marshall who won a Cy Young. He said, Mike, someday this is going to happen. They're not going to be able to pitch a full game. Bob Gibson had more complete games than losses. Fergie Jenkins had 230-some complete games. Dave Steve, who I just had on my barroom broadcast, pitched 12 innings twice. Marichal and Spahn. Spahn had 227 pitches. They pitched both 16 innings in a 1-0 game. Those were my guys. And these guys, Perez, Imanaga, how do you have only 17 more pitches than a 9 or 10-year-old at Williamsport if he has a good game?
All right, Mike, it's time we get to the ponies. Up next, we're talking to Jim Miller. You're listening to The Odds Couple on ESPN Chicago.
This is The Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Save big on everything for your next project at Menards. From hitches to ratchet straps and everything in between. We've got all your hauling needs covered. Tow smarter with a Tow Smart ball mount trailer hitch. It's built with durable steel construction that resists rust and corrosion. On sale now through September 1st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota. Let's go places.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Back to school is just around the corner, and if summer has wreaked havoc on your kids' hair, Great Clips is here to help. From overgrown mops to tangled tresses, you can use online check-in to get a fresh haircut faster at a price that'll make you feel smart. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. For instance, TCU walked into the locker room at halftime in the 2016 Alamo Bowl, down 31-0. The Horned Frogs stormed into the second half and erased a 31-point deficit to force overtime, and eventually won it in the third overtime, 47-41.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch, let's get back out to the Yuengling guest hotline. It's time to talk to our guy at Hawthorne Racecourse, Jim Miller. Jim! I forgot. I hear you do that every time I produce, and I forgot it.
That's all right, Brendan. It's all good.
Jim, I've never personally been out to a racecourse in my life. Can you tell me and anybody listening who's like me, what am I missing?
Brendan, here's the coolest thing about horse racing. Whether you have $2 wagered on a horse, $200 or $2,000, when the horses turn into the stretch and your horse is in contention, it's that same level of excitement of the potential that you could be cashing a ticket on the race. And that's the coolest thing of it all with horse racing is it's pari-mutuel wagering, which means you're playing amongst the fans. You're not playing against the house. You're not playing against the line. You're playing amongst the fans. So that's the thing that I tell everybody when they come out, especially for the first time. You can bet just a couple of bucks and have just the same experience as somebody who's betting hundreds of dollars each and every day. That's kind of the rush that comes along with horse racing.
Yeah, and it's really a great experience. And I remember as a kid going to the races and really trying to win these races. It's not easy. But now you got extra added attractions like you have the sports book that's open. You can bet all the games now. You got all sorts of restaurants and different things that go on at Hawthorne. Been a great relationship with Jim, who just made Brendan. I'm sure the way that Jimmy describes it.
And I'm a low stakes better, so he's speaking right to me.
Yeah. If Jimmy will meet you there, Brendan. Believe me.
I would, for sure.
He show you around. He does it all. I got to ask you this, now that things are going, we always talk about the NFL with you.
Yep.
But what are the plans for opening day on Sunday for the National Football League? I know you're going to be having some things going on with college football this weekend, but for NFL, give everybody a preview so they can get things lined up.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about it, especially with NFL kickoff, is two things. One, the book opens early because everybody wants to be able to place their wagers. Some people can't maybe come and stick around for the day. So the sports book opens early in the morning. 8 a.m. it opens, and you can go up there and place your wagers and get ready for the games. If you do want to stick around for the day, that's the beauty of it. We have hundreds of TVs that cover all of the NFL action. So if you come out there to Hawthorne, you can sit in the book. You can watch and wager on the NFL games and then maybe dabble a little bit in horse racing throughout the course of the day because we do race live on Sundays at Hawthorne. And maybe that's the way to just kind of get your feet wet. Maybe if you're really focused on a good NFL game and that's kind of your forte, you can really kind of go after that. And just a couple bucks to kind of watch that race on the side and then go back and forth. But that's something where we've really kind of seen that crossover, and it works well.
That's right, Brendan. It'll get you through to halftime. All right, Jimmy, what do you got for us, buddy, before we spring you?
Sure. 3 horses at Del Mar on Saturday. We're going to bet them all across the board. Starting race number 9, we're going to bet the 4, Sorrento Sky, across the board. That one's 12-1 in the morning line. Race 10 is the Pacific Classic. We'll bet the 4, Nisos, across the board. And then race 11 is the Del Mar Handicap. Bet the 5, Adetlon, across the board. And we're going to make some money for the kickoff of the NFL season.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jim. Once again, that's Jim Miller from Hawthorne Racing.
Jimmy!
All right, boys. Good luck.
Thank you. Now, Mike, we got to get to our best
Yes,
bets.
this is what it's all about, kid. And, we're going to be up here for everything in about an hour from when we're doing this. Brendan's putting it up. But and by the way, what's your Twitter handle?
At Brendan Riley _.
Because blame him if his picks are wrong. Don't come at me.
Well,
okay.
Mike, I've been saving this till the back end of the podcast because after hearing how you felt about the Parsons trade, I'm worried you might fight me on it.
You do things to provoke the old timer. Cut it out.
Barnwell had a great tweet. It was back in early August, but I saw it yesterday about the effect of Micah Parsons on the Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
Getting a little nerdy here, but the Cowboys, since drafting Parsons, have had the best expected points added, EPA, per play in the league when Parsons is on the field defensively.
He's got some positives. Don't get me wrong.
When he's off the field, it's the worst in the league. I told you I'm an NFL guy. I'm going to the opener on Thursday night, and I'm going to take the Eagles. It's a big line, and it's going to suck if this is how the game goes, but I'm going with Eagles -7.5.
I'm very impressed with you.
Being willing to lay that 7.5.
Yeah, because you know why? I got them as going back to the Super Bowl, so you know what you're talking about. And the Eagles have been abused. Jalen Hurts takes as much abuse. People talk about Caleb Williams taking heat. Are you kidding me? Nobody takes more heat than the 2-time Super Bowl guy, Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson takes more heat. You know who gets a honeymoon, everybody? Justin Herbert, okay? He gets a honeymoon, so he's going to be expected to be good. But that's your first pick, okay? You got a couple, or is that it for you?
Oh shoot, I only had one ready. I mean, I gave you the one earlier. It's not between this week and next week.
If you don't want
I gave you the one earlier. I'm in on the JJ McCarthy comeback player of the year bet. If I'm allowed to give you a future for my best bets.
Absolutely, okay. And I got a couple of football games for everybody, okay? I'm gonna take Clemson, and I know a lot of people like Clemson, but I think LSU money's gonna come in. I think the 4 is a pretty good number, but Brian Kelly will he get over the hump? I think Dabo Swinney's a better coach, so I'm gonna take Clemson +4, and in my what I would call maybe, and this is always dangerous. I've been doing great in baseball. I'll have my picks up at North to North, though, for those. I would probably go with Florida State +14 against Alabama. Okay, and I think people are expecting big things out of Alabama like every year, but I think that's a good bet at 14. Who knows? But you know what? I want to get off to a good start, no doubt about it. And we'll see what happens.
That Clemson defense, the amount of NFL talent they have on it, it's a bet I like. And it's your Saturday night game. Are you? By the way, Mike, are you the guy who's going to be watching college football all day Saturday? We got our first
I'm
real
one of those
week.
Guys.
It's not a week 0 week. We actually get like a
I don't
full
understand
slate
the
at this
0
point.
week thing. What's wrong with people? It's not a 0 thing. I think it cheapens everything.
I kind of liked the idea of like the slow drip of like, hey, we're starting to get a taste of college football, but it is weird to call it week 0.
Yeah, I mean, here's the odds couple. There was 0 show. I take offense. Okay, we're not.
Yeah, if you play on week 0, is that a bad thing?
Yeah, are you kidding me? I mean, I'd tell the players they're zeros. Okay, I understand. I don't get it sometimes, but it's the NCAA. That's all. They come up with these different rules and everything else. It's going to be great. I mean, there's some great games. Like I said, Notre Dame, the most storied franchise in college football. Somebody said to me, they're not what they used to be. And I said, dude, they were in the national championship last year. All right? They were reportedly dead. And I got to be honest, Marvin Freeman's done a great job, Brendan, as their coach.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, no, he's great.
I was wondering if he was going to be all that, and he's all that.
And in college football, if you got a great coach, you got a great program.
And they got a great program, and they're storied, and they don't duck teams. That's my opinion.
All right, that's going to do it for us this week on The Odds Couple. Thank you for having me in, Mike.
Oh, it was the best. You're the best. You did a great job.
All right, this is The Odds Couple on ESPN Chicago.
This is The Odds Couple White Sox Baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Yankees.
Live extended coverage begins at 3:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Performance-based materials are a given these days. But if you're after the stretchiest, most lightweight pieces that say, I'm here for a good time, then take a walk on the Swannies side. With fabric sourced from recycled plastic and styles designed for on- and off-course versatility, Swannies brings you sustainably made, intently designed